Chapter 353. Dongfang Lai seemed to know that Daoist Chao Yang would come to question him. In the face of Daoist Chao Yang's accusation, he did not back down at all and confronted Daoist Chao Yang. Network. What do you want? Are you going to destroy the relationship between our two families for the sake of a ruthless young disciple? Dongfang Lai said coldly. The relationship between the Dongfang family and the Taishan sect was close to an alliance, but it was not like the three great Taoist sects. They were true allies. The Dongfang family and the Taishan sect, to put it bluntly, were in a mutually beneficial relationship. The Dongfang family had sent Dongfang Chan and the others to the Taishan sect to become disciples of the Taishan sect in order to build a relationship with the Taishan sect. However, this relationship was actually very fragile. For the sake of profit, they could become friends, but for the sake of profit, friends could also become enemies. You said that the disciples of the Taishan sect are ruthless? Daoist Chao Yang could not help but be furious. His two eyebrows immediately rose, and the golden crow sky-burning robe on his body fluttered without any wind. Breaking people's hands and feet, cutting off people's tongues. Their methods are worse than demons. Is this not ruthless? When Dongfang Lai thought of Dongfang Yu, who had been tortured by Gu Fei, his heart was filled with anger. Actually, Dongfang Yu's tongue had been bitten off by himself in an attempt to commit suicide. However, this was also credited to Gu Fei. Daoist Chao Yang could not help but be shocked when he heard this. Could Gu Fei really? Daoist Chao Yang then said calmly, "This is just your side of the story. Do you want me to ask someone to bring out the junior who was destroyed by the disciples of the Taishan sect and let you examine his injuries?" Dongfang Lai said. He was now in the right, and it could be said that he was in the right. Before things are clear, don't push everything on the heads of the disciples of the Taishan sect. Daoist Chao Yang said sternly. Daoist Chao Yang thought that there must be something hidden inside. Otherwise, Gu Fei would never have attacked the people of the Dongfang family for no reason. However, to find out the ins and outs of the matter, he must first find Gu Fei. Moreover, Daoist Chao Yang was determined to get the longevity grass. Networky, the people from the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect were also eyeing them. Perhaps the Yuanshin green lamp was secretly destroyed by those people to make them lose the initiative. The function of the primordial soul lamp was not a secret. It could be used to find Gu Fei. However, the primordial spirit green lamp was a treasure of the Taishan sect. The Shangqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect did not have one. That junior from your sect has injured the successor of the Dongfang family. He must be punished. I hope you won't shield him. Dongfang Lai said. He was not afraid of Daoist Chao Yang. Their cultivation levels were about the same. Even if they were to fight, he might not necessarily lose to Daoist Chao Yang. Seeing Dongfang Lai's tough attitude, Daoist Chao Yang couldn't help but feel angry and was about to speak. But at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly came from the south, and a green light appeared in the night sky in the distance, quickly approaching. Daoist Chao Yang and Dongfang Lai were both shocked and quickly looked in the direction of the aura. Where is Dongfang Lai? A loud voice echoed in the sky above the city of Bailing. The green light arrived before them in the blink of an eye. A powerful wave of energy surged and immediately broke through the domain set up by the two powerhouses. The newcomer did not care about anything and had no intention of hiding. His voice spread across the entire city of Bailing. Everyone in the city was startled, and they all came out to look in the direction of the voice. Whoosh! A green light pierced through the sky and appeared before Daoist Chao Yang and Dongfang Lai. Within the green light, a silhouette appeared. After the domain set up by the powerhouses was broken, everyone near the inn saw the three blurry silhouettes in the sky. Some ignorant mortals saw people flying in the sky and thought they were immortals descending to the mortal world. They hurriedly knelt before the three people in the sky. Network Yi. The cultivators who were startled were also inexplicably shocked. It was unbelievable that there were powerhouses appearing in Bailing City without fear. Although there had been many peerless experts appearing in the northern lands recently, there had never been a situation where three peerless experts appeared at the same time, let alone in Bailing City. The cultivators in Bailing City quickly gathered at the inn where the Dongfang family was staying. I am Dongfang Lai. Dongfang Lai was inexplicably shocked. He did not know why this middle-aged man shrouded in green light would specifically look for him. Very well, I Yin Chonglu of Mist City would like to learn from you. With that, the middle-aged man in black stretched out his right hand and pressed it towards Dongfang Lai. A green radiance surged out from Yin Zhonglu's hand, illuminating the night sky. The entire world was illuminated, and the fierce qi radiance was like a surging river, rushing towards Dongfang Lai, who was standing in the void. Friend, let's talk this out. Dongfang Lai could not help but be shocked when he saw that the man was directly attacking him. As he spoke, he quickly retreated, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. At the same time, Dongfang Lai pushed his right palm forward. A purple light rushed out from his palm and collided with the green light. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound, and the surging power shook the world. A dazzling light illuminated the entire Bailing city. The collision of the two terrifying forces produced a huge airwave that seemed to blow a hurricane in the air. A great pressure shrouded all directions, and the mighty aftershock caused the entire city to tremble. Even Taoist Xiaoyang turned into a ray of fire and retreated at the first instance. Dongfang Lai and Yin Chonglu, the powerhouse from Mist City, were both sent flying hundreds of feet away before they stopped and steadied themselves. In the distance, under the shadows of the eaves, Gu Fei watched the scene in the sky coldly. He was extremely excited. His guess was right. The people from Mist City had indeed come to find the Dongfang family. To Gu Fei's surprise, he actually saw Daoist Xiaoyang, the leader of the Xiaoyang Peaks lineage. The disciples of the Dongfang family below the inn were also shocked by the scene before them. At the same time, the terrifying aura of the two peerless experts made them tremble with fear. The mighty aftershock from the sky made their blood boil. The disciples of the Dongfang family rushed out of the inn in panic and retreated into the distance. Gu Fei had been paying attention to the disciples of the Dongfang family. Suddenly, he saw a few familiar figures in the crowd that was retreating in panic. I didn't expect Dongfang Long to be here. Saves me the trouble of looking for him. Gu Fei looked at the 7 or 8 figures retreating into the street in the distance, then walked out from the shadows under the eaves. Friend, I Dongfang Lai don't seem to have offended you in any way. Dongfang Lai said in a low voice. His voice reverberated in the air, and every word was heard by everyone present. Your people almost crippled 4 of my floating city's young disciples with unlimited potential, and you still say you haven't offended me? Yin Zhonglo shouted. What? Don't accuse me first. It was your floating city's disciples who came to find trouble yesterday. My Dongfang family's disciples didn't hurt anyone, Dongfang Lai said loudly. He didn't understand why Yin Zhonglo would say that. Could it be that he was also looking for an excuse to attack him? Dongfang Lai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Did the people of Floating City really think that the Dongfang family was easy to bully? Dongfang Lai never thought that someone would go to their door and teach Pan Hong and the others a good lesson, and then frame the Dongfang family. And the person who framed them was Gu Fei. Taoist Xiaoyang stood in the air far away, watching the scene before him with interest. He didn't intend to interfere and was happy to watch the show from the side. Cut the crap. Yin Zhonglo was extremely domineering. He didn't give Dongfang Lai a chance to analyze and once again closed in on Dongfang Lai. His entire body surged with a monstrous wave of magical power, displaying the power of a peerless cultivator. However, at this moment, a monstrous wave of energy spread from somewhere in the city. The terrifying wave caused the expressions of the 3 peerless cultivators in the sky to change at the same time. That was because the power was too great. It was like a vast ocean that drowned the world in an instant. At this moment, not only the 3 peerless cultivators in the sky, but all the cultivators in Bailing City also felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their heads, causing everyone to feel a heavy pressure. Then an old voice sounded as if it came from the 9 heavens and rang in everyone's ears. You 2 juniors, how dare you fight in the city? Don't you know the rules of the city? I order you to leave now, or you'll have to bear the consequences. It seemed like only the cultivators in the entire Bailing City could hear that old voice. All the cultivators understood that the old man in the dark was using a sound technique to speak to them. Other than the cultivators in the city, the residents of the city probably didn't hear anything at all. A turbulent wave of power rose and fell between heaven and earth, enveloping the entire Bailing City. Whether it was the three peerless cultivators in the sky or the hidden cultivators, all of them were shocked. The old man's power in the city was too terrifying. His cultivation base was definitely above theirs. Moreover, the old man had called Yin Zhongluo and Dongfang Lai Juniors. His background was unimaginable. Perhaps that person was the legendary demigod who guarded the north. It was said that there was a demigod guarding the area near the abyss of immortals and demons. This demigod was definitely a ruthless character who could be mentioned in the same breath as the demigod in the far north demon region. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such power. He seemed to have controlled the entire sky above Bailing City before he even arrived. Perhaps the old man was in one of the houses in the city. Perhaps he was very far away, but he was definitely in the city and not outside Bailing City. Chapter 354. Legend has it that the north is guarded by a peerless powerhouse. It seems to be true. A demigod. That's a peerless figure who has truly embarked on the path of immortality. The cultivators in the city were inexplicably shocked. Everyone vaguely guessed the owner of the old voice. What kind of existence was he? They could not help but whisper among themselves. All the cultivators in the city were shocked by the remarkable ability of the suspected demigod. Dongfang Lai, do you dare to fight outside the city? Yin Zhongluo did not dare to continue his attack. He did not dare to provoke the powerful figure in the dark. He loudly invited Dongfang Lai to fight. His voice echoed in the air and spread throughout the entire Bailing City. It was as if he wanted everyone to know. The people in the city were also shocked. They were all inexplicably shocked and did not know what was going on. Why not? Dongfang Lai said coldly. At this time, under the watchful eyes of the cultivators in the city, it was no longer up to Dongfang Lai to refuse the challenge. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two figures, one in front and one behind, flew out of the city. Divine rainbows streaked across the sky like two meteors streaking across the night sky. Daoist Zhaoyang immediately turned into a flame and chased after the two of them. There was definitely going to be a battle between the two peerless powerhouses. Daoist Zhaoyang did not want to miss it. Three divine rainbows, two in front and one behind, rushed out of Bailing City in an instant and disappeared into the night sky. The cultivators in the city did not want to miss the upcoming battle between the peerless powerhouses either. Therefore, figures rushed out of the city, stepped on the roof tiles, flew past the houses, and chased in the direction where the three peerless powerhouses disappeared. Under the night sky there was a loud sound as hundreds and thousands of powerhouses rushed out from the dark. Terrifying energy waves gathered into a vast ocean, causing the people in the city to be extremely terrified. The scene of thousands of powerhouses rushing out of the city was absolutely shocking. In the dark, there were even a few obscure rays of light that shot into the sky and chased after the three peerless powerhouses. The disciples of the Dongfang family also rushed out of the city. The battle between their ancestor and someone concerned the reputation of the Dongfang family. The disciples of the Dongfang family were more anxious than anyone else. Dongfang Chan and Dongfang Long were also among them. Those who were as powerful as first brother Dongfang had already rushed out of Bailing City, leaving those with weaker cultivations behind. Dongfang Chen's cultivation was shackled at the awakening self 9th layer, and he was quickly left behind by the transcending mortality cultivators. However, his big brother, Dongfang Long, stood beside him with a grave expression. They couldn't ignore Gu Fei's threat. One had to know that Dongfang Yu, who was at the second sky of the ascended realm, had been crippled by Gu Fei. Dongfang Long knew that he was only slightly stronger than Dongfang Yu. With the treasured blade in his hand, he was confident that he could fight against cultivators at the fourth sky of the ascended realm. Very soon the Dongfang brothers crossed the city wall and rushed out of the city. They didn't notice that a ghost-like figure was following them silently. The speed of the transcending mortality cultivators wasn't something that the awakening self-cultivators could compare to. The awakening self-cultivators had long been left behind by the transcending mortality cultivators. If it wasn't for the fact that Dongfang Long had to protect his brother, he would have already rushed to the front. The ones lagging behind were all the awakening self-cultivators. Of course, Dongfang Long and the person who was secretly following them were excluded from the group. Following the tracks left behind by their predecessors, the group of cultivators rushed into the depths of the snow forest. Boom! A loud sound suddenly came from the front, followed by a terrifying wave of energy. Everyone was shocked. They could even clearly feel the tremors coming from under their feet. In the snow forest, the snow on the trees rustled and fell down. It's starting! Under the shock, all the cultivators in the snow forest immediately understood that the two peerless cultivators had begun to fight in the depths of the snow forest. All the cultivators immediately stepped forward and rushed towards the direction of the energy wave. Some of the transcending mortality cultivators didn't hesitate to use their magic power to activate their magic treasures and soared into the sky. They rushed out of the snow forest and flew towards the direction of the energy wave. Although transcending mortality stage cultivators couldn't be like Imperial Void stage peerless experts who didn't need to rely on external objects and directly fly in the air, they relied on the help of magic treasures to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. Shwa! 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 A dozen or so streaks of sword light shot out from the snowy forest like divine rainbows. They were sword cultivators who could control their flying swords. With a single sword they could soar into the sky and burrow into the ground. Dozens of sword lights like meteors swept across the snow forest and rushed into the depths of the snow forest. At this time, a terrifying wave of energy that made people's hearts palpitate came out from the depths of the snow forest. Beams of strong light shot up to the sky and lit up the dark sky. After entering the snow forest, the awakening self-realm cultivators who were lagging behind immediately dispersed. The number of cultivators around the Dongfang brothers quickly decreased. Everyone's attention had been attracted by the two peerless cultivators fighting in the depths of the snow forest. No one noticed that someone had already set their eyes on the Dongfang brothers. After entering the snow forest for tens of miles, there were only a few young cultivators of the Dongfang family left around the Dongfang brothers. The transcending mortality realm cultivators had already rushed into the depths of the snow forest to watch the battle. Suddenly, a figure abruptly appeared in front of Dongfang Chan and the others and stopped them from running. Dongfang Chan! A cold voice rang out in the forest. That person's eyes were as bright as stars in the dark snow forest. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as it swept across the faces of Dongfang Chan and the others. Dongfang Chan and the others were shocked. They felt as if a blade was at their throats. Just a glance from the person in front of them made them feel cold. "Friend, please step aside." Dongfang Long took a step forward and said coldly. His right hand had already quietly pressed on the hilt of the treasure sword tied to his waist. The Guangqing Celestial Sect cultivated the sword Immortal Tao. However, Dongfang Long was a disciple of the Saber Emperor and cultivated the tyrannical Saber Tao. With a saber he would slay gods, Buddhas would slay Buddhas, and devils would slay devils. Dongfang Long seemed to have become one with the saber. A tyrannical saber aura surged out from his body. In the snow forest, a biting cold air flow suddenly appeared out of nowhere and swept up the snow on the ground. The incomparably sharp aura forced Dongfang Chan and the others behind him to continuously retreat. Their faces were pale. "Dongfang Long, we haven't seen each other for a few years. I've missed you very much." That person slowly walked forward and said such words. No one would think that this mysterious person who suddenly appeared and stopped them would be Dongfang Long's friend. This was because this person's words revealed a cold killing intent. "Who are you?" Dongfang Long couldn't help but change his expression when he heard this. The tyrannical saber aura from his body became even stronger. His right hand was already tightly gripping the saber hilt, ready to be unsheathed at any time. Holding the treasured saber, his heart was at ease. This was because Dongfang Long knew very well the terrifying power of this treasured saber that his master had passed down to him. When his master passed the saber to him, he had once used this treasured saber to split a 1,000-meter-tall mountain in half. The might of that saber was earth-shattering, and it had already been deeply imprinted in his mind. This was a tyrannical saber. The scabbard had to be engraved with talismans in order to suppress the tyrannical aura emitted by the treasured saber. "You really don't remember who I am?" That person continued to close in on Dongfang Long. His entire body emitted a terrifying murderous aura, and there was a faint light flowing around his body. "He's Gu Fei." Suddenly, a voice came from behind Dongfang Long. The person who spoke was Dongfang Chan, who had already retreated. "Gu Fei? You're Gu Fei?" Dongfang Long was shocked and couldn't help but take a step back. He looked at the young man who was approaching him step by step in disbelief. Humph! That person sneered. His gaze swept over Dongfang Chan, who was behind Dongfang Long, and coldly said, Dongfang Chan, I have to say that you're really smart, but unfortunately, you seem to be too smart. Although you've changed your appearance at this time other than Gu Fei, I really can't think of anyone else who would attack us. Dongfang Chen's tone was very calm, as if he had already expected this to happen. That person stood 3 feet away from Dongfang Long. Then his face began to change. In the blink of an eye, the unassuming young man turned into a young cultivator with a resolute expression. Although Gu Fei's appearance was not outstanding, there seemed to be a kind of magic about him. As long as someone has seen him before, it would not be easy to forget him. I'm a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. So Dongfang Chan, Dongfang Long, both of you must die. Gu Fei's words were cold and suffocating. Rays of 5-colored light began to emerge from his body. Within the 5-colored light, one could see the power of thunder and lightning bursting and wandering. Dongfang Long felt a strong pressure from Gu Fei. He was secretly surprised. No wonder Dongfang Yu was crippled by Gu Fei. He indeed had the strength. If you want to kill us, you must have the strength to do so, Dongfang Long said in a deep voice. From the moment Gu Fei appeared, his eyes never left Gu Fei. Is that so? Gu Fei smiled disdainfully. Then he pointed his right hand. Chi! A ray of light suddenly shot out and pierced forward. Damn it! Dongfang Long roared. Clang! With a sound he unsheathed his saber. The tyrannical saber energy like lightning immediately cut through the void and blocked Gu Fei's finger light. Gu Fei's finger was not aimed at Dongfang Long. Gu Fei's target was Dongfang Chan, who was behind Dongfang Long. With Dongfang Chen's cultivation base, Gu Fei could pierce through him with one finger. In front of a transcending mortality cultivator, a cultivator of the awakening self stage had no power to fight back. The dazzling saber light illuminated the snowy forest. An extremely tyrannical saber energy filled the air. After Dongfang Long blocked Gu Fei's finger light with his saber, he immediately chopped down at Gu Fei. The tyrannical saber energy burst out like a raging sea. The blazing saber light rushed up hundreds of feet, like a heavenly saber, exuding endless power. In an instant it descended on Gu Fei's head. Chapter 355. The power of the blade stirred up a strong wind, causing the snow under Gu Fei's feet to fly into the air. Snowflakes danced in the sky, and the mighty and powerful pressure caused Dongfang Chan and the Dongfang family disciples to turn pale with fright. They quickly retreated further away. In the face of the incomparably powerful blade, Gu Fei's expression still did not change. He directly punched upwards, as if it was a very casual punch. Bam! Gu Fei's fist collided with the terrifying blade light in an instant. The powerful fist force suddenly erupted like a volcano, directly shattering the 100-foot-long blade light. Rumble! The ground under Gu Fei's feet shook violently, and the ground burst open under his feet. The soil mixed with the snow spread out like a wave with him as the center. It had to be said that the power of Dongfang Long's blade was also as heavy as a mountain. The blade energy and the fist force collided, and the powerful force that erupted immediately caused the surrounding trees to be affected and fall outwards. Gu Fei's long hair danced in the wind as he took large strides forward, displaying an unparalleled and powerful aura. Dongfang Long, on the other hand, was shaken by Gu Fei's punch and flew backwards. No one had thought that this would happen. Dongfang Chan, who had retreated, also changed his expression. Although he knew that Gu Fei was able to cripple Dongfang Yu, his cultivation must be above Dongfang Yu's. However, he never thought that Gu Fei would be so powerful. In just one exchange, he had already put his big brother Dongfang Long at a disadvantage. Although Dongfang Long's blade energy was tyrannical, Gu Fei was obviously stronger than him. He could directly contend with Dongfang Long's unparalleled blade with his bare hands. Could it be that his body was cast from fine iron? Not only the Dongfang brothers, but the other Dongfang family disciples present were also incomparably shocked. Gu Fei's physical body was so strong that it had exceeded the scope of their understanding. In fact, when Gu Fei's fist collided with Dongfang Long's blade, The treasured blade still left a bloodstain on his hand. However, no blood flowed out, and the wound immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had never been injured. This was the strength of a martial artist. Even if a powerful martial artist was injured, they could quickly recover. The toughness of a martial artist's body was not something that other cultivators could imagine. If Gu Fei cultivated to the indestructible martial body realm, his physical body would truly be indestructible. Without special methods, it would be difficult to completely kill him. Die. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and took a step forward, leaving an afterimage where he stood. In an instant he arrived in front of Dongfang Long, who was flying backwards, and punched him in the chest. He did not use any martial skills. Instead, he simply swung his fists with overwhelming force. Even so, Dongfang Long felt that his life was in danger. Roar! Dongfang Long roared furiously and spun the saber in his hand. At the critical moment, he used the saber to block in front of his chest. A strong saber chi surged out from the saber. Bam! Gu Fei's fist heavily hit the saber, directly dissipating the heavy saber chi, and the saber heavily hit Dongfang Long's body. Wah! Dongfang Long felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a meteorite, he smashed into the snowy forest behind him. Dongfang Chun was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. He broke 7 or 8 trees in succession before rolling on the snowy ground, no longer breathing. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them, including Dongfang Chun. It was hard to believe that Gu Fei had defeated Dongfang Long in 2 moves. It seemed that Dongfang Long had no room to fight back. Humph! Can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei sneered, and then his cold eyes fell on Dongfang Chun. Now it's your turn? Gu Fei's tone was very calm. He looked at Dongfang Chun as if he was looking at a dead man. Dongfang Chun's face became pale. Under Gu Fei's emotionless gaze, he couldn't help but take a step back and said with a trembling voice, Gu Fei, do you know the consequences of killing a fellow disciple? Several disciples of the Dongfang family behind Dongfang Chun suddenly turned around and fled. Gu Fei didn't attack them. In his eyes there was only Dongfang Chun. Ha ha! Gu Fei laughed when he heard this, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Dongfang Chun, at this time you can't be so naive to think that I will let you go because of the sect rules, right? Dongfang Chun knew that he couldn't escape, but he quickly calmed down. Gu Fei, you are too arrogant. Do you think that after you cripple Dongfang Yu, I will still not be vigilant? The panic on Dongfang Chen's face disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a cold face. Oh, is that so? You really know how to act. Gu Fei approached Dongfang Chen step by step. He had fantasized about revenge more than once. When things were really about to come true, Gu Fei strangely found that his heart was unexpectedly calm. He didn't know why it was like this. With Gu Fei's current strength, killing Dongfang Chen was as simple as pinching an ant to death. Dongfang Chen's bluff could not scare him off his determination to kill Dongfang Chen. Dongfang Chen, although you and I are not disciples of the same master, the 9 veins of supreme mystery are a family and also belong to the same sect. I will give you a quick death. As Gu Fei said this, he slowly raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Dongfang Chen. A 5-colored light immediately appeared at the tip of his finger. Gu Fei didn't want to torture Dongfang Chen. As long as he moved his finger slightly, the light condensed from the warrior's true chi would be able to penetrate Dongfang Chen's body and kill him on the spot. Dongfang Chen's face was livid and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. At this moment of life and death, he could no longer maintain his calm. However, right at this moment, Gu Fei's expression suddenly changed. Without any warning, he soared into the sky, and a ray of black light shrouded in black chi instantly pierced through his afterimage. The black light came from nowhere and it was silent. Gu Fei was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. If it wasn't for his cultivation breaking through to the 4th sky of the ascended realm and his spiritual sense becoming more sensitive, it would be absolutely difficult to detect someone sneak attacking him. After the black light pierced through the afterimage left by Gu Fei, it didn't shoot forward. Instead, it turned in the air and actually chased after Gu Fei, who had jumped into the air. Preposterous! As soon as Gu Fei saw this black light, his eyes suddenly turned red. He immediately formed a seal with both hands and a golden light immediately gathered in his hands. Then, along with the seal he made, it turned into a bright golden light as thick as a child's arm, and it met the black light that was shooting down below. Bang! The golden divine radiance collided with the black chi and black light. The black chi and black light instantly exploded, but they did not dissipate. Instead, they turned into countless smaller black chi and black light that shot toward Gu Fei from all directions. Gu Fei's attack was like poking a hornet's nest, causing him to fall into a dangerous situation. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He knew that he definitely couldn't let these black lights land on his body. He had already recognized the origin of these black lights. It was the profound Yin ghost arrow shot by the 9 hell black bone bow in Boss Dongfang's hand. It was an evil object that had once tortured him to death. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. Being in the air, it was difficult for him to dodge, but he definitely wouldn't sit and wait for death. Just as the countless black lights were about to land on his body, Gu Fei's skin suddenly turned purple. A hazy layer of purple light emitted from his skin. His entire body seemed to have become a piece of dark green divine jade. Rays of purple light revolved around his body, and a powerful sword chi rippled out from his body. Chi! 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 Countless black lights shot onto the purple light and exploded one after another, then dissipated in the air. The profound Yin ghost chi couldn't invade Gu Fei's body. After suffering a loss, Gu Fei would definitely not allow himself to suffer the same pain. He spread the essence of the divine weapon he had refined into his body, temporarily giving his body the characteristics of a divine weapon, rendering the profound Yin ghost arrow useless. Gu Fei slowly landed on the snowy ground from the air. At this time, a tall figure walked out from the darkness. When he saw this person, Gu Fei's pupils couldn't help but shrink. The person who came was the Dongfang boss who had shot him with an arrow. Humph! Plotting behind people's backs. Is the Dongfang family full of despicable and shameless people like you? Gu Fei's sharp eyes stared at this person's face and said coldly. Dongfang boss sneered and didn't answer. Do you think you can save Dongfang-chan? Gu Fei said. Then he directly pressed his palm towards Dongfang-chan. A vast power fluctuation surged out from his palm. A 5-colored palm of light rushed out from Gu Fei's hand and rushed towards Dongfang-chan. Shua! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Dongfang-chan. Clang! A black light rushed out for hundreds of feet and then struck forward. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, Gu Fei's palm of light collided with the terrifying black blade light. Gu Fei's 5-colored palm of light dissipated, and the black blade light that spanned hundreds of feet also collapsed in the void. The figure of the person who attacked swayed a few times and took 3 steps back. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was like a huge mountain, standing on the ground without moving an inch. The energy storm that exploded shook the void, swept out a huge wave of air, rolled up the snow on the ground into the sky, and the surrounding trees fell outwards. It's you. At this time, Gu Fei clearly saw the person's face. This person was the middle-aged man with a black blade on his back, who once attacked him with Dongfang boss outside Bailing Pass. How is this possible, your strength? Black Blade Song Wentian was even more shocked than Gu Fei. In the battle with Gu Fei just now, he actually fell into a disadvantageous position which was unbelievable to him. Alright, since those who should come are here, I will reluctantly take care of you all at once, so that I don't have to find you one by one. Facing 2 transcending mortality realm masters, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. At this moment, his battle intent was like a rainbow. Chapter 356. Boss Dongfang drew the 9 nether black bone bow in his hand, and the mystical Yin ghost arrow that was shrouded in black mist appeared on the bow. An eerie and terrifying aura immediately filled the air. The snow forest was instantly filled with ghostly chi. Boss Dongfang's body was shrouded in black mist, as if there were countless ghostly shadows around him. Vaguely, one could hear the shrill cries of ghosts, sending chills down one's spine. It was this weapon of the ghostly Tao that had once caused Gu Fei to fall for it and almost lose his life. When Gu Fei saw Boss Dongfang take out this evil weapon, he was shocked and furious. He did not dare to be careless. That day, he had been careless and was shot by Boss Dongfang, causing him to suffer greatly. The pain of the mystical Yin ghost chi invading his body was still fresh in Gu Fei's memory. Now that he thought about it, he still shuddered. However, he would not allow himself to fall into the same pit a second time. He spread the essence of the divine weapon throughout his body. His entire body seemed to be cast from purple gold godly metal, giving off a strong sense of oppression. It was as if he had turned into a peerless divine weapon. A terrifying wave of sword chi emanated from his imposing body. The weapon refinement technique was very mystical. By fusing the weapon into one's body, the body would be like an armory. By using the divine weapons displayed in the armory, one would be able to obtain the characteristics of the divine weapon. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger one's strength, and the more effectively one could bring out the characteristics of the divine weapon. With the protection of the sword soul, Gu Fei was actually not afraid of the mystical Yin Ghost arrow at all. The mystical Yin Ghost Qi could not invade his body. Previously, Boss Dongfang's sneak attack had only succeeded because Gu Fei had been careless. Terrifying energy waves were still coming from the depths of the snow forest. The two peerless experts were still fighting fiercely. Yin Zhongluo and Dongfang Lai did not seem to have a winner yet. A battle of this level was undoubtedly very attractive to all cultivators. No one was willing to miss it. Perhaps all the cultivators in Bailing City had already rushed into the depths of the snow forest. Of course, that was excluding the peerless expert in the city who was suspected to be a demigod. As for Gu Fei, Boss Dongfang, Song Wentian, the Dongfang brothers and the others, they had no interest in the great battle that was happening in the depths of the snowy forest. Because they were fighting with their lives on the line. The Black Saber Song Wentian, the inheritor of the Saber Emperor's bloodline, and first brother Dongfang, a senior expert of the Dongfang clan, blocked Gu Fei in the snowy forest. It was obvious that Gu Fei had fallen into a trap. These two fellows definitely did not coincidentally save the Dongfang brothers from his hands. Song Wentian's countenance turned solemn as he gripped a long saber that glowed with a jet-black radiance, pointing it at Gu Fei. Eldest brother Dongfang drew his 9-nether black bone bow and condensed a profound Yin Ghost arrow on the bowstring, aiming it at Gu Fei. It seemed as if he would release the arrow at any moment. Both sides were at daggers drawn and a great battle could break out at any moment. At this moment, no one would pay attention to anything else. The auras of the three experts had enveloped the entire area. As long as any side reveals a flaw, it will incur a fatal blow from the other side. Dongfang Chun retreated to the distance, then rushed towards Dongfang Long, who had been blown away by Gu Fei, and hurriedly pulled Dongfang Long out of the snow. Big brother! Big brother! Dongfang Chun saw the glaring scarlet blood on his big brother's chest and couldn't help but panic. He quickly reached out to check Dongfang Long's pulse. Dongfang Long's pulse was faintly discernible. Although it was weak, he was not dead. Dongfang Chun was overjoyed. He quickly helped Dongfang Long to sit up. He took out a pill and stuffed it into Dongfang Long's mouth. Then Dongfang Chun placed one hand on Dongfang Long's back and guided his spiritual power into Dongfang Long's body to help him dissolve the medicinal pill. He didn't die. Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little surprised. He knew very well how heavy his punch was. Seeing that Dongfang Long didn't die under his own punch, Gu Fei's mind was inevitably shaken and revealed a flaw. Chi! With a sound, Dongfang Big Brother seized the opportunity to make a move. His right hand pulled the bow to its fullest, and in an instant a black arrow-shaped light appeared. Like a black lightning, it exuded an incomparably cold aura and pierced towards Gu Fei. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Wherever the Xianyin Ghost arrow passed, even the void seemed to be frozen, and the ground was instantly frozen. Before the Xianyin Ghost arrow hit him, Gu Fei felt a chill surging from behind, and a layer of transparent ice appeared on his body. Almost at the same time, Song Wentian also caught the flaw revealed by Gu Fei. He immediately shouted, held the blade with both hands and slashed towards Gu Fei. A terrifying saber aura erupted from the pitch-black saber, shaking the void. The black saber radiance seemed to have split the heavens and the earth into two, causing the earth to tremble under the tyrannical saber. Pung! Pieces of ice flew in all directions. Gu Fei shattered the thin layer of ice covering his body. Then he extended his two golden hands toward the abstruse Yin Ghost arrow and the unparalleled saber radiance that were shrouded in black gas. Rumble! The whole world trembled, and a terrible energy wave exploded out. The snow forest seemed to have an earthquake, and the three terrifying forces violently collided. Dust and ice were lifted into the air, and the earth was violently undulating like waves. Hideous cracks appeared on the ground, and trees were constantly falling, as if the end of the world had arrived. Dongfang Chun, who was helping Dongfang Long dissolve the medicinal power of the pill, suddenly turned pale with fright. A terrifying energy storm swept over, and he hurriedly carried Dongfang Long and retreated into the distance. Gu Fei used the ancient battle skill, the 5 elemental annihilation hand, in the face of Dongfang First and Song Wentian's incomparably sharp attacks. The power of the metal element surged violently, causing a golden light to illuminate the world. Rumble. 2 big golden hands, like a raging sea or a raging tide of yuan qi fluctuations, blocked the unparalleled blade aura and the Xianyin ghost arrow. The terrifying forces collided and offset each other. The vast and mighty remnant power caused the ground under the 3 of them to collapse, and the 3 of them fell down. Then the big golden hands gradually dimmed, the blade aura gradually dissipated, and the Xianyin ghost arrow that was shrouded in black qi was almost obliterated by the big hands. The soil continued to crumble, and the 3 of them fell more than 10 feet down. The jet black blade aura, the big golden hands, and the black arrow that was shrouded in ghost qi were finally completely destroyed. Kill! 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 The 3 of them shouted at the same time and attacked each other. The blade aura pierced through the air and strangled towards Gu Fei. Dongfang Big Brother repeatedly pulled the 9 nether black bone bow and shot a Xianyin ghost arrow that pierced towards Gu Fei. Fire seal, gold seal. Gu Fei's hands separated, and his hands quickly formed 2 different hand seals, executing the 5 elements annihilation seal. A fiery qi surged out from his right hand, sealing away the Xianyin ghost arrow that was shooting towards him. His left hand, however, emitted a boundless golden light, like a golden tsunami, to meet Song Wentian's domineering jet black blade aura. Gu Fei fought 1 against 2, Dongfang Big Brother and Song Wentian. The 3 of them fought fiercely underground, and the terrifying energy that erupted from their battle shook the heavens and earth. Soil and snow were constantly sent flying into the air. Rays of jet black blade aura constantly slashed out from the ground, breaking the ground and leaving behind terrifying blade aura that was hundreds of feet long. The Xianyin ghost arrow that was shrouded in ghost qi also pierced out from the ground from time to time, shooting out hundreds of feet away before gradually weakening. In the end, the arrow aura completely dissipated into the void. Rumble. The earth trembled, the space was distorted, the 3 forces raged wildly underground, as if the heavens and earth were shaking, as if this part of the world was about to collapse. The 3 great experts in the center of the area, along with the collapse of the ground, once again fell down together. In the area where they were located, the ground within a radius of dozens of feet collapsed. Dust and ice soared into the sky, reaching hundreds of feet high. The area around the 3 people continued to shake the sky. The earth was sinking, the trees were blown away, and then collapsed in the air, turning into thousands of sawdust. Go to hell! Gu Fei shouted. His golden fist directly collided with the black blade in Song Wentian's hand. At the center of the collision between the fist and the blade, the void was distorted. Clang! A strong sound of metal colliding rang out from the ground, so that the people within a radius of several miles could clearly hear it. Song Wentian was blasted out of the ground by Gu Fei's incomparably powerful punch. The mighty aftershock also shocked Dongfang Chun, who was watching the battle from afar. His face instantly turned pale, a mouthful of blood rushed to his throat, but in the end, he did not spit it out. Instead, he forcefully swallowed it back. Is this the power of a transcending mortality realm expert? Dongfang Chun was shocked. He quickly carried Dongfang Long and retreated further away. With his cultivation base of the awakened realm, even the aftershock of the explosion could hurt him. Roar! How is this possible? How did his cultivation base increase to this level? Song Wentian roared, forcefully stopping the exit. The ground cracked under his heavy footsteps. A trace of blood hung from the corner of his mouth. He could not believe that he was forced to retreat by a punch from Gu Fei. Thinking back to the day outside the northern mountain pass, Gu Fei was no match for them at all. He was easily injured by Dongfang Long. However, as the saying goes, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. Gu Fei's cultivation base seemed to have taken a qualitative leap, becoming incomparably powerful, enough to compete with them. While Gu Fei forced Song Wentian to retreat, he was also shot a few arrows by Dongfang Long. However, with the divine weapon sword soul possession, the mystical Yin ghost arrows could not penetrate his skin and enter his body. However, although the mystical Yin ghost arrows did not penetrate his body, the powerful force contained in the arrows still caused a great impact on Gu Fei. He was blasted out of the ground by the explosion of the mystical Yin ghost arrows. The mystical Yin ghost arrows were condensed with terrifying mystical Yin ghost chi. The power of the explosion was simply like a few mystical Yin demonic lightning exploding around Gu Fei. His blood and chi were in turmoil. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Gu Fei landed on the ground, his hand reaching out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes had already become pupils. He coldly stared at Dongfang Long, who rushed out of the ground. If looks could kill, Dongfang Long would have died many times over. In the exchange just now, it seemed like no one could suppress the other. But Gu Fei's strength shocked Song Wentian and Dongfang Long to the extreme. They could feel a dangerous aura from Gu Fei's body. Chapter 357. Song Wentian, the elder of the Saber Emperor's bloodline, and the eldest brother of the Dongfang family, felt a chill run down their spines. Gu Fei's progress had shocked them. It had been less than a month since they surrounded Gu Fei outside Bailing Pass. However, Gu Fei's cultivation had increased to the point where he could fight against two cultivators at the 8th sky of the transcending mortality realm. This kind of cultivation speed was too shocking. Song Wentian and the eldest brother of the Dongfang family had to reevaluate Gu Fei. The conclusion they came to was that they absolutely could not let him have a chance to grow. It was not hard to imagine how much trouble a young cultivator with unlimited potential would bring to the Dongfang family and the Saber Emperor's bloodline once he grew up. Just based on Gu Fei's identity, the eldest brother of the Dongfang family, and Song Wentian would not let him walk out of this snow forest alive. Things had developed to this point. It was no longer just between Dongfang Chan and Gu Fei. If they let Gu Fei leave alive, the relationship between the two would be over once the Taishan sect found out what the Dongfang family had done. This was the best time to kill Gu Fei. All the cultivators in northern Mountain City had been attracted by the battle between Dongfang Lai and Yin Zhongluo, and had gone deep into the snowy forest. No one noticed the other battle that was happening here. The ground collapsed, trees fell, and the area within a few 100 feet radius looked like it had been hit by a meteorite. The soil was flipped over, and a large pit appeared in the forest. At the edge of the pit, 3 cultivators stood surrounded by spiritual light. Cultivators in the transcending mortality realm could already feel the power of heaven and earth, and use it for their own use. It could be said that they had truly reached the point where spiritual energy was instilled into their bodies, and their power was endless. This was something that was difficult for cultivators to achieve. This kind of magical power was not unique to cultivators, nor was it a secret skill of demonic cultivators. When a cultivator reached this realm, they could also communicate with heaven and earth. Because Gu Fei's skin was covered with the purple-gold aura of the divine weapon, his entire body seemed to have turned into a purple-gold divine sword. His skin flowed with purple-gold light. However, the warrior aura emitted from his body was like a 5-colored divine flame, rising outside his body. Within the divine flame, there was a faint flash of lightning. He was incomparably domineering. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his body surged with powerful yuan qi fluctuations. Facing 2 great experts, he was awe-inspiring and fearless. His battle intent was like a rainbow. With the protection of the divine weapon, Gu Fei was no longer afraid of the profound Yin ghost arrow shot by the 9 nether black bone bow. The ghost Dao weapon in Boss Dongfang's hands was no longer a threat to Gu Fei's life. This cultivation speed. We can't let him leave alive. Big brother Dongfang gripped the 9 Serenity's black bone bow that was shrouded in ghostly aura. His right hand's fingers were on the bowstring as he spoke in an awe-inspiring voice. Song Wentian wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. He stared at Gu Fei with a pair of terrifying eyes that seemed to have materialized. He did not speak but took a step forward, using his actions to respond to Dongfang first brother's words. Humph! 2 despicable and shameless fellows. Although you look young, you must be old men who are already 70 or 80 years old. Don't you have the slightest shame to deal with me one after another? Gu Fei said with a sneer. Dongfang first brother and Song Wentian only sneered when they heard this and did not speak. They simply ignored Gu Fei's words. In the cultivation world, they were indeed considered as the older generation of cultivators. 3 waves of power fluctuated in the forest. Dongfang first brother and Song Wentian formed a pincer attack on Gu Fei. In the distance, Dongfang Chan did not leave but guarded Dongfang Long's side. His elder brother Dongfang Long had already woken up. Dongfang Chen's medicinal pill had played an effect. Dongfang Long would not die. Dongfang Chan looked nervously at the 3 people in the field. He wished that his uncle Dongfang first brother and the successor of the Saber Emperor Song Wentian could get rid of Gu Fei at once. One must know that if Gu Fei revealed what he had done, not only would his reputation be ruined, but his life would also be in danger. In this world, the person who wanted Gu Fei to die the most was Dongfang Chan. Quickly kill him! Quickly kill him! Dongfang Chan stared at the figure surrounded by the 2 transcending mortality realm cultivators in the distance. He kept shouting in his heart and his palms were sweating. Dongfang Long was sitting cross-legged under a large tree. His blade had already fallen to some unknown place, and there was a large hole in the clothes on his chest. One could see that under his clothes, there was a fiery red light flashing. It seemed to be a treasure armor. Perhaps this was the reason why Dongfang Long was able to escape. Gu Fei deliberately wanted to kill the Dongfang brothers. Therefore, he would not show any mercy with his punch. He was also confident that he could kill Dongfang Long with one punch. However, things went beyond Gu Fei's expectations. Dongfang Long was not killed by his punch, but even if he did not die, he was seriously injured. Gu Fei, do you think that you are a match for the 2 of us? Dongfang big brother slowly pulled the 9 nether black bone bow in his hand and said coldly. A ghostly arrow shrouded in black aura condensed on the bowstring. Spiritual chi from all directions converged towards the evil black bone bow. Dongfang big brother's figure was gradually shrouded in cold black aura. The 9 nether black bone bow had the ability to transform the spiritual chi of heaven and earth into Xianyin ghost chi. If those 2 guys were here, I might not be a match for them. However, against the 2 of you I think I can still handle it. Gu Fei said. If the 2 transcending mortality realm cultivators from the Beitang clan were here, he would not have a chance of winning. However, with his current strength, even if the 4 of them joined forces, he could still easily retreat. Arrogant. Reckless. Song Wentian and Dongfang big brother spoke in disdain. Only they knew how strong these seniors were. Their combat experience was incomparable, and they could already tell that although Gu Fei's strength was tyrannical, he had yet to reach their level. Tyrannical strength required a corresponding state of mind to control it. From their point of view, Gu Fei was like a little kid who possessed great strength. Although he had the strength to fight against them, he would still be defeated by them in the end. Less nonsense. You all want to kill me, but I also want to kill you all. Let's talk with our strength, Gu Fei said in a low voice. His aura instantly rose to its peak, as a heavy and majestic energy rippled out from him. Both of his hands moved, as a series of hand seals appeared around his body. Martial arts were truly profound and unfathomable, possessing great might. Although these hand seals look simple, they actually contain the Tao within the mysteries. The hand seals formed by Gu Fei contain 5 different colors. The energy of the 5 elements surged violently from his body. He was currently using the 5 elemental annihilation seal to guide the spiritual chi from all directions, transforming it into a violent wave of energy, condensing it into the annihilation seal. Saber shattering the dome of heaven, dominating the world. Song Wentian roared, his voice shaking the skies. In the instant he slashed out with his saber, his aura instantly rose to its peak. Clang! Saber chi erupted from the black saber in his hand like a mountain torrent, transforming into a jet-black saber light that was several hundred zhang long. With an ear-piercing whistling sound, it chopped down towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei used the 5 elemental annihilation seal to gather his strength, but Song Wentian and Dongfang first brother absolutely wouldn't let him gather all his strength before attacking. Immortal slaying arrow. Dongfang first brother also shouted, drawing the 9 nether blackbone bow to its limit. With a twang, he released the bowstring. A black light shot out, piercing towards Gu Fei. Using his full strength without holding back, the saber light was as terrifying as a spatial crack that suddenly appeared in the void, causing the entire world to tremble. The profound Yin ghost arrow shot out by Dongfang First Brother exuded a boundless evil aura. Amidst the ghostly qi, there seemed to be countless evil spirits lingering around the arrow-shaped devilish light. Rotation of the 5 elements, martial break all laws. Gu Fei let out a ferocious roar. The yuan qi in his body surged and surged violently. In an instant, thousands of hand seals converged into the most primitive 5 hand seals. Each of the hand seals emitted a mysterious and elusive Taoist rhyme, as they shot towards Dongfang First Brother and Song Wentian. The power of the 5 elements was unprecedentedly strong. The 5 seals emitted a terrifying aura of destruction. 2 of the seals met Song Wentian's tyrannical saber, while 3 of the seals blasted towards Dongfang First Brother. Boom! Boom! 2 loud sounds rang out at the same time. The seals that emitted the power of the 5 elements instantly collided with the saber light and the arrow shadow. A terrifying wave of energy swept out in all directions. The world shook violently, as if the end of the world had arrived. The saber light shattered and the seals vanished. Gu Fei had used 2 seals to block Song Wentian's tyrannical saber strike, and at the same time, Song Wentian was forced to retreat. As for the 3 seals that were aimed at Dongfang First Brother, 2 of them exploded at the same time as the profound Yin ghost arrow. The 2 terrifying forces violently collided and cancelled each other out. However, the 3rd seal directly broke through the terrifying power of destruction. It emitted a powerful yuan qi fluctuation as it shot towards Dongfang First Brother. It was obvious that Dongfang First Brother was someone that Gu Fei had paid special attention to. As the seals arrived, Dongfang First Brother felt as if a giant mountain was crashing towards him. The violent wind blew his hair backwards, and the extreme pressure caused his feet to sink into the ground. It was already too late to shoot another arrow. Roar! Dongfang First Brother let out a ferocious roar. A powerful wave of magic power surged out from his right hand, and a dazzling white ball of energy condensed in his hand. Dongfang First Brother flipped his palm and pressed it forward. Boom! There was a loud sound like a sudden clap of thunder. A bright electric light blasted out from Dongfang First Brother's palm, and the strong light illuminated the world in an instant. Even Dongfang Chun, who was watching the battle from a few miles away, felt his eyes hurt by the strong light. In an instant, he could no longer see the scenery in front of him, and hurriedly closed his eyes. Palm lightning. Dongfang First Brother seemed to be using the palm lightning. However, it was definitely not a simple palm thunder. It was a profound magic art. When the palm thunder was sublimated to the extreme, it became another kind of Taoist magic art. That was the famous Xintian Tai, heavenly thunder in the cultivation world. Chapter 358. Boom! Dongfang First Brother's heavenly Tai thunder clashed violently with Gu Fei's 5 elements exterminating hand seals. The 2 terrifying forces collided and wore each other down. A destructive storm erupted, and the ground between the 2 instantly sank. Then a cloud of dust shot up tens of feet into the air, and a circle of air waves visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions. The heavens and earth shook, and rocks flew into the air. A large pit with a diameter of more than 20 feet appeared in the forest. Ugh! Dongfang First Brother spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards, his clothes stained with blood. This was a direct collision of strength. It was obvious that Dongfang First Brother was no match for Gu Fei in terms of strength. Die! A cold voice rang out. Gu Fei stepped forward and used the desolate steps. Swoosh! With a loud bang, he charged through the billowing dust cloud and instantly arrived in front of Dongfang First Brother, who was still flying backwards. He did not give Dongfang First Brother any chance to catch his breath. His hands formed a series of hand seals, and a blinding light illuminated the night sky. A vast amount of 5 elements energy surged out from Gu Fei's hand seals. It seemed as if it had materialized into a dazzling hand seal that blasted towards Dongfang First Brother. Bam! Dongfang First Brother tried his best to block, but there was no suspense. Gu Fei's physical body was too tyrannical, and his martial arts battle techniques displayed a great deal of power. Dongfang First Brother was once again sent flying backwards, crashing into several trees. Bam! 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 Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled. Every time he blasted out a hand seal that contained a frightening amount of energy, Dongfang First Brother would spit out a mouthful of blood. It seemed as if he was being beaten by Gu Fei to the point where he had no strength to fight back. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei had beaten Dongfang First Brother until he vomited blood again and again. Both of their movement techniques were extremely fast. By the time Song Wentian regained his senses, Gu Fei and Dongfang First Brother had already rushed out several hundred feet away. Roar! Like a crazy beast, Song Wentian roared and stamped his feet on the ground. His entire body immediately turned into a bolt of lightning, chasing after Gu Fei. Gu Fei had the soul of a divine weapon protecting him. He was not afraid of any weapon. Coupled with his tyrannical physical body and tyrannical martial arts techniques, he was able to push Dongfang First Brother to the brink. Gu Fei sent out a seal with his right hand. Fire elemental energy surged out from the seal, forming into a flaming handprint that rushed towards Dongfang First Brother's chest. Bang! Boss Dongfang's huge palm met the attack, but the 9 nether black bone bow had long since fallen to who knows where. Gotcha! This was the sound of bones breaking. Big Brother Dongfang's huge body was sent flying once again as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of fire from the blaze divine seal burned his sleeves to ash, and the violent force broke his arms. Being closed in by a martial artist was a nightmare for martial cultivators. The path of martial arts was much more difficult than other cultivation systems. However, if one succeeded in cultivating it, then a martial artist would become a terrifying existence. Their battle prowess was unparalleled, and they were the absolute kings among cultivators of the same level. Gu Fei was only at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, but he was able to fight against experts at the 8th sky of the Ascended Realm. As his cultivation increased, the gap between Gu Fei and other cultivators would continue to widen. Brat die! Just as Gu Fei was about to give chase and finish off boss Dongfang once and for all, a loud shout rang out from behind him. Then a black figure shot up into the sky from behind Gu Fei. Song Wentian arrived. A terrifying saber chi erupted forth from the black saber in his hands. He raised the saber with both hands, infusing all of his strength into it. Clang! The sound of a saber resounded through the heavens and the earth. The black saber radiance rushed out for hundreds of feet, as if it had turned into a terrifying black dragon, and swooped down towards Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei's expression was ferocious as he roared towards the sky. Both of his hands drew mysterious arcs in the air. His 10 fingers danced in the air as 5 hand seals appeared in front of him, and they shot upwards. Boom! The entire earth shook violently. The ground beneath Gu Fei's feet instantly crumbled as the saber radiance clashed with the 5 hand seals. Gu Fei's body was covered by the rubble as he fell. At the center of the collision of the two forces, ripples could be seen with the naked eye, as if the sky was about to fall. Song Wentian was also blasted high up into the sky as fresh blood spurted out from his mouth. Pung! Amidst the clouds of dust, a figure burst out from the ground, ignoring the destructive energy in the surroundings as he shot up into the sky. Shua! A beam of purple divine light seemed to shatter the void, piercing through the abdomen of Song Wentian, who was falling from the sky. It was difficult for a transcending mortality realm cultivator to fly in the air without the help of any treasures. Just as Song Wentian was about to be hit by the purple light, boundless black light erupted from Song Wentian's body. After that, his body turned faint and illusory, as if he had fused with the black saber in his hand. Bang! The ray of purple light struck the illusory figure, but it was unable to pierce through the illusory figure. It only managed to send him flying. Shua! The black saber radiance flashed as Song Wentian became one with the saber. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he turned into a black ray of light and escaped far away, leaving behind drops of blood in the air. Sword cultivators who cultivated the sword Immortal Tao could become one with the sword and fly through the air. The descendants of the Saber Emperor's bloodline could also become one with the sword and fly through the air. Gu Fei descended from the sky as a ray of purple light flashed between his eyebrows. Landing on the ground, Gu Fei's face suddenly flushed red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped away the blood and scanned his surroundings. He saw Dongfang Chan carrying Dongfang Long in a panic and fleeing towards Bailing City. On the other side, Dongfang Chan, who was already seriously injured, was fleeing towards the snowy forest. The battle between the peerless experts in the depths of the snowy forest was still ongoing. Two terrifying auras surged out from the depths of the snowy forest, even covering the auras here. It seemed like no one had noticed the strangeness here. Countless cultivators were gathered in the depths of the snowy forest. Of course, there were experts from the Dongfang clan and Beitang clan among them. Dongfang boss regretted not asking Beitang Yu and Beitang Yi to help him deal with Gu Fei. He had miscalculated and thought that he and Song Wentian could kill Gu Fei. However, things didn't go as he wished. Gu Fei's improvement was shocking. Two experts at the 8th sky of the ascended mortality realm had lost to him. If they couldn't kill Gu Fei, things would develop in a direction that they didn't want to see. Want to escape? Gu Fei sneered. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot, chasing after the Dongfang brothers as if he had teleported. Gu Fei used the 8 extreme steps to its limit. In the blink of an eye, he had already moved 200 to 300 zhang away. With just a few more steps, he would be able to catch up to Dongfang Chan and kill the Dongfang brothers. Gu Fei's killing intent was like a rainbow. The hatred in his heart surged out like a mountain torrent, giving him an inexplicable excitement. Perhaps this was the pleasure of revenge. A heart-palpitating killing intent surged from behind. Dongfang Chen's entire body immediately turned cold from head to toe. He knew that he had been targeted by Gu Fei. Dongfang Chan regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he would have run as far away from Dongfang Long as possible. He did not think that he would be able to escape from Gu Fei's clutches while carrying another person. Dao Technique Scroll. In a panic, Dongfang Chan carried the seriously injured Dongfang Long with one hand and took out a scroll from his chest pocket. Go die. Dongfang Chan directly opened the scroll in his hand and threw it at Gu Fei, who was chasing behind him. The Taoist power sealed in the scroll suddenly burst out, and the unfurled scroll quickly expanded. Roar! A beast's roar suddenly sounded, shaking the forest. A strange beast the size of a small mountain, covered in scales, rushed out from the scroll and pounced towards Gu Fei. A horrifying fiendish aura emanated from the beast's body. It wasn't a terrifying beast with flesh and blood, but an extremely powerful beast soul. The cultivator who had created these scrolls had actually used a Dao technique to seal the beast soul of a ferocious beast within the scrolls. Once the scrolls were opened, the sealed beast soul would be released. What's the use of struggling? Gu Fei sneered. He directly blasted out a punch. Bang! With a loud sound, the punch heavily hit the hideous head of the strange beast. The beast's head suddenly exploded, and a strange expression flashed across Gu Fei's face. He felt a strong force coming from his fist, and it actually stopped him. The force of this strange beast's pounce was surprisingly strong. The strange beast was blasted away and returned to the scroll shrouded in multicolored light. Gu Fei was about to destroy this scroll, but at this moment, a beast's roar sounded from the scroll again. The beast's soul that was blasted by Gu Fei unexpectedly pounced out from the scroll. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This scroll didn't seem to be simple. The beast's soul sealed in the scroll seemed to be difficult to destroy. Gu Fei was only blocked for a moment, and Dongfang Chan had already carried his big brother Dongfang Long and fled hundreds of feet away. Dongfang Chen's hands unfolded a Dao technique scroll. A green light rushed out from the scroll and enveloped Dongfang Chan and Dongfang Long. Then with a schwa, Dongfang Chan and Dongfang Long disappeared in the green light. Not good. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he sensed the fluctuation of spiritual power in front of him. He wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of fluctuation. It was the fluctuation emitted by a Space Dao technique scroll. Needless to say, Dongfang Chan was escaping with a Space Dao technique scroll. Chapter 359. Boom! The surging 5 elements Yuan Qi in Gu Fei's body was like a volcanic eruption. His whole body was like a colorful fireball, illuminating the world. Network. Bang! He punched out, scattering the beast's soul that had rushed out of the scroll. Then he soared into the sky and leaped over the huge scroll in front of him. However, it was too late. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the void in front of him, and the figures of Dongfang Chan and Dongfang Long had disappeared. Another Space Dao technique scroll? Gu Fei was filled with hatred, and he slammed his palm on a big tree next to him. Bang! The trunk of the big tree suddenly broke into dozens of pieces, flying out. Roar! An earth-shattering beast roar sounded from behind Gu Fei, and the beast's soul that was destroyed by Gu Fei's punch rushed out of the scroll. Preposterous! When Gu Fei heard the beast's roar, his anger burned to the ninth heaven. If it weren't for the Dao Technique scroll that blocked him, the Dongfang brothers would have been killed by him. Gu Fei suddenly turned around, and then separated his hands. Hum! A clear sword chime rang out, and 5 faint and illusory sword shadows emerged from the multicolored light radiating from his body. Gu Fei's face was calm, and he pointed his right hand forward. Chi! 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 5 soft sounds rang out, and the 5 sword shadows that revealed their own different colors of sword chi immediately pierced forward. A sound of silk tearing rang out, and the huge Dao Technique scroll was suddenly torn to pieces by the 5 sword shadows. The beast's soul immediately roared and disappeared into the void. The reason why the beast's soul that was sealed in the Dao Technique scroll did not dissipate was because of the power of the Dao Technique scroll. Now that the Dao Technique scroll had been destroyed, the beast's soul that was sealed in the scroll had also turned into ashes. 5 elements sword chi? Suddenly, an old voice came from behind Gu Fei. Gu Fei was shocked, and all the pores on his body opened up. He suddenly turned around, and his heart was shocked to the extreme. The person who came was actually behind him, but he didn't notice it at all. Networky behind him, a skinny old man in a green robe was looking at him with a pair of murky eyes. The little old man's skin was wrinkled, his hair was sparse, and he seemed to be on the verge of losing all of it. It seemed that he did not have many teeth left. This was an old man who couldn't be any older. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him over. However, Gu Fei didn't underestimate him at all. To be able to approach him silently, how could such an old man be an ordinary person? Gu Fei would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. He was already secretly on guard. A jade talisman fell from his sleeve, and he silently pinched it in his hand. As soon as he felt that something was wrong, he would immediately crush the jade talisman and use the void-shifting Dao technique sealed in it to teleport to the Pill Cauldron Paradise. Oh? You don't seem to be cultivating the sword immortal Dao. That's strange to have such pure sword chi. The old man said with some surprise after looking Gu Fei up and down. The battle between the supreme experts in the depths of the snow forest seemed to still be undecided. Terrifying energy waves were still surging out from the depths of the snow forest. This old man seemed to have no interest in the battle between Dongfang Lai and the ethereal city expert Yan Zhonglo. It seemed that Gu Fei was more attractive than the battle between the supreme experts. Gu Fei's hair stood on end from the sudden look of this old man. There were a few times when he wanted to crush the jade talisman and return to the Pill Cauldron Paradise. Although the old man's eyes were murky, Gu Fei could feel that the old man's eyes seemed to be able to see through him. Old man, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Gu Fei wanted to slip away. He couldn't sense any energy waves from this old man. This old man looked like an ordinary old man, but it was precisely because of this that Gu Fei was even more alarmed. Haha, kid, where do you think you're going? You'd better come with me. The old man suddenly said to Gu Fei with a smile. When he smiled, the wrinkles on his face deepened, like ravines crawling all over his face. Gu Fei was shocked. This old man was really coming for him. He hurriedly wanted to crush the jade talisman in his hand, but in the next moment he was almost scared to death. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. There was an unfathomable power shrouding this part of the world, imprisoning him. The 5 elemental chi that had penetrated his body returned to his body, and the surrounding void seemed to solidify. Apart from moving his eyes, Gu Fei couldn't even open his mouth. Kid, don't play your little tricks in front of me. Come with me obediently. I won't mistreat you, haha. The old man seemed very happy. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, this old man's smile was simply the smile of a devil, which made him tremble with fear. Then the old man soared into the sky. A force wrapped around Gu Fei, and he followed the old man into the sky. This is really wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it without even looking for it. Haha, let's go. The old man laughed loudly, then waved his sleeves and flew south with Gu Fei. Gu Fei could only hear the sound of the wind whistling in his ears, but not a single bit of the astral wind blew on his body. He knew that this was the old man using a divine ability to isolate the astral wind outside. Gu Fei's eyes spun as his mind raced. This old monster's cultivation was too terrifying, and he couldn't deal with him at all. At this moment he couldn't think of a way to escape. I wonder which sect this old monster is from. If he's from the three great Taoist sects, then my life shouldn't be in danger. But if he's an expert from another power, then I'll be out of luck. Gu Fei was incomparably anxious. He felt that although the old man was flying with him, there was no escape light. It wasn't like other peerless experts, who could sweep through the sky like divine rainbows. No one would notice that there was someone flying in the sky, especially in the middle of the night. He didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was a short while, or perhaps it was several hours. The imprisoned Gu Fei was both shocked and angry. He had no idea where this old man was taking him. A sense of powerlessness welled up in Gu Fei's heart. In front of this old monster-level expert, he was like a newborn baby with no ability to resist at all. At this moment, the old man suddenly exclaimed, "Eh!" Then Gu Fei felt himself rapidly descending, and the ground was quickly approaching. The old man brought him down from the sky and landed on top of a mountain peak. There was no ice or snow here, and the vegetation was flourishing. It was as if they had already left the northern lands. After the old man brought Gu Fei to the top of the mountain, an almost inaudible sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky. It was as if some big shot had flown over. I didn't expect that old man to also come. Looks like I have to be a bit more careful. The old man looked up, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Then he grabbed Gu Fei's shoulder and once again soared into the sky, heading south. The old man grabbed Gu Fei and flew in the air for a while. He seemed to feel something strange and was about to fly down to hide. Haha, it's a small world. Fellow Taoist, please wait. A loud laugh came from behind the old man. In the sky more than 10 miles away, a person was walking in the air, chasing after the old man with large strides. Not only did the old man not stop, but he flew even faster. He muttered to himself, "What bad luck to meet this crazy old man." The old man seemed to be very afraid of the person behind him. "Fellow Taoist Luo, why are you in such a hurry? We old friends meet again, we should have a long talk." His sleeves fluttered as he took a step forward. It was as if he had teleported 3 to 4 miles away. The speed at which he moved was really shocking. Gu Fei was imprisoned by the old man's power. Apart from his eyeballs, he could not move a single part of his body. He heard the voice of the person behind him, but he could not see the person. However, he felt that the old man who grabbed him seemed to be a bit anxious, as if he was very unwilling to see the person behind him. He brought him away in a hurry, as if he had the intention of escaping. "Fellow Taoist, please wait." The voice of the person behind him got closer, as if he was getting closer. The old man had no choice. Swoosh! A bright brilliance surged out of his body. He released a flight light. It was a golden light that was hundreds of feet long. Like a golden meteor, it cut through the sky and flew towards the south. As soon as the flight light appeared, the speed of the old man's flight instantly doubled. Although Gu Fei was protected by the old man's golden light, flying at such a high speed still made him feel a strong pressure from all directions. The faster the speed of flight, the greater the pressure from the void. Only the peerless experts of the void-controlling realm could fly in the sky and enter the ground without the help of external objects. "Fellow Taoist Luo, it doesn't matter if you don't want to stay. Leave the kid in your hand, and you can go wherever you want." The voice behind him got closer, as if it was speaking right next to his ear. The person behind him was still a few miles per step, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. He stepped on the void and gradually caught up. At this moment the old man seemed to know that he could not get rid of the person behind him, so he said in a deep voice, "Madman Shen, I found this kid first. Don't tell me you want to make a move to snatch him away?" Gu Fei did not expect that he would actually become so popular in front of these old monsters. "Hee, for the sake of that thing I have to move my muscles." The person who was chasing behind him laughed and said disapprovingly. After that, a large hand appeared behind the old man and Gu Fei. It covered the sky and the earth as it grabbed towards them, and the palm enveloped a part of the world. "Humph! The old man sneered and suddenly flew down while grabbing Gu Fei. Rumble! The large hand chased closely and enveloped the ground below. A vast power surged out from the large hand like a vast ocean, and the part of the world that was enveloped by the large hand trembled. OM. Chapter 360. Boom! With a loud bang, two unimaginably powerful forces collided violently. The surging force shook the heavens and the earth, and a dazzling light lit up the entire night sky. The huge airwave created a tornado in the sky, and a great pressure enveloped the entire place. The aftermath of the collision caused the ground to shake. The 1,000-foot-long sword light and the huge hand that enveloped the world collapsed and dissipated at the same time. Countless ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions. At the center of the collision between the two forces, there were even spatial cracks that looked like spiderwebs. The old man landed on a mountain peak with Gu Fei. He raised his head and saw a figure walking down from the sky, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. It was a fat man in a Taoist robe. His temples were white, but his face was rosy. There was not a single wrinkle on his face, and he did not look old at all. Among the cultivators, there were people with white hair and a youthful complexion. They could stay young until the end of their lifespan, but it depended on each person's luck. Shenhongshi, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to cause a conflict between the two sects? The old man placed Gu Fei to the side and stared at the fat middle-aged man who was already walking in the air and said in a cold voice, "My friend Luo Xiao, what do you mean by that?" The fat middle-aged man called Shenhongshi stood in the air and said with a smile, "What do I mean? You know very well." The old man said angrily. His body emitted a heavy fluctuation of Dharma power, and a chilling sword chi spread from his body. Gu Fei, who was behind him, felt a sharp pain on his skin from the impact of the sword chi. He could not help but be shocked. A terrifying old monster was really terrifying. Then, to avoid hurting the relationship between our sects, you should hand that kid over to me. This way our sects will live in peace, right? The fat middle-aged man, Shenhongshi, still had a smile on his face. You! Luo Xiao could not help but be furious. His cloudy old eyes suddenly widened, and at this moment, they were like two cold stars shining brightly. Shenhongshi withdrew his smile and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Luo, let's not talk nonsense. We'll rely on our own abilities. If you can defeat me, I'll clap my hands and leave." Preposterous. Others might be afraid of your scribbles, but I, Luo Yunyang, am not. I'll do as you say. As he spoke, Luo Zhao's figure flickered, and a golden sword aura appeared on his body. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a golden divine sword that blasted toward the middle-aged fatty in the sky, Shenhongshi. The golden sword chi soared thousands of feet forward. The terrifying sword chi seemed to have pierced through the void as it shot towards Shenhongshi in an instant. "Hey!" Shenhongshi let out a low roar, taking a step forward. He immediately moved 1,000 feet to the side, dodging the sword chi. Then a golden talisman appeared. It rushed out of his body. That golden talisman? It emitted a resplendent golden light, as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating the world. Pung! With a loud sound, the golden light exploded and turned into thousands of swords and sabers, which pierced through Luo Xiao, who was in the midst of the golden sword chi. "I'll break all kinds of magic arts and magical powers with one sword strike. Let's see what your scribbles can do to me." As he shouted, Luo Zhao's hands burst out two sword lights that were 100 feet long. As he waved them, the sword chi rushed up hundreds of feet, shattering all the swords and sabers that were shooting at him. Those were the thousands of swords and sabers formed by the power of the golden talisman. As long as the golden talisman was not destroyed, the swords and sabers would not be destroyed. They would be destroyed and reborn as if they were endless. Luo Xiao was immediately trapped in the sea of swords and sabers. Shameless boasting. Let's see how powerful my 5 elements divine talisman is. Shenhongshi said. Another faint and illusory talisman? Another faint talisman rushed out of his body. It was a fire talisman that emitted a terrifying divine fire. As soon as the fire talisman rushed out of Shenhongshi's body, it immediately turned into a monstrous fire and swept toward Luo Xiao, who was trapped in the thousands of swords and sabers. 10-direction destruction. An angry roar came from the thousands of swords and sabers. A vast amount of sword chi gushed out of the thousands of swords and sabers and headed straight for the bull. Then 10 golden godly swords dashed out of the sea of swords and sabers. The terrifying sword chi vibrated in all directions and destroyed everything. Whether it was the thousands of swords and sabers formed by the power of the golden talisman or the monstrous fire formed by the power of the fire talisman, they were all shattered. A ray of golden light and a ray of fiery light dashed toward Shen Hongshi and instantly entered his body. As if he was struck by lightning, Shen Hongshi was flung hundreds of feet away before he stabilized himself. Nice! The Guangqing Celestial Sword Path of the Guangqing Celestial Sect Shore is powerful. Shen Hongshi's ruddy face blushed slightly. The Shangqing Sect's talisman Dao is just so. Around Luo Xiao, 10 golden godly swords were circling him. Every single one of them was emitting a terrifying sword chi. He moved hundreds of feet in the air as he closed in on Shen Hongshi. It was hard to imagine that an old man who was about to be buried in the ground still had such terrifying combat abilities. These old monsters really were getting more powerful as they got older. Although Gu Fei couldn't move or speak, he had clearly seen the battle between the two powerhouses. These old monsters were truly terrifying. They could probably kill him with just a finger. I didn't expect these two to be the old monsters of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect. Gu Fei was certain that if he were to fall into the hands of either one of them, his life would not be in danger. After all, the 3 great Taoist sects were allies. The people of the Shangqing Sect and the Guangqing Celestial Sect would not dare to openly kill a disciple of the Taishan Sect. However, if he were to fall into someone else's hands, there would be too many variables. Gu Fei did not want to be controlled. He used all the spiritual qi in his body and wanted to break through the restraining power of Elder Luo Xiao. However, although the spiritual qi in Gu Fei's body was surging, it still could not leave his body. All the power was sealed in his body by the mysterious restraining power. He was just a small cultivator in the transcending mortality realm. It was impossible for him to break through the restraining power of an old monster. After trying a few times, he was disappointed. At this time, Luo Xiao and Shen Hongshi were already fighting in the sky. The more they fought, the further they went. Luo Xiao used 10 golden swords to force Shen Hongshi to retreat. In the end, Shen Hongshi had no choice but to use his trump card. 5 talismans condensed to the point of materialization. 5 talismans rushed out from his body, and the power of the 5 elements swept away the golden swords that were slashing at him. What Shen Hongshi cultivated was the talisman Dao of the 5 elements. The golden talisman that emitted a brilliant golden light, the green talisman that was full of vitality, the water talisman that seemed to draw in a flood, the fire talisman that emitted monstrous flames, and the earth talisman that was gray and seemed to transform a part of the world into chaos. 5 elements talismans? A 5 elements array was formed around Shen Hongshi, and the power of the 5 elements between heaven and earth was continuously guided over. It was an impregnable defense. Even Luo Xiao, who was known to break all techniques with one sword, could not break this 5 elements talisman array in a short time. The two old monsters seemed to be on par. Fight, fight. The longer the fight, the better. Gu Fei did not give up on attacking the restraining power on his body. In just a short while he was drenched in sweat, but there was no change in the restraining power on his body. This is outrageous. That old pervert is really perverted. I can't even break the restraining power that he casually put on my body. Gu Fei was extremely anxious. Let's try using the divine weapon essence in my body. Gu Fei did as he thought. He had no other choice. As long as he thought of a method, he would try it. Taking a deep breath, Gu Fei slowly guided the divine weapon essence that was smelted into his body. His skin gradually turned purple. His body had some characteristics of a divine weapon, and his whole body seemed to have turned into a divine sword. But soon, Gu Fei found that the sword qi formed by the divine weapon essence could not pass through his body. The mysterious restraining power on his body also sealed the sword qi formed by the divine weapon essence in his body. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel depressed. He didn't even use this move. The old pervert's restraining technique was really extraordinary. Old monsters were really scary. In fact, with Gu Fei's current cultivation level, even if he had a treasure-grade divine weapon, he would still not be a match for those old monsters. After all, those old monsters had cultivated for thousands of years, and their lifespans were almost up. They were definitely the most terrifying cultivators below the demigod realm. Such a gap was difficult to make up for even a treasure-grade divine weapon. With Gu Fei's current strength, it was also difficult for him to exert the power of the divine weapon essence in his body. Unless the broken weapon soul sleeping in his chi and blood could be stimulated by the aura of the ancient fierce saber, like in the virtual sky world, and awaken. Only then could Gu Fei use the power of the weapon soul to break the restraining power on his body. What should I do? What should I do? Gu Fei shouted in his heart. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Although he was burning with anxiety, he was helpless at the same time. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out from the distant sky. Bright light instantly illuminated the world as a vast energy fluctuation surged forth. Even though it was very far away, it still blew past Gu Fei's body like a gust of wind, almost blowing him off the mountain peak. Gu Fei was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat and his heart was beating fast. These two old bastards! Gu Fei couldn't speak, so he could only curse in his heart. The two silhouettes moved quickly in the sky full of sword auras, colliding with each other constantly. The power of the whole world seemed to be aroused by them, and the terrible power that broke out shook the world. The two old monsters were like two gods and devils fiercely fighting. Their fight was earth-shattering, and the mighty residual power made people tremble. Just as Gu Fei was feeling helpless, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the ripples spreading in the distant sky. An idea suddenly came to his mind, and he closed his eyes. In a short while, the purple vertical mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows began to flash with purple light, and the skin between his eyebrows trembled slightly as if a closed divine eye was about to open. Chapter 361. The purple light emitted from the vertical scar between Gu Fei's eyebrows grew brighter and brighter. Visible ripples spread out from the vertical scar like transparent water. Network. The vertical mark trembled as if a closed divine eye was about to open. The power of the inner space was guided out by Gu Fei. Unexpectedly, the power of the inner space easily broke through the restrictive force on his body. Swoosh! A purple divine light shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. In an instant, Gu Fei's body shook and the restrictive force on his body was broken. Oh no! The moment Gu Fei broke through the restrictive force, Elder Luo Xiao, who was fighting with Shen Hongshi in the distant sky, immediately sensed it. He could no longer care about fighting with Shen Hongshi. He controlled the 10 golden divine swords and rushed out of Shen Hongshi's 5 elements talisman array. He flew toward the mountain peak where Gu Fei was standing. Haha! Fight, fight! I won't keep you company. Gu Fei laughed wildly. The next moment, there was a cracking sound as he crushed the jade talisman in his hand. A dazzling light immediately shrouded Gu Fei. Swoosh! It was as if he had escaped into the void. Gu Fei and the sudden explosion of light instantly disappeared. Roar! Elder Luo Xiao, who had rushed to the top of the mountain peak, could not help but roar at the sky. The sparse white hair on his head all stood up. Shen Hongshi, you old man, I'm done with you. Luo Xiao roared and turned around to control the 10 golden divine swords. He charged toward the middle-aged fat man, Shen Hongshi, with a murderous aura. He was truly enraged. An unprecedentedly powerful ripple of sword chi burst forth from his thin body. The 10 golden swords around him shone with dazzling golden light and grew to a height of 100 meters. The sword chi soared into the sky, causing the world to lose its color. Go to hell! With a wave of his hand, the 10 golden sword lights around Luo Xiao immediately whistled toward Shen Hongshi like 10 divine rainbows. Luo Xiao attacked furiously as if he was putting his life on the line. His sword chi was shocking. If it weren't for Shen Hongshi's entanglement, Gu Fei wouldn't have escaped from his hands. This made Luo Xiao furious. Old man Luo, we will meet again. When Shen Hongshi saw Luo Xiao's baleful aura attacking him, he couldn't help but be startled. He quickly turned into a 5-colored ray of light and soared into the sky, flying into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Luo Xiao was furious. How could he let Shen Hongshi go so easily? He then rode on the sword light and chased after Shen Hongshi. The divine rainbows streaked across the sky like shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, the 2 rainbows disappeared into the night sky. The teleportation altar in the Pill Cauldron Paradise suddenly emitted a vast energy fluctuation. Then all the runes on the altar lit up. Swoosh! A purple light flashed, and a figure appeared in the teleportation formation in the center of the altar. The runes on the altar gradually dimmed, and the energy fluctuation that burst out gradually calmed down. Those old monsters are really scary. I didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of them. Gu Fei walked down from the altar and murmured to himself. It had to be said that escaping from the hands of that old man called Luo Xiao was an unbelievable thing. Gu Fei was really lucky. Perhaps he was the first transcending mortality realm cultivator to escape from the hands of an old monster. After coming down from the altar, Gu Fei didn't return to the Pill Cauldron Paradise. Instead, he walked toward a few small lakes formed by the spiritual spring water in the Pill Cauldron Paradise. The lake was at the foot of the mountain, and a stream of water flowed down from the mountain like a white ribbon. Beautiful flowers grew around the small lake, and there were a few floating lotuses floating in the water. Gu Fei came to the side of the lake, and without taking off his clothes, he jumped into the small lake, and then lay down in the water with his whole body relaxed. The spiritual spring water that flowed down from the mountain had a strong spiritual energy. Gu Fei's whole body was immersed in the water, and he felt as if there was a trace of cool air seeping into his body through his pores. It was extremely comfortable, and all his tiredness disappeared in an instant. In the Pill Cauldron Paradise, the spiritual energy was abundant. Gu Fei only soaked in the small lake for a while, and he already felt refreshed. This was definitely a paradise for cultivators. If one could cultivate here, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. It was no wonder that a spiritual land would attract cultivators from all over the world to gather in the northern lands. With a spiritual land and a grotto heaven, the sect would have an advantage over others. Their disciples would be much stronger than others. One must know that sects that had a paradise were all super forces in the cultivation world. Gu Fei soaked in the water, his eyes closed, enjoying this brief moment of comfort. It was as if he had forgotten everything and continued like this. There were no battles, no conspiracies, no blood spilled. This period of peace was short. When the sun rose from the eastern horizon, Gu Fei opened his eyes and walked out from the small lake. Then he walked straight towards the Pill Cauldron Paradise's cave abode. Returning to the cave abode, Gu Fei changed into a set of clean clothes. Then, he sat cross-legged on the jade bed and closed his eyes to cultivate. The Pill Cauldron Paradise's cave abode was built on top of the spiritual vein of the earth. It was the place where the spiritual energy within the Pill Cauldron Paradise was the richest and densest. Before long, Gu Fei's body was surrounded by a spiritual light that was visible to the naked eye. He guided the spiritual energy into his body, and then out of his body. He was using this spiritual energy to temper his mortal body. As the spiritual energy flowed through his body, a small amount of it would be absorbed into his flesh and bones. For the body to transform, it required a large amount of spiritual energy. Gu Fei's body was like a container that could contain energy. Once it was full, he would reach a bottleneck, and this container would need to become bigger to contain even more energy. Gu Fei had just broken through to the fourth sky of the ascended realm, so the amount of energy his flesh and bones could contain increased. Countless breakthroughs would bring about a qualitative transformation and improvement. No matter if it was cultivators, martial practitioners, or even all cultivators, all of them walked a path that led to strength, and all of them arrived at the same destination through different means. Strands of spiritual energy merged into Gu Fei's flesh, tendons, and bones, causing his flesh, tendons, bones, and organs to glow. A powerful aura spread throughout the room. The gathered spiritual energy flowed through his body like a trickle, seeping into his flesh, blood, organs, and bones. Gu Fei's body emitted a dazzling brilliance. A five-colored aura seeped out of his body, causing his body to flicker with a sparkling luster, as if he was carved out of a five-colored divine jade. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, Gu Fei had sat in the room for an entire day and night before he woke up from his meditative state. After Gu Fei stopped cultivating, the spiritual energy that had gathered gradually spread out. Specks of spiritual energy that could be seen with the naked eye danced around the room before disappearing. Gu Fei stood up from the jade bed. He could feel a powerful force surging within his body. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were flowing with a layer of multicolored light, flawless and flawless. His bones were glowing with a 5-colored radiance while his skin was sparkling and translucent. His body had gradually separated from his mortal body, as if it wasn't made of flesh and blood anymore. It was more like a magic treasure that was constantly being refined. Moreover, this magic treasure had the ability to gradually transform and become stronger. Gu Fei walked out of the cave and saw the sun hanging high in the sky. Birds were chirping and insects were chirping. The flowers and grasses were covered in dew. This was another prosperous morning. Yen'er still hasn't come out from the Fire Valley? Gu Fei looked towards a small valley in the distance. The Fire Valley he was talking about was the place where Yen'er had thrown it into the primordial pill cauldron and refined it for 3 days and 3 nights. When Gu Fei thought of that place, he couldn't help but shiver. It seems that the nascent soul pill is not easy to refine. Gu Fei murmured. He knew that Yen'er was refining a pill called the nascent soul pill. According to Yen'er, as long as she successfully refined this pill, she would be able to break through the Tao-breaking pill and break through to the void-controlling realm. There was a rule passed down by the ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate. That was, the disciples of the Pill Cauldron Gate could not leave the Pill Cauldron Grotto without reaching the void-controlling realm. In the eyes of the ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate, only the disciples who had broken through to the void-controlling realm would have the power to protect themselves in the cultivation world. In fact, Yen'er had lived in the Pill Cauldron Grotto since she was young. She only followed her late master to a few places outside the Pill Cauldron Grotto. Thunder Lake was one of them. The situation in the north is chaotic. I can take this opportunity to kill Brother Dongfang and Uncle Beitang Ao. Outside the cave, Gu Fei looked at the morning sun and made up his mind. As he thought about it, he immediately turned around and walked into the cave. He wanted to take back what belonged to him. He went straight into the depths of the cave. He knew from Yen'er that in the depths of the cave, there was a spiritual vein guided by the ancestors of the Pill Cauldron Gate to nurture the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. The longevity grass must have been moved to the herb garden in the depths of the Immortals' Cave. Didn't the old monsters of the 3 great Tao sects want the longevity grass? The longevity grass was very useful. At the very least, he could use it to bargain with those old monsters. Even if he used the longevity grass as a reward to ask those old monsters to kill Brother Dongfang and Uncle Beitang Ao, it was not impossible. He had to get the longevity grass back. However, when Gu Fei entered the herb garden in the depths of the cave, he encountered a restriction. However, this was not a problem for him. He directly guided the power of space and condensed it into a purple divine light. He broke through a few restrictions and entered the herb garden. Ever since Gu Fei used the power of space to break the restriction that Luo Xiao had imposed on him, he felt that his power of space could break any restriction or seal. The layers of restrictions outside the herb garden were extremely powerful. However, they were all broken by Gu Fei. The herb garden was not big. It was only 100 feet in circumference. It was full of spiritual energy. Even with the naked eye, one could see the faint spiritual light. There were no less than 10 kinds of spiritual essence of heaven and earth planted in the herb garden. Each of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth emitted a strong spiritual aura. In a corner of the herb garden, there were 2 strange grasses that emitted 9 kinds of spiritual light. However, their stems and leaves seemed to be transparent. Each of the grasses had 9 leaves. The 9 kinds of spiritual light alternated on the 9 leaves. If one paid close attention, one could see that the 9 colors of the spiritual light did not appear repeatedly. Chapter 362. The sun shone brightly, but it could not dispel the bitter cold of the northern lands. Tens of thousands of miles of land were covered in silver. This was a world of ice and snow. It could be said to be a barren land. In addition, the northern lands bordered the far north demonic region. Demonic cultivators would occasionally appear, so not many people were willing to come to the northern lands. However, recently, the northern lands had attracted the attention of the entire cultivation world. It was rumored that there was a newly discovered spiritual land, or that Chu Gu, the first son of the demonic lord, had gone on a killing spree in the northern lands. Either one of these 2 things was enough to shake the nerves of the major forces in the cultivation world. The old monsters of the 3 major Taoist sects who had gone into seclusion had also come out of their seclusion and come to the northern lands. They did not come for some spiritual land, nor did they come to find Chu Gu for a war between the Taoists and the demonic lords. They came for a person. To be more precise, they came for something on a person. The appearance of the old monsters in the northern lands made the northern lands even more uncertain. These terrifying cultivators who were at the end of their lifespans were definitely terrifying existences in the cultivation world. They were shackled at the Imperial Void Realm. Their lifespans were at the end of their lifespans, but it was difficult for them to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. In order to extend their lifespans, no one knew what kind of earth-shattering things these old monsters would do. At noon, outside the southern gate of Bailing City, the usual bustling scene was no longer there. A cool breeze blew, stirring up a few wisps of dust in the corner of the wall, and causing them to dance in the air. At this moment, an unprepossessing young man dressed in white walked over from the main road. The young man was empty-handed. It seemed like he did not bring anything with him. This young man was Gu Fei, who had just come out of the Pill Cauldron Paradise. In the Pill Cauldron Paradise, he broke the restriction of the herb garden in the depths of the cave and took the 2 stalks of longevity grass. After that, he packed up his things and left the Pill Cauldron Paradise. He did not loot the Pill Cauldron Paradise. After all, if it were not for Yenner, he would probably still be fighting for his life in the Pill Cauldron Paradise with his extremely weakened body. Gu Fei changed his appearance and came to Bailing City again. He was truly audacious. He knew that those old monsters were looking for him, but he still dared to appear in Bailing City. As Gu Fei walked on the streets, he noticed that the atmosphere in the city seemed a little strange. There were not many pedestrians, and they seemed to be in a hurry. Most of the shops were closed and not open for business. Could it be that the commotion from last night was too big, and the residents of the city were still frightened and hid in their houses? The peerless expert of Mist City, Yan Zhongluo, appeared in Bailing City without any disguise and fought with Dongfang Lai without restraint. Everyone in Bailing City was shocked. The powerful aura of a peerless master made everyone tremble in fear. Even the legendary demigod-rank powerhouse was alarmed. The difference between cultivators and ordinary people was simply too great. Ordinary people simply could not imagine that those who could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground like immortals would appear in front of them. As Gu Fei walked, Bailing City seemed to have become a little deserted. What happened in the city? Gu Fei wanted to find someone to understand the situation, but he realized that there were very few cultivators around. Could it be that all the cultivators who entered the northern lands had left? Gu Fei was bewildered. Suddenly, Gu Fei stopped in his tracks. There's a cultivator's aura in that restaurant. Not long after entering the city, Gu Fei finally sensed the presence of a cultivator. Gu Fei walked into the restaurant. In the restaurant, he did not hear any news about the Dongfang and Beitang clans, but he heard something important. I didn't expect there to be an ancient ruin in the northern lands. I heard that it's the remains of a palace of an important person in the ancient times. All the experts in the city were shocked. Yes, many people want to try their luck, but I heard that many people have died there. It's not a good place. Hee. It doesn't matter if it's a good place or not, it has nothing to do with us. That's a fight between experts. If we go, we'll only be cannon fodder. I heard that many experts from the 3 major Taoist sects have come as well. Those who have not been involved in worldly affairs for a long time have all come out. Let them fight for it. Everyone wants treasures, but they also need to be capable. If that ruin really is the palace of that legendary person, I'm afraid blood will flow like a river. Oh, Gu Fei was very surprised. No wonder there were not many cultivators in the city. They had all gone to that ancient ruin. Following that, Gu Fei learned the ins and outs of the matter from the conversations of these cultivators. It turned out that on that night, the peerless expert of Floating City, Yan Zhongluo, and Dongfang Lai had a great battle in the depths of the snowy forest. In the end, the 2 of them fought their way into the depths of the snowy mountains and accidentally entered a valley. An ancient ruin once again appeared in front of everyone. Perhaps it was because of the passage of time. The power of the seal gradually dissipated. The originally heavily guarded valley was easily entered by Yan Zhongluo and Dongfang Lai. In the valley there was an ancient palace. The palace was not built on the ground, but hundreds of feet above the ground. It floated above a huge fire. Under the valley there was a spirit vein of earth fire. The palace was actually built on top of the spirit vein of earth fire. For countless years the spirit vein of earth fire never moved. The spirit vein of earth fire burned day and night. Those with great magical powers had already figured out the origin of the ancient palace. The ancient Almighty had actually used great magical powers to stabilize the underground spirit vein of earth fire. Using the power of earth fire to refine a palace like a magical treasure. The grandness of the ancient Almighty left people speechless. The ancient Almighty was indeed terrifying. The ancient ruin was no longer a secret in the northern lands. Gu Fei left the restaurant and left Northern Mountain City, heading east. Soon, he passed through the snowy forest and entered the depths of the snowy mountains. Gradually, he saw the silhouettes of other cultivators. The snow-covered mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. Gu Fei climbed up a snowy peak. There were already more than 10 cultivators gathered on this snowy peak. When Gu Fei reached the peak, a fair-skinned and chubby young Taoist turned to look at him. As for the others, they were looking ahead, as if they did not notice Gu Fei's arrival at all. In the distance there was a huge valley. In the valley, flames shot up to the sky. A palace was surrounded by multicolored light, quietly floating above a sea of fire. Under the illumination of the multicolored light, the ancient palace seemed to be gently floating above the sea of fire. This was the ancient divine palace that caused an uproar in the northern lands. It caused many cultivators in the northern lands to rush here. The cultivators of the Tonglong continent received the news and were now heading north. Those who possess great magical powers and supernatural powers had already entered the northern lands from all over the Tonglong continent. The immortal execution saber, the heaven and earth bow, the demon suppressing stone, the heaven-piercing spear, and other ancient treasures have appeared one after another. More than 10 treasures have already been taken by powerful cultivators. I wonder what other treasures will appear in the divine palace. I'm really looking forward to it. A thin Taoist with a sallow face and a green robe said, "There are definitely many treasures in the divine palace. However, until now, no one has been able to set foot in the ancient hall of the divine palace. No one has been able to break the seal of the divine palace. It's really difficult to obtain the real spiritual treasures." Everyone could not help but nod when they heard this. Even from the top of the mountain, they could clearly see the ancient palace above the sea of fire. The powerful cultivators who had entered the valley earlier had only taken a few dozen castles from the periphery of the divine palace. Gu Fei looked around and saw that there were many people on the surrounding mountains. Most of them could not even fly. Most of them were here to watch the show. In the sky around the valley, there were many figures floating in the air. Not only were there human cultivators, there were also many foreign races. More than 10 Taoists wearing Taoist robes were quietly standing on a huge golden talisman. They were floating in the air above. They coldly swept their eyes over the divine palace below. In the north, a massive devil chi enveloped a part of the world. Within the devil chi, a demonic figure was faintly discernible. The demonic cultivators were also alarmed. They actually dared to show their ferocious might in front of so many righteous cultivators. The demonic cultivators in the devil chi cloud definitely had an astonishing background. And in the south, a huge 5-colored divine bird was hovering in the air like a small mountain. Its feathers were emitting bursts of 5-colored light. There seemed to be a figure standing on the back of the divine bird. However, because it was too far away, Gu Fei could not clearly see the appearance of the person standing on the 5-colored divine sense. In the east and west, there were also figures faintly discernible. It seemed that everyone was watching and no one dared to act rashly. Not far from the entrance of the valley stood the shadows of 3 terrifying beasts. Their imposing manner was oppressive. The bitter atmosphere caused people's hearts to palpitate. Even standing on the ground, everyone could clearly feel the pressure. Very few people could recognize who they were. However, those who recognized the origins of the 3 strange beasts were all incomparably shocked. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. These were only the experts on the surface, who knew how many old monsters were watching in the dark. To be able to alarm so many powerful cultivators to this place, it was enough to prove that the rumors were true. It was highly possible that the divine palace here was the lost palace of that ancient deity. Gu Fei did not see anyone from the Dongfang family or the Beitang family. Even the people from the 3 great Dao sects were not present. It seemed that there were only a dozen peerless experts from the Shangqing sect. Waha! This place is really lively. I, Old Turtle, have also come. Suddenly, a roar that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves came from the west. The vast voice echoed in the sky. Immediately after, a powerful pressure came from the west. Everyone who sensed this powerful aura changed their expressions. The powerful cultivator standing in the sky to the west immediately dodged to the side in panic. A huge monster wrapped in a monstrous demonic aura flew over from the west. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the sky and earth to tremble. In the midst of the multicolored light, no one could clearly see the real body inside the demonic clouds. Old Turtle! After Gu Fei heard the roar that sounded like the birth of a peerless demon, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. The person inside the demonic clouds was someone he knew. Chapter 363. The peerless powerhouse who rode the demonic cloud from the west and arrived above the snowy mountain was undoubtedly a powerhouse of the demonic clan. His arrival shocked all the cultivators in the mountain. Even the peerless powerhouses standing above the valley couldn't help but change their expressions and retreat to the distance. A giant talisman that looked like a golden cloud? On it stood more than 10 powerful cultivators from the Shangqing sect. Among them, there was a white-haired elder with a youthful complexion, a slender and elegant woman, and a dignified young man. They were the first to fly away on the golden talismans. The rolling demonic cloud in the north that emitted endless ferocious aura also retreated like a galloping horse. The three beast silhouettes that emitted terrifying energy near the entrance of the valley also disappeared. Only the five-colored divine bird, which was as large as a small mountain, remained floating in the air, showing no signs of retreating. A powerful wave of demonic energy rippled out from the bird's back. The hazy silhouette standing on the five-colored divine bird was also a member of the demonic clan. Moreover, it was a terrifying great demon that could transform and walk the world in human form. A great demon of this level was at least above the void-controlling realm. The demonic cloud shrouded the heaven and earth, covering half the sky. The boundless demonic aura surged above the mountain like monstrous waves. Everyone felt the terrifying aura emanating from the demonic cloud. It was the aura of a powerhouse that made people's hearts palpitate, even more than that of a peerless powerhouse. It made people have the urge to worship it. At this moment, no one dared to act rashly. An enormous pressure shrouded everyone, making them feel threatened. This old turtle seems to be even more powerful than when he was in the virtual sky world. Standing on the snowy peak, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The powerful aura emanating from the old turtle made his heart palpitate. Although he already knew how terrifying the old turtle was, he was still shocked by the old turtle's unscrupulous and flamboyant entrance. Not only Gu Fei, but everyone present was shocked by the undying aura of a tortoise. Huh! An exclamation sounded from the Fey cloud. Following that, the old turtle began yelling. Haha! We're rich! We're rich! That's Fire Cloud Palace of that punk fire god. Old Tortoise shouted in the demonic cloud. The fire god's collection must be very rich, haha. It really is the primordial fire god's palace. That old evildoer actually called the ancient fire god a brat. His background, his identity. Could it be that he's actually a great demon from ancient times? In the dark, the old monsters who had not shown themselves were extremely shocked. The arrival of Old Tortoise made them feel danger. That fire god is really generous. He actually managed to attract an earth fire vein to temper his fire cloud palace. Unfortunately, all his hard work benefited me. The turtle's voice echoed throughout the mountains, and no one dared to question it. None of the countless cultivators in the mountains dared to say a word. The powerful aura emitted from the old tortoise was too shocking. Even the peerless experts who could fly in the air had to retreat far away. Little girl, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and retreat. Do you want to fight with me for this fire cloud palace? Such words came from the Fey cloud. In the sky above the valley, all the peerless experts had retreated. Even the powerful cultivators who were close to the valley on the ground had retreated. The three terrifying beast shadows had already disappeared into the mountains. Only the Fey expert standing on the five-colored divine bird had no intention of retreating. Greetings, old senior. How would this junior dare to touch something that old senior has his eyes on? However, this junior knows many hidden experts in the clan, but old senior looks very unfamiliar. May I ask, old senior, where are you cultivating in seclusion? A clear and melodious voice came from the back of the five-colored divine bird. Countless cultivators in the mountains pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know the background of the old monster in the fey cloud. Hee, little girl, you're a little interesting. I sense the dragon aura that only the dragon clan has on you. You can forget about my background. I believe that in this world, those who know my background are probably already dead. The old tortoise's gaze seemed to be able to see through everything and saw the woman's true appearance. Gu Fei, who was among the dozen or so cultivators on the snow-capped peak, couldn't help but smile. This old tortoise was indeed an old tortoise that didn't die for 10,000 years. He was a super monster that had lived for countless years. The old tortoise was trapped in an absolute formation by the master of the virtual sky world. After countless years, he could definitely be called a super antique. When the old monsters in the dark heard the old tortoise's words, they vaguely guessed the background of the mysterious woman on the five-colored divine bird. They were all shocked. Old senior. The woman on the five-colored divine bird wanted to ask again. However, the old tortoise didn't want to say more. He said, "All right, since you don't want to retreat, go to the side and watch the show." As he spoke, the fey cloud that shrouded heaven and earth surged rapidly. The monstrous demonic aura retreated like a tide and disappeared into the terrifying figure in the fey cloud. Soon, a guy with a dragon head and a human body appeared in the sky. A dragon! Everyone was shocked when they saw the old tortoise's face. This! The woman on the five-colored divine bird seemed to be quite shocked after seeing the old tortoise's true appearance. Among the demon clan, dragons and phoenixes were revered. However, on the Tunglong continent, only the legendary demon lord Huanglong was a five-clawed golden dragon. Phoenixes, on the other hand, had long disappeared from the world. But one thing was certain. This dragon-headed demon expert was definitely not the demon lord Huanglong. The demon lord Huanglong wouldn't have a dragon head. However, the old monsters who were secretly watching were still alarmed. This was because they sensed that this fellow with a dragon head, who called himself the old tortoise, was probably more terrifying than the demon lord Huanglong. Back off. The old tortoise became serious as if he had become another person. He displayed the attitude of an expert who looked down on the world. His words were filled with unquestionable authority. The woman on the five-colored divine bird had no choice but to move to the side. "I'll be taking that fire god kid's fire cloud palace. Does anyone have any objections?" As he spoke, the old tortoise's eyes shot out two seemingly solid beams of divine light that swept in several directions. No one spoke and no one walked out. It was completely silent. Only the sound of the earth vein fire could be heard in the valley below. The ancient palace on the fire vein below seemed to belong to the old tortoise. I didn't expect this old tortoise to have the aura of a bastard. When Gu Fei saw this scene and recalled the old tortoise's frivolous behavior, he couldn't help but want to laugh. "Very well. Those below, listen up. Get as far away from me as you can, or you'll have to bear the consequences." The old tortoise's voice resounded on the mountain and reached the ears of every cultivator in the mountain. All the cultivators knew that this terrifying demon expert was going to take the ancient palace in the sea of fire in the valley. When everyone heard the old tortoise's words, they immediately retreated into the distance like a receding tide. Countless cultivators were either running through the mountains with large strides, or riding on their magical treasures, soaring into the sky and flying into the distance. Not a single person dared to stay near the area. Soon, the countless cultivators in the mountain retreated tens of kilometers away. Everyone climbed onto the snow-capped peak and looked into the distance at the blazing valley. Gu Fei also blended into the crowd of cultivators and retreated into the distance. Then, he followed those cultivators to the snow-capped peak. Just like the cultivators who were watching the show, he wanted to see what the old tortoise was capable of. He actually wanted to take the palace left behind by an ancient god. The peerless experts who could fly in the sky also retreated far away in the air. The person closest to the valley was the hazy woman standing on the colorful divine bird. After seeing that everyone had retreated, the old tortoise raised his right hand and grabbed at the ancient palace above the sea of fire. A palm of light condensed in front of the old tortoise's palm. It quickly enlarged and shrouded the bottom of the valley. The palm of light continued to grow larger. In the end, it enveloped an entire region, including the entire valley. Rumble. The world shook. The old tortoise displayed a terrifying magical power. He actually wanted to directly grab the ancient palace that was suppressing the fire vein. However, things did not go so smoothly. When the mountain-like palm of light reached the sky above the palace above the sea of fire, bang! The entire valley shook violently. A light shield formed by raging flames appeared under the palm of light and blocked the giant hand formed by the old tortoise's supreme demonic power. The strong vibration caused countless gravel to roll down from the surroundings of the valley, and smoke and dust billowed. Everyone was watching and no one made a move. Some of them were intimidated by the old tortoise's peerless power, but some thought that the time was not right and let the old tortoise take the lead and reap the benefits. It should be noted that among those who were watching in the dark, there were actually terrifying experts who could compete with the old tortoise. The demigod in charge of the northern land had the strength to fight, but he did not show up. Previously, many big shots have tried to break the restriction of the palace, but to no avail. I'm afraid this expert from the Dragon Clan is no exception. When the cultivators who were watching from afar saw this scene, they could not help but whisper among themselves. This divine palace seems to be the remains of the ancient fire god. The ancient gods had great divine abilities and great magic power. The restrictive spells set up by the ancient gods are no small matter. Even after countless years, they are still incomparably powerful. Boom! A loud noise came from the direction of the valley. The cultivators who were watching from tens of miles away could feel the tremors coming from under their feet. They saw that the mountain-like hand above the valley was bombarding down again and again. The entire valley was shaking violently, and even the entire region was quaking. The old tortoise seemed to want to use tyrannical power, and the most direct method to break the layer of raging flames that enveloped the fire cloud palace, and collect the ancient palace floating above the sea of fire. Chapter 364. Break it for me. The old tortoise roared again and again. The rolling sound waves shook the surrounding snow-capped mountains and caused avalanches. Bang! 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 The mountain-like body once again bombarded the layer of flame barrier that enveloped the fire sea divine palace. The entire valley shook as if an ancient giant was waving a huge fist and bombarding the ground. Even the countless cultivators who were dozens of miles away could feel the strong tremors coming from under their feet. Countless rocks rolled down from all sides of the valley and smashed into the sea of fire in the valley, directly turning into nothingness. The fire chi of the earth vein seemed to be able to burn all tangible and intangible things. Countless cultivators were watching the scene in front of them in shock. Above the monstrous fire that erupted from the earth vein, an ancient palace shook violently. However, no matter how the old tortoise bombarded, the light covering the sea of fire palace could not be broken. The god of fire. Back then, the old tortoise stopped helplessly. The huge hand that emitted terrifying fluctuations then dissipated in the sky above the valley. This old tortoise is reminiscing about his past glory again. Sigh. In the distance, Gu Fei, who was mixed in a crowd of cultivators, could not help but shake his head after hearing the old tortoise's words. The old tortoise had been trapped in the array for countless years. It was already a miracle that he could survive. The current him probably did not even have 1/10,000th of his strength back then. The old tortoise's cultivation had been forcefully reduced to the demigod realm by the array. He was no longer the ancient demon who dared to go to the moon palace to peep at the fairies bathing and steal the supreme Tao ancestors' elixirs as food. I don't believe that I can't break this restriction. The old tortoise stood in the sky above the valley and stared at the palace in the sea of fire below. He pondered for a while and suddenly became ruthless. All the cultivators were watching. They also wanted to know what kind of method this demon race powerhouse had to break the restriction that even those big shots couldn't break. Countless cultivators in the mountains had already listed the old tortoise as a demon. In fact, the old tortoise was not only a demon but also a great demon from the ancient times. Not far from the old tortoise, a divine bird surrounded by 5 colored rays stopped in the air. The hazy figure standing on the bird's back was closely watching the old tortoise. Open! Old tortoise suddenly let out a low roar and drew a line in the void in front of him with both hands. There was a sudden violent vibration in the void, and countless ripples visible to the naked eye rippled out from between his hands. The old tortoise seemed to have shattered the void and opened the wall between heaven and earth. A huge space gradually appeared in front of everyone. The place seemed to be incredibly spacious, with mountains and woods vaguely visible. Following this, a blue glow, a human figure, and a fireball sprang out from the space. Roar! An earth-shattering beast roar suddenly rang out from within the fireball. Boom! An earth-shattering fire engulfed the heavens and the earth, and the shadow of a terrifying beast could be vaguely seen in the sea of fire. A malevolent beast head with scarlet scales. Everyone could feel the heart-palpitating, powerful undulations coming from the sea of fire. That was definitely a terrifying beast. The green shadow that rushed out of Old Tortoise's inner world was a three-clawed green flood dragon covered in green scales with 3 sharp claws on its abdomen. Everyone was extremely shocked, with the exception of Goofy, of course. In particular, the old monsters who were secretly watching were extremely shocked. They could already tell that Old Tortoise had opened the legendary inner world. Inner world. Only real immortals had the ability to open up a void. It was easy to open up a void, but it was unimaginably difficult to stabilize the void and cultivate an inner world. Old Tortoise had opened up an inner world and released 2 wild beasts and a valiant warrior in armor, which shocked some of the old monsters who were secretly itching to make trouble. Xiaoqing. Goofy immediately recognized the 3-clawed green flood dragon when he saw it rushing out of Old Tortoise's inner world. It was the Xiaoqing snake from back then. It seemed that the trace of Dragon Clan bloodline in Xiaoqing's body had been successfully stimulated. It was no longer the less than a foot-long Xiaoqing snake from back then. After transforming into a flood dragon, Little Blue's body was over 60 meters long, and its entire body was covered with azure scales that shone with a multicolored light. It was like pieces of azure divine metal, giving off an incomparably powerful feeling. Old Tortoise really has some tricks up his sleeve, Goofy could not help but exclaim. In just a few years, Xiaoqing had successfully transformed into a 3-clawed green flood dragon, allowing the Xiaoqing snake to take the most important step of transforming into a dragon. Its wriggling body hovered in the air as a powerful flood dragon aura spread out, causing all the alien species in the mountain to feel a strong deterrent. Fire Qilin, that's a fire Qilin. Someone recognized the origin of the huge beast in the fire cloud and exclaimed, "The legendary fire god's mount?" All the cultivators were shocked. It was recorded in ancient books that the ancient fire god's mount was a fire Qilin. The fire god's palace and the fire god's mount reappeared in the eyes of the world. The cultivators in the mountain who witnessed this scene were extremely shocked. The ancient fire god's mount was an ancient savage beast. Of course, it couldn't be the Qilin monster king subdued by Old Tortoise in his virtual sky world. If this fire Qilin was really the ancient fire god's beast, then it wasn't the Old Tortoise who subdued the fire Qilin, but the fire Qilin subdued the Old Tortoise. 2 savage beasts and a general rushed out of Old Tortoise's inner world. They were the fire Qilin, Xiaoqing, and the invincible corpse general refined by Old Tortoise into an outer body incarnation. The 2 savage beasts and the invincible corpse general could all fly in the air. Their terrifying figures all emitted frightening energy fluctuations. Their strength was definitely not weaker than those famous peerless experts. 1 man and 2 beasts guarded 3 sides. The Old Tortoise was in the middle. He opened up his inner world with all his might and shrouded the valley below. He wanted to take the ancient divine palace above the sea of fire into his inner world. Inside his inner world there were natural laws. No matter what restrictions or divine techniques, as long as they entered his inner world, they would all lose their effect. In his inner world, Old Tortoise was the sky, the earth, and the supreme god who controlled everything. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook as the Old Tortoise struggled to open his inner world. His inner world gradually expanded until it covered the entire valley. Crack. It was as if something had shattered. Then the crowd saw that the raging flames divine fire shield that enveloped the fire sea divine palace, as the inner world shrouded it, was like a layer of glass. Starting from the top, it gradually shattered in all directions. Haha. Old Tortoise laughed crazily, and his inner world continued to shroud it. At this moment, more than 10 rays of light suddenly rushed out of the sea of fire divine palace. 7 or 8 rays of light were absorbed by the inner world, and 4 or 5 rays of light rushed out of the valley from below the sea of fire. The invincible corpse general, the 3-clawed green dragon, and the fire Qilin who were guarding the 3 sides of the valley could not stop them. But the man and the two beasts did not chase after the 4 or 5 psychic ancient treasures. They still guarded the sky above the valley, guarding the 3 sides. Those are psychic ancient treasures. Everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed when they saw this scene. The peerless experts who could fly in the air immediately rode a rainbow light and rushed into the sky, chasing after the 4 or 5 rays of light. One of the streaks of cyan light flew past the 5-colored divine bird that had stopped in the sky above the valley. It was caught by the hazy silhouette of the woman standing on the back of the bird, who was enshrouded in a 5-colored light, and caught it in a large fiery net. The other rays of light that rushed out of the valley flew in all directions. Those peerless experts took action one after another to compete for the psychic ancient treasures that rushed out of the Sea of Fire divine palace. All the cultivators in the mountain were extremely jealous. That was the ancient treasure of the ancient fire god. Everyone was tempted, but only powerful cultivators were qualified to compete for it. Cultivators below the transcending mortality stage could only watch. Rumble. The old tortoise controlled the inner world and continued to envelop it. The inner world formed its own laws and formed its own heaven and earth, successfully breaking the outer restriction of the Sea of Fire divine palace. The entire Sea of Fire was boiling, and a terrible heat came out of the valley. The ice and snow on the mountain peaks around the valley quickly melted. The ice and snow on the distant mountain turned into water and converged into a stream, flowing down from the mountain. The ice and snow nearby were directly evaporated into mist by the terrible heat. The entire periphery of the valley was suddenly surrounded by colorful clouds and steaming mist. Even the countless cultivators who were dozens of miles away felt a wave of heat after the old tortoise broke the restriction of the Sea of Fire divine palace. Some cultivators with low cultivation directly retreated to the distance. Only those with high cultivation could continue to stand in the same place, but they also felt the pressure of the heat. The mighty power of the fire chi of the earth vein was very terrifying. Without the obstruction of the restriction, the ice and snow in the area of 100 miles around the valley melted, revealing the mountain under the ice and snow. Even the 5-colored divine bird that was hovering in the sky outside the valley had retreated several kilometers. The heat emitted by the earth fire vein was too terrifying, 100 times more terrifying than a volcanic eruption. The fire of the earth fire vein was not ordinary fire, but a terrible earth fire that could smelt divine iron. The location of the fire god's lost palace was the fire eye of the earth fire vein. The temperature there was terrifying to the extreme. Even if divine iron fell into the fire eye, it would probably be instantly turned into a wisp of smoke. The legendary ancient fire god had already disappeared for countless years. Only a few words about this ancient god were recorded in the most ancient books. His lost palace was extraordinary. Even if it was above the fire eye of the earth fire vein and burned by the terrible earth fire for countless years, it was still not damaged. As the old tortoise's inner world shrouded from the sky, the ancient palace above the Sea of Fire began to shake. However, no more spiritual treasures turned into divine rainbows and rushed out of the palace. Chapter 365. The old tortoise displayed a terrifying great divine power. He opened his inner world, intending to suck the Inferno Palace in the valley into his inner world. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. The restriction that enveloped the Inferno Palace was directly shattered by the mighty inner world energy. Terrible heat surged out of the valley. The cultivators in the mountains did not feel anything because of the restriction. However, after the restriction was broken by the old tortoise, the cultivators with lower cultivation were all shocked and retreated. Only the cultivators in the transcending mortality realm could still stand still, but they also had to summon their magic power to resist the terrible heat wave that swept over. Being hit by the terrible heat wave from the valley, the ice and snow within a radius of 100 miles around the valley melted, and the trees near the valley were set on fire. The fire in the mountains soared into the sky, and the heat wave was so intense that even the sun in the sky seemed to lose its brilliance. However, the old tortoise did not care so much. He still controlled his inner world and shrouded the valley below. Rumble. The world shook as if a part of the world was shrouding down. The Sea of Fire was boiling, and the palace was shaking. The old tortoise's inner world was about to absorb the ancient palace above the Sea of Fire. At this moment, swoosh, 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 3 silhouettes appeared in the sky above the valley. These three people who suddenly appeared seemed to have directly walked out of the void, appearing without any warning. There was no escape light around these three people. From three directions they surrounded the old tortoise, his avatar, the fire Qilin, and the three-clawed green serpent. Among these three people, a young man stood in the north. The fire Qilin emitted monstrous flames and blocked in front of the young man. The demonic monarch of six paths is here too. Someone recognized the young man in the north sky and was extremely shocked. He was the infamous demonic Dao madman who had dominated the Tonglong continent for hundreds of years with his demonic saber. No one could stop him. Network, in the west sky, a middle-aged man with long hair was standing in the air. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like cold stars. The person in the eastern sky was an old Taoist priest. The right side of this old Taoist priest's face was rosy like a baby's, while the left side of his face had sunken eyes and high cheekbones. At first glance he looked like half a skull. This old Taoist was none other than old Taoist Ku Rong, who guarded the three great Taoist sects in the 100,000 mountains. He cultivated the Tao of life and death. Half of his body was filled with surging vitality, while the other half was filled with surging death qi. The power of life and death intertwined in his body, forming a strange energy fluctuation. The old turtle's tall and mighty incarnation, who was clad in battle armor, stood in front of old Taoist Ku Rong. He seemed to have sensed the threat. He reached out his hand and a pitch-black rod appeared in his hand, which he pointed at Ku Rong Taoist. The three-clawed azure dragon stood in front of the middle-aged scholar, as if it was facing a formidable enemy. Those old monsters who were observing in the dark were extremely shocked because the three experts who suddenly appeared were all demigod-level experts. The fire god's lost palace had attracted these terrifying experts who had long disappeared from the world. Haha! I finally made it! A loud laugh came from the southern sky. The loud voice echoed between heaven and earth. A figure shrouded in a golden light charged over from afar. A powerful demonic force surged over, shocking all the cultivators on the mountain. It's him! The demon lord Huanglong? The person was a middle-aged man in a yellow robe with a majestic appearance. His body was shrouded in a golden aura, emitting an extremely powerful demonic force. A dragon qi that struck fear into the hearts of all beasts surged over the mountain. The powerful beast race cultivators in the mountain turned pale. Those with low cultivation base immediately retreated quietly. The dragon qi in the sky caused these beast race cultivators to tremble in fear. Is this the legendary demon lord Huanglong, who has unified the demon race? Gu Fei was among the cultivators on the mountain. He carefully observed the tall figure in the sky that looked like a golden god of war. From the demon lord Huanglong's body, he could sense a terrifying energy fluctuation that was akin to a mountain. The powerful pressure made him feel as if there was a 1,000-kilogram boulder pressing down on his chest, making him feel uncomfortable. Even the transcending mortality realm cultivators began to retreat further away. The appearance of the four peerless experts caused the heaven and earth energy on the mountain to become chaotic. Their powerful auras shocked the surroundings. Even the peerless experts retreated far away. Gu Fei also retreated with the group of cultivators. After retreating for 100 li, he once again climbed up a mountain and looked up at the valley. The vision of cultivators was very powerful. Even from 100 li away, they could see everything in the sky above the valley. Every action of the people in the sky was clear. You four little guys, back off. The old tortoise struggled to control his inner world and shrouded the deity palace above the sea of flames. The deity palace shook violently and emitted waves of powerful fire elemental energy to resist the powerful suction from the old tortoise's inner world. You're a dragon? You don't look like one. The demon lord Huanglong was shocked when he saw the old tortoise with a dragon head and a human body. Rumble! It was as if 100,000 mountains were descending. The old tortoise's inner world emitted an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. It was like a huge mouth that was devouring the heaven and earth. The deity palace above the sea of flames was finally shaken by the powerful suction from the old tortoise's inner world. It began to rise slowly and flew toward the old tortoise's inner world. The demon lord of six paths made his move. He slapped away the fire Qilin in front of him and shot a demonic light downward. Bang! The demonic light hit the deity palace. He wanted to stop the rising deity palace. However, the deity palace shook violently and continued to rise toward the old tortoise's inner world. "Little devil, you're courting death." The old tortoise was furious. Back then, he was not afraid even when facing the supreme demon lord. Now, a guy who was not even a true demon dared to attack him. This made him extremely angry. Swoosh! The old tortoise glanced at the demon lord of 6 paths. 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. They were like heavenly swords that pierced toward the demon lord of 6 paths. The demon lord of 6 paths left an afterimage on the spot and soared into the sky. He then pressed down with his palm. A terrifying power surged in front of his palm. A pitch-black hand the size of a small mountain bombarded the old tortoise below. The 2 rays of divine light shot out from the old tortoise's eyes, pierced through the afterimage of the demon lord of 6 paths. In an instant, a mountain peak disappeared into the void. Dozens of cultivators on the mountain peak were instantly killed. Not even a speck of dust or blood was left behind. Dozens of cultivators on the mountain peak were vaporized without a sound. Hiss! Everyone on the mountain sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. They felt threatened. Lian Mang was like a receding tide, retreating even further away. A battle between demigod realm experts was just too terrifying. Bang! With a loud noise, the whole world trembled. The void seemed to collapse. The old tortoise and the demon lord of 6 paths clashed. The demon lord of 6 paths was sent flying backward. The old tortoise's body trembled and he took a few steps back. His control over the internal space was weakened due to the distraction. The divine palace above the sea of fire rumbled and fell down. At that moment, Ku Rong and the middle-aged scholar also made their moves. The former grabbed the 3-clawed green dragon in the air and directly restrained it before throwing it away. The middle-aged scholar strode forward. A purple light rushed out of his body. Within the purple light, a purple gold hammer quickly grew to the size of a small mountain and smashed toward the old tortoise. "That seems to be the exploding sky hammer," someone said in the dark. The old monsters who were watching in the dark seemed to have figured out the origin of the purple gold hammer that rushed out of the middle-aged scholar's body. Those old monsters who had yet to break through to the demigod realm had lived for a long time and had seen many things. To them, being able to witness a battle between peerless demigod realm experts was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they could comprehend something from it, they might be able to take the important step to break through the shackles. "Damn it, don't force me to kill you," the old tortoise roared. He waved his hand and tore the void apart. The power of heaven and earth gushed out and shrouded the purple gold hammer that was coming at him. He wanted to put the purple gold divine hammer into his inner world. The old tortoise made a prompt decision. He stopped the descent of his internal space and attacked the middle-aged scholar. His words were not empty. He controlled an internal space and was already in an invincible position. He was qualified to say such words. As long as the middle-aged scholar, the demon lord of 6 paths, and the others were put into his internal space, the old tortoise would have the final say. However, the middle-aged scholar also seemed to know how powerful a powerhouse who controlled an inner world was. The giant hammer shook again and again, and a dreadful power surged out like a vast ocean. It unexpectedly resisted the devouring power of the inner world. Samsara of life and death. Old Taoist Ku Rong shouted and waved his hands. The power of life and death formed a strange void in front of him and shrouded the armored general who was holding a black stick. The old tortoise's external incarnation stood in the void like an insurmountable mountain. It stood still and allowed the life and death void to attack it. However, the power of life and death did not seem to be exerted on it. It was as if the old tortoise's external incarnation had gotten rid of life and death. The death chi rotated. The invincible general did not age, and his flesh did not lose its vitality. The life force of the old tortoise's external incarnation did not seem to be sucked away by the old tortoise's life force. How could this be? Old Taoist Ku Rong was shocked. Ever since he broke through to the demigod realm and comprehended the path of life and death, he had never failed. Chapter 366. The power of life and death condensed into a fearsome divine power, the samsara of life and death, which enveloped the invincible corpse general that the old turtle had refined into his external incarnation. The power of life and death shrouded heaven and earth as if countless flowers, plants, and trees were growing, withering, and turning into dust around the old turtle's external incarnation. Then they continued to grow, wither, and wither. The samsara of life and death happened over and over again, forming an unpredictable mighty force that wanted to completely destroy the invincible corpse general's body, life, and even soul in the samsara of life and death. Nevertheless, no matter how old Taoist Ku Rong stirred up the surging qi of life and death in his body, he could not destroy the tall figure that stood in the void like a divine mountain. How can this be? Old Taoist Ku Rong was moved. He found it hard to imagine that the person in front of him had jumped out of the three realms and was no longer in the five elements. That's enough. The old turtle's voice was heard coming from the corpse general's body. Following that, the invincible corpse general made its move. It merely thrust the black rod forward. But the mighty and terrifying power that surged out from the rod shook heaven and earth. It penetrated the samsara of life and death and pierced through old Taoist Ku Rong's chest. The inconspicuous black rod seemed to have a strange power that seemed to have frozen the void. Old Taoist Ku Rong felt his body tighten as a powerful force surged from all directions, which almost tore him apart. The old Taoist master Ku Rong could not help but feel shocked when he casually stabbed at Ouyangming. He withdrew his life and death power and shook his hands to break through the power that was coming at him from the seal. He charged out and barely avoided the black stick that was stabbing at him. When the invincible corpse general was alive, it was a fearsome martial artist that had cultivated the indestructible martial body. Its body was so powerful that it could be said to be indestructible, such that even old Taoist Ku Rong's samsara of life and death could not shake it. The indestructible martial body was undoubtedly a treasure house of power. The old turtle had refined it for several years and kept excavating the indestructible martial body's power. The clone had been refined by him until it was as powerful as its original body, and it still had endless room for improvement. Boom! When the invincible corpse general threw a punch at the old Taoist master Ku Rong, the entire sky seemed to be shaking. The powerful force transformed into a dazzling light that surged toward the old Taoist master Ku Rong like a violent energy wave. It was the purest power in the world, a powerful martial artist. It wasn't a spell, but it was better than a spell. It wasn't a divine power, but it was better than a divine power. It was just a punch, but it actually displayed a terrifying power that could break all divine powers. The invincible corpse general's punch directly shattered the samsara wheel of life and death, forcing Ku Rong to retreat. Gu Fei witnessed this scene from afar and couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme. In the virtual sky world, the old turtle's clone didn't seem to be this powerful, but it could actually force a demigod to retreat. It was really unbelievable. At this time, all the demigod-level supreme experts, with the exception of the demon lord Huang Long, were attacking the old tortoise. Destructive energy spread out, causing the entire world to shake violently. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The mysterious woman from the demon clan had already retreated to the distance on the divine multicolored bird. The other supreme experts also retreated to the sky hundreds of miles away, looking nervously at the blazing flames in front of them. No one approached the battlefield. In front of the demigod-level supreme experts, even the supreme experts had become extremely fragile. Even the residual power released during the fight between the demigod-level experts was enough to kill the supreme experts. The powerful cultivators in the mountains couldn't intervene at this time. Only a few real supreme experts were qualified to fight for the fire god's legacy palace of the distant past era. As long as the supreme saint realm demigods didn't appear, the demigods were the supreme experts on the Tunglong continent. Demigods represented the strongest cultivators in the cultivation world of the Tunglong continent, and stood at the top of the cultivation world. However, these so-called invincible powerhouses had encountered the old tortoise, the old monster. Demigods didn't have the ability to open up their inner worlds, but the old turtle could control their inner worlds. The old turtle's situation was very special. His cultivation level was reduced to the demigod level by the absolute formation in the virtual sky world, but his inner world didn't collapse because of the regression of his cultivation level. This made him perhaps the first demigod on the Tunglong continent to have an inner world. Demon monarch of 6 paths' blood-red hair fluttered wildly. The blood-red demonic saber in his hand emitted a 1,000-meter-long saber light that seemed to tear the void and slashed at the old turtle. The heavenly devil saber was originally in the hands of Chu-gu, the first son of Demon Monarch of Six Paths. Obviously, Demon Monarch of Six Paths had found Chu-gu, who was being chased by a group of cultivators, and took back the #1 demonic saber in the world. The old turtle had already retracted his inner world that shrouded the divine palace below. He stood in a hazy void, and his own world formed around him. The moment the 1,000-meter-long blood-red saber light slashed into the void where the old turtle stood, it instantly collapsed in his inner world and turned into the most primitive spiritual aura, which was then absorbed by the old turtle's inner world. His inner world formed a world of its own. In this world, the old turtle was omnipotent and a supreme god who controlled everything. He was already in an invincible position. The middle-aged scholar held the exploding sky hammer in his hand and kept striking terrifying purple lightning at the old turtle. However, the result was the same. The purple golden lightning that seemed to be able to destroy and kill everything in its path was immediately turned into the most primitive spiritual aura, which was then absorbed by the old turtle's inner world. Haha. Go on, go on. What a pure spiritual aura. The old turtle stood in his inner world and laughed. Demon Monarch of Six Paths and the middle-aged scholar kept bombarding him. They were simply transferring spiritual aura into his inner world. The old turtle didn't refuse any of them. Swish! Swish! A green silhouette and a stream of fiery light dashed out from a distant mountain. A three-clawed green flood dragon and a fire chelan, which were surrounded by raging divine flames, pounced towards the battlefield. Back off! The old turtle shouted. The green flood dragon and the fire chelan were only at the royal void realm. They could not interfere in a battle between demigods. If they tried to interfere, they would be killed. The green flood dragon and the fire chelan retreated immediately. In fact, they were just putting on an act. When they attacked just now, they were blown away by the Demon Monarch of Six Paths and the middle-aged scholar without being able to fight back. Fortunately, the two fellows did not dare to become enemies with the old turtle. Therefore, they did not directly kill the green flood dragon and the fire chelan. You two little fellows are really annoying. Get in here. The old turtle shouted. He moved quickly in the air toward the Demon Monarch of Six Paths and the middle-aged scholar. He opened his inner world and tried to take them in. The two of them weren't fools either, and they hurriedly retreated. The Demon Monarch of Six Paths and the middle-aged scholar did not dare to let the old turtle get close to them. Whenever the old turtle moved toward them, they would run away. They even slashed at the old turtle a few times. While the three of them were chasing each other in the air, the Demon Lord, who had not taken any action, suddenly turned into a golden light and rushed toward the ancient palace above the sea of fire. You little brat! The old turtle immediately sensed that something was wrong. He wanted to turn around and stop them. However, while the old turtle was distracted, the Demon Monarch of Six Paths and the middle-aged scholar broke away from the old turtle and dashed toward the divine palace. Old Taoist Ku Rong was the only one who did not rush into the divine palace because he was locked on by the invincible corpse general and was being pressured step by step. However, he was secretly anxious as he wanted to get rid of the corpse general and rush into the divine palace to fight for the treasures. The old turtle had already broken the restriction that enveloped the palace. In a flash, the Demon Lord Huang Long, the Demon Monarch of Six Paths, and the middle-aged scholar entered the palace floating above the sea of fire. Wawa! I'm so angry, everything inside is mine! Old Tortoise screamed and turned into a rainbow light, rushing into the divine palace above the sea of fire. At this moment, the old monsters who were secretly watching the palace could not help but feel jealous. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enter the palace. When the outer restriction of the palace was broken, more than 10 psychic ancient treasures flew out, but they were collected by peerless experts. All of those spiritual treasures were powerful ancient treasures. There must be other treasures in the palace. Swoosh! 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 2 human silhouettes and a beast silhouette darted out of the mountain, transforming into 3 beams of light that looked like divine rainbows, flying towards the divine palace above the sea of fire in the valley. Some people could not help but make a move. The 2 people and the beast were terrifying cultivators who had reached the peak of the void-controlling realm. They were only 1 step away from the demigod realm. They were definitely terrifying old monsters. At this moment, Some peerless experts who had been hiding in the mountain came out of the dark. Gu Fei sensed powerful consciousnesses rushing out from various parts of the mountain towards the divine palace. A few of the consciousnesses swept past the countless cultivators on the mountain. Gu Fei quickly restrained his aura. He was a martial artist, so he could restrain all of his strength within his body and not release any strange fluctuations. It should be noted that many old monsters from the three great Taoist sects had come for him. Gu Fei did not want to be discovered by the old monsters from the three great Taoist sects. He blended in with the dozen or so cultivators on the mountain peak and carefully looked around. Sure enough, he saw a few familiar figures. The old monster from the Guangqing celestial sect, Luo Xiao, who had once captured him, appeared on a mountain peak a few miles away. The old monster from the Shangqing sect, Shen Hongshi, was on a mountain peak to his left, looking at the fiery valley in front of him. From beginning to end, Gu Fei did not see any experts from his sect. Even Taoist Chaoyang, who was in the north, did not appear. This seemed a little strange. Gu Fei felt a little uneasy. Could it be that the people from the Taishan sect had encountered some trouble? Boom! Just when Gu Fei sensed that something was amiss, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out from the valley in the distance. A vast and unfathomable power erupted abruptly, and an ocean-like energy wave swept through the entire world. Chapter 367. At this moment, the entire valley collapsed. Dust rose high into the sky, causing all the cultivators to tremble in fear. In the distant sky, there were even peerless experts who couldn't fly and directly fell from the sky. An indescribable palpitation made people breathless. The majestic pressure couldn't be resisted at all, causing the souls of many cultivators to tremble uncontrollably. Rumble. The majestic ancient palace let out a rumbling sound. The earth vein fire erupted from the ground like a volcano. The terrifying earth fire instantly surrounded the divine palace above the sea of fire. 3 dazzling beams of light rushed out of the divine palace. Several screams came out from the earth fire. The 3 beams of light collapsed in the sea of fire. 3 beams of light that were as bright as the sun broke through the sea of fire and rushed out. The 3 rays of light were exceptionally dazzling, illuminating the sky. They were like 3 small suns, emitting a radiance that made the scorching sun in the sky dim. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The peerless experts who were ready to make a move were all frightened because the 3 balls of light were not spiritual ancient treasures. They were the primordial spirits of the 3 old monsters who had just rushed into the divine palace. Boom! The sea of fire suddenly erupted. Endless scarlet earth fire condensed into 18 huge fire pillars that soared into the sky. They were like 18 fire dragons that soared for thousands of zhang and surrounded the ancient divine palace above the sea of fire. The 3 primordial spirits that were like the sun emitted a powerful spiritual fluctuation. All the cultivators in the mountain felt a sense of despair and fear from the sea of fire. The earth vein fire had been burning for countless years. It was incomparably powerful. The bodies of the 3 old monsters that had just rushed into the divine palace were instantly incinerated, leaving only 3 primordial spirits that rushed out from the sea of fire. However, they didn't escape with their lives. The 18 pillars of fire formed by the earth fire sealed off a part of the world, protecting the divine palace within the sea of fire. At the same time, the 3 powerful balls of primordial spirit light were also sealed within the 18 pillars of fire. All the cultivators who witnessed this scene were stunned by what they saw. The lost palace of the ancient fire god was simply a place of absolute death. At the very least, it was a place of certain death for powerful cultivators below the demigod realm. The terrifying earth fire could burn the space and everything that was tangible or intangible. The 18 heavenly fire pillars released a tremendous amount of fire energy. The space that was enveloped by the 18 pillars of divine fire twisted under the scorching heat of the flames. Furious roars could be heard from the fire ocean divine palace. The 4 demigod realm experts who had rushed into the palace seemed to be in trouble. Terrifying energy waves were surging out from the palace. Amidst the flames, one could vaguely see a blood-red saber light flashing, and purple lightning swimming around. As for the 3 balls of dazzling primordial spirit light that shone like suns, under the refinement of the 18 heaven-reaching divine fire pillars, they struggled left and right and gradually dimmed down. The 18 heaven-reaching divine fire pillars sealed the heaven and earth, emitting an unprecedentedly powerful fire elemental power, and burning the ancient divine palace in the middle of the sea of fire. No matter how the three primordial spirits kept casting all sorts of powerful spells and divine abilities, they were unable to shake the 18 pillars of divine fire. The three old monsters who were only one step away from breaking the shackles of cultivation and becoming demigods could still use all kinds of secret techniques, even if they only had primordial spirits left. However, in the end their efforts were in vain. Under the refinement of the endless earth fire, a ball of primordial spirit light exploded and was then swept away by the oncoming earth fire. The restless old monsters in the mountains not only felt lucky, but they were also shocked. Fortunately, they did not rush into the divine palace just now. Otherwise, they would have suffered the tragic fate of having their souls scattered. Gu Fei knew that even if everyone in the divine palace died, the peerless monster, the old tortoise, would definitely not die. He wanted to know who would be the final winner. The divine palace will most likely be taken by the old tortoise, Gu Fei thought. The old tortoise controlled an inner world and was much more powerful than Demon Monarch of Six Paths and the others. At that moment, something unforeseen happened. After the 18 heaven-reaching divine fire pillars refined the remaining 2 balls of primordial spirit light, the divine palace in the middle of the fire pillars began to sink into the fire elemental vein below. Rumble! Amidst the monstrous fire, the ancient divine palace shone with endless rays of light and slowly sank. If the divine palace escaped into the underground fire elemental vein, even the immortals would not be able to take it away. Roar! God of fire, you little brat, it's fine if you die, but you still dare to do this to me. The old tortoise's unique roar came from the divine palace. At the same time, 4 figures rushed out of the divine palace. The middle-aged scholar drove the exploding skyhammer and smashed it at the 18 heaven-reaching divine fire pillars that surrounded the divine palace. Thousands of purple lightning bolts bloomed from the purple gold hammer that was as big as a mountain, sweeping away the divine fire in the sky. The entire space shook violently as if it was about to collapse. Bang! The purple gold hammer fiercely hit one of the divine fire pillars that was hundreds of meters in diameter. The powerful force caused the flames to dance and the fire pillar to tremble. The full power of a demigod powerhouse was incomparably powerful. It shook the divine fire pillar, but the divine fire pillar did not dissipate. Although it shook violently, it still sent the violet gold divine hammer flying. Let's work together to break the seal and rush out. Demon Monarch of Six Paths and Yellow Dragon, the Demon Lord, shouted as they dispersed the raging flames and rushed over from behind. At that moment, the 3 of them temporarily let go of their prejudices and wanted to work together to break out of the 18 pillars of divine fire. It should be noted that they had triggered an extremely powerful seal in the divine palace. The divine palace left behind by the ancient god of fire was about to sink into the underground fire elemental vein below. Even a demigod expert would be in danger if he was brought into the underground fire elemental vein by the ancient divine palace. The underground fire elemental vein was formed by the accumulation of the power of the heavens and earth over countless years. Even a demigod expert would not be able to resist the power of the heavens and earth. The 3 great experts worked together. A blood-red saber light soared thousands of meters into the sky. Thousands of purple lightning bolts wreaked havoc as a tattered flag fluttered in the air. Demon Monarch of Six Paths, the middle-aged scholar, and the Demon Lord Yellow Dragon did not hold back anymore. They controlled their treasures and gathered their strength to attack the divine fire pillar in front of them. The tattered flag in the Demon Lord Yellow Dragon's hand was only left with a bronze pole and a third of the flag's surface. The pole and the flag's surface were engraved with ancient patterns and emitted an aura that seemed to have originated from the prehistoric times. The 1/3 of the flag's surface was riddled with holes, as if it would turn into dust if it was moved. However, the Demon Lord Yellow Dragon was waving it violently. When the tattered flag was waved, the entire sky trembled as if it could shatter the heavens and earth. Its power was not any weaker than the sky demon saber in the hands of Demon Monarch of Six Paths or the purple gold hammer in the hands of the middle-aged scholar. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering rumble, the combined attack of the 3 peerless experts even caused spatial cracks to appear in the void. The extremely powerful force had really shattered the void. A ball of flame like a volcanic eruption suddenly exploded. The towering pillar of divine fire in front of them finally could not withstand the joint attack of the three people, and collapsed. The powerful restrictive barrier formed by the 18 divine fire pillars was broken, leaving a hole that was hundreds of meters wide. The moment the restrictive barrier of the divine fire pillars was broken, bang! The remaining 17 divine fire pillars unleashed a monstrous fire elemental power at the same time. The shattered divine fire pillar gradually reformed. The broken restrictive barrier was being repaired. Demon Monarch of Six Paths, the middle-aged scholar, and the Demon Lord Yellow Dragon seized the opportunity to rush out from the broken restrictive barrier at the last moment. What's that old tortoise still doing in there? Gu Fei was worried about Old Tortoise when he witnessed the scene from a mountain 100 li away. At that moment, Old Tortoise's avatar and Old Taoist Ku Rong had already stopped. Old Taoist Ku Rong retreated, while the invincible warrior held a black rod in his hand. He ignored the terrifying flames and stood outside the fire pillar. The restrictive barrier set up by the ancient fire god was truly terrifying. Even after the baptism of countless years, it still possessed unfathomable power. In the blink of an eye, the divine fire pillar that was destroyed by Demon Monarch of Six Paths and the other stood between heaven and earth again. You want to sink into the earth fire vein? In your dreams. Old Tortoise roared. He directly broke through the terrifying earth fire that was spewing out and rushed toward the earth fire vein below. Is he crazy? The demigod experts who rushed out from the deity palace were dumbfounded. Even for a powerful demigod, rushing into the earth fire vein was an extremely crazy act. Demon Lord Yellow Dragon and the others were outside the fire pillar, watching Old Tortoise's every move. Only the peerless demigod experts, with their divine eyes that could see through the void and all the mist, could see Old Tortoise in the sea of fire. The other cultivators could only see the dancing flames, but they could not see through the barrier of the sea of fire. Rumble! The deity palace was sinking. The peerless demigod experts saw Old Tortoise flying to the bottom of the deity palace and opening up his inner world, trying to stop the deity palace from sinking into the earth fire vein below with the power of heaven and earth. Roar! Old Tortoise roared and opened up his inner world with all his strength. He wanted to absorb the descending deity palace into his inner world. At this moment, no one was competing with him. He could focus on operating the power of his inner world. However, Old Tortoise soon realized that his idea was a bit naive. The endless earth fire condensed into 18 divine fire pillars that blocked the expansion of his inner world. The 18 divine fire pillars seemed to be extraordinary. They were directly connected to the earth fire vein, and the fire energy was vast and seemingly endless. The power was strong enough to compete with Old Tortoise's inner world. Chapter 368. The Old Tortoise displayed a great divine ability that left everyone dumbfounded. His inner world surged, and the earth fire vein gushed out, blocking the ancient palace that was rumbling and descending. 18 towering divine fiery pillars stood between heaven and earth, protecting the ancient palace in the middle of the sea of fire and emitting great power. The restrictive spell set by the ancient fire god had drawn out the terrible power that had been nurtured in the earth fire vein for countless years. It was as if there were hundreds of thousands of mountains pressing the divine palace in the sea of fire into the earth fire vein from top to bottom. Roar! The Old Tortoise stood in his inner world and roared again and again. He used all his strength and demonic energy surged from his body, causing the entire inner world to shake violently. At the edge of his inner world, the void was collapsing, and the aura of chaos was surging. The old turtle wanted to expand his inner world and take the entire divine palace into his inner world. However, the 18 towering divine fiery pillars were guarding the area, and the mighty earth fire was too powerful. The 18 towering divine fiery pillars emitted a vast power that made even heaven and earth lose their color, suppressing the old turtle's inner world below the divine palace. The old turtle was in a difficult situation. His inner world could not swallow the entire divine palace. It was as if tens of thousands of mountains were pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to escape. This peerless old monster is really powerful. Gu Fei saw the old turtle's roars coming from the void sealed by the 18 towering divine fiery pillars. He knew that the old turtle, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, was not in any danger at all. Everyone was watching. Even the powerful demigod realm cultivators had no intention of making a move. The situation in front of them was beyond their control. Demon Emperor of Six Paths, the middle-aged scholar, the Demon Lord Huang Long, and Ku Rong were nervously staring at the terrible sea of fire in front of them. It was difficult for others to see the situation in the sea of fire sealed by the 18 towering divine fiery pillars, but it did not mean that they could not see it clearly. The eyes of Demon Monarch of Six Paths and the others shone brightly like stars. Their eyes pierced through the void and saw the divine palace in the sea of fire and the old turtle under it. At this moment the corpse general, who had been motionless outside the 18 pillars of fire, suddenly swung the black rod in his hand and swung it at a huge pillar of fire in front of him. The power of the indestructible martial body had reached its peak. The black rod rapidly tore through the void, emitting a sharp ear-piercing sound that made one's scalp tingle. Boom! The entire world trembled. The pillar of fire in front of the corpse general shook violently, and the flames scattered in all directions. It actually showed signs of dissipating. Demon Monarch of Six Paths and the others were startled and quickly retreated. They had long since noticed that this general seemed to be a lifeless corpse. His deathly white skin exuded an aura of death. Apart from a pair of eyes that still had some vigor, his whole body was like a somewhat stiff corpse. Although the old tortoise used the split secret technique to refine the invincible corpse general in the dead town in the virtual sky world into his external incarnation, he still couldn't reverse life and death in the end and make this venerable warrior indestructible body come back to life. This invincible corpse general was a powerful martial artist who had cultivated the indestructible martial body before his death. Such a martial artist was very frightening and definitely one of the few great figures in the world. Even though he had been dead for countless years, the body he left behind still possessed great power. The power of the indestructible martial body was gradually guided out by the old turtle's divine clone, which improved the strength of his divine clone to an unimaginable level. Moreover, the black rod in the hands of the indestructible martial body was not an ordinary object. It was a treasure that could stabilize the earth fire vein. That day, in the volcano in the virtual sky world, it was this unremarkable black rod that stabilized the earth fire vein inside the virtual sky world. That was the earth-stabilizing divine pillar, which possessed supreme power. The old turtle expended a tremendous amount of effort and created a terrible, earth-shattering commotion before he was able to subdue it. Roar! The corpse general let out a furious roar. His whole body emitted a torrential power. The void around him trembled violently, his black hair fluttered wildly, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. Whoosh! The black rod in his hand swung from right to left, slanting towards the huge pillar of fire in front of him. The power of the rod shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if a terrifying storm had suddenly been generated in the sky. The earth-stabilizing divine pillar emitted endless black light, and a chaotic aura that seemed to come from the desolate age spread in the sky. All the cultivators' expressions changed. Boom! An earth-shattering noise surged between heaven and earth. The earth-stabilizing divine pillar of fire was smashed into pieces by the corpse general's rod. The terrifying earth-stabilizing fire enveloped the heaven and earth, as if a sun had fallen on a mountain. The light emitted by the sun in the sky was completely overshadowed by the intense light that erupted, causing the world to lose its color. Just now, the demon monarch of Six Paths, the middle-aged scholar, and the demonic lord Huang Long, three peerless demigods, had used their treasures to open up a path in the godly palace, allowing them to escape from the 18 towering godly fire pillars. However, the indestructible body that the old tortoise had refined into his outer body incarnation was able to create a gap in the barrier set up by the ancient god of fire on his own. It was unbelievable. The giant pillar of fire that towered between the heavens and the earth exploded. The indestructible body clad in ancient battle armor ignored the terrifying heat of the earth fire that was enough to melt divine iron. It directly swept away the earth fire and charged through the gap in the restriction. Haha! As long as I stabilize the fire vein beneath, Fire God's fire cloud palace will be mine. Old Turtle's carefree laughter sounded from the sea of flames that filled the sky. The restriction set up by the ancient god of fire was activated by the infinite power of the earth fire within the earth's fire vein. As long as the spewing earth fire was suppressed, the source of the restriction's power could be cut off, and the restriction would collapse on its own. Rumble! The earth trembled as the earth-stabilizing pillar flew out of the corpse general's hand and expanded infinitely, suppressing down on the fire eye below. The surging sea of flames immediately calmed down. As the earth-stabilizing pillar landed in the fire eye, the sea of flames that filled the sky immediately calmed down. The earth fire chi that seemed to be able to burn even the void quickly dissipated in the void. The 18 towering godly fire pillars that guarded the godly palace immediately dimmed. Pung! All the cultivators that were 50 kilometers away felt a tremor beneath their feet. The towering fire in front of them gradually weakened. Boom! The moment the earth-stabilizing pillar suppressed the fire eye, the 18 towering godly fire pillars instantly dissipated. The fire blanketed the sky and the earth, shrouding a corner of the world. An ancient palace that emitted brilliant rays of light emerged from the sea of flames. The earth-stabilizing pillar had successfully suppressed the earth's fire vein and cut off the source of the restriction's power, rendering all the restrictions outside the godly palace useless. Swoosh! 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 Seeing an opportunity, the peerless demigod experts immediately pounced forward. The demon monarch of 6 paths, the middle-aged scholar, the demon lord Huang Long, and the Ku Rong Taoist quickly moved in the void. Outrageous! You bunch of juniors have no idea what's good for you. The old turtle rushed out of the godly palace with a strange cry. He spread his hands to the left and right, and a hazy world immediately blocked in front of the crowd. An endless power of space surged out from the inner world like a big mouth, swallowing the demon monarch of 6 paths and the others who were rushing over. The 4 demigods were shocked. They quickly scattered and rushed to the sides, trying to bypass the old turtle's blockade and rush into the godly palace behind the old turtle. At this moment, seeing that the restrictions outside the godly palace were all useless, some old monsters also rushed over, trying to enter the godly palace. The godly palace of the primordial fire god definitely contained precious treasures. Whether it was immortal pills, divine medicines, or spiritual ancient treasures, as long as one obtained one, it would be extremely beneficial. There was absolutely no doubt about that. Countless cultivators in the mountains were envious, and some of them could not help but rush toward the godly palace. At this moment, 7 or 8 dazzling sword lights rushed out from the southern mountains. The sword lights were like divine rainbows that pierced through the sky. As soon as they appeared, they rushed forward as if they had shattered the void. The chilling sword aura filled the sky. The 7 or 8 sword lights released a terrifying sword aura that was as vast as the ocean, and the surrounding temperature plummeted due to the sword aura. Those are sword cultivators. They are from the Guangqing Immortal sect. Someone recognized the 7 or 8 shocking sword lights and shouted in surprise. Gu Fei was stunned when he heard this. The people from the Guangqing Immortal sect had come after all. They seemed to have been hiding in the distance for a long time, and only showed up now. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a muffled tremor that sounded like rolling thunder from the east, and a terrible power surged from the east. Everyone was shocked and quickly looked toward the east. They saw an altar the size of a small mountain, emitting 1,000 rays of light, flying toward them. Everyone could feel the energy fluctuations of the raging sea from the altar. The altar moved in the void, and wherever it passed, heaven and earth trembled. All the cultivators in the mountain felt an indescribable pressure, as if a primordial divine mountain was descending on their heads. On the altar, there seemed to be many people standing on it. The people from the Taishan sect have also come. They actually used a precious treasure. Someone saw the ancient altar that was emitting a dazzling light. Taoist Chaoyang had once controlled the altar to defeat the clones of the Demon King of 6 Paths and the Great Demon Venerable in the southern wasteland. Many cultivators knew that the Taishan sect had a terrifying altar. All the big figures appeared. Demigods, old monsters at the 9th sky of the Royal Void, and even the peerless masters of the Royal Void all rushed out from the dark. They only had one goal, and that was to rush into the ancient godly palace in front of them and fight for the treasures left behind by the ancient fire god. When the old tortoise saw this, his expression changed. As the saying goes, even ants can kill an elephant. Facing the powerful cultivators coming from all directions, the old tortoise couldn't help but be moved. Chapter 369. While the earth-stabilizing divine pillar was suppressing the earth fire vein, all the restrictions on the periphery of the palace in the sea of fire were broken. All the peerless experts who had been spying on the palace rushed out. The temptation of the ancient divine palace was unprecedented for cultivators. Even though they knew that even if the restrictions on the periphery were broken, it would still be dangerous to enter the palace, so they couldn't care less. All the cultivators above the void-controlling realm seemed to have gone crazy. Inside the palace, which was surrounded by rays of light, the aura of treasure soared into the sky. It was hard to imagine how many ancient treasures were stored inside. All the cultivators' eyes turned red. The well-preserved palace definitely had no lack of treasures, such as ancient spiritual weapons, divine elixirs that could make people reborn, or even ancient manuals of cultivation methods. Each of them was something that cultivators dreamed of. For these things, cultivators would not hesitate to fight and risk their lives to fight for them. "Bastard, the fire god's fire cloud palace is mine. I'll kill anyone who dares to enter," shouted the old turtle. At the same time, he opened his inner world and shrouded the ancient palace. The indestructible corpse general appeared in front of Demon Monarch of Six Paths in an instant and punched out. The warrior's genuine chi surged out of his fist, and the dazzling chi illuminated the world as it rushed toward Demon Monarch of Six Paths. "Ha!" Demon Monarch of Six Paths shouted. His blood-red hair danced wildly as he slashed forward with the Sky Fiend's saber in his hand. The blood-red saber beam suddenly soared up to 10,000 feet, splitting apart the fist force that was like a raging wave, and met the indestructible corpse general's fist. Boom! With a loud bang, the indestructible corpse general's right fist bombarded the 1,000-foot saber beam. The blood-red saber beam instantly shattered, turning into specks of blood-red light that dissipated between heaven and earth. The indestructible corpse general was extremely powerful, and its body was unimaginably strong. It was unbelievable that it could resist the Sky Fiend's saber's blade with its body alone. Without any suspense, even someone as powerful as the Demon Monarch of Six Paths, who was known as the #1 demonic saber in the world, was forced back by a single punch from the undying corpse general. Under the control of the old turtle's avatar, the indestructible corpse general displayed terrifying combat power. He forced Demon Monarch of Six Paths back with a punch, then stretched out his left hand. A huge golden palm of light immediately appeared in front of his palm, grabbing at the middle-aged scholar who was about to rush into the palace. The golden palm emitted a resplendent light that enveloped the entire space. Under the envelopment of the palm, the entire space was violently trembling as though it was about to collapse. A terrifying power was unleashed by the palm. "Damn it!" The middle-aged scholar let out an angry roar. His voice was extremely old and did not match his appearance. He only felt a powerful force surging from behind him, enveloping him in an instant. There was a powerful force that sealed a part of the void and pulled him back. The middle-aged scholar had no choice but to turn around and wave the violet gold divine hammer, which was surrounded by purple lightning, toward the palm of light that was as large as a hill. The violet gold divine hammer, which was surrounded by purple lightning, quickly enlarged and collided with the palm of light that the indestructible corpse general had unleashed. The palm of light collapsed, and the purple lightning danced wildly. The golden palm of light turned into thousands of golden rays of light that shot out in all directions like golden meteors. The purple lightning slithered like purple spiritual snakes. Blood-curdling screams rang out from all directions. Several peerless experts who were flying through the air towards the divine palace were instantly pierced through by the bursting golden light and turned into charcoal by the purple lightning. A few balls of dazzling light wrapped around a few tiny figures. They rushed out of the destroyed body and fled in all directions. Those were the nascent souls of those peerless experts. Although their bodies were destroyed, as long as their nascent souls were not destroyed, they would not be considered dead. The bodies of those unlucky peerless experts were destroyed, and their corpses fell from the sky. However, their nascent souls were able to break their dantions in time and escape. They had escaped the calamity of having their bodies and souls destroyed. If there was a chance in the future, they could still give up their bodies and continue cultivating. The violet gold divine hammer flew backward toward the middle-aged scholar and quickly shrank. When it returned to the middle-aged scholar's hand, it became the size of a head again. Even the residual power released from the battle between demigods was enough to kill peerless experts in the void-controlling realm. All the peerless experts who were rushing over could not help but tremble in fear when they saw this scene. Powerful as they were as weak as children in front of the demigods. The peerless experts who were not affected by the mighty destructive power quickly avoided the demigods and continued to rush toward the palace that was floating in the air. The indestructible corpse general had its eyes on the demon monarch of six paths and the middle-aged scholar. It displayed a powerful martial arts technique to stop them from entering the palace. Old Taoist Ku Rong and the demon lord Yellow Dragon did not encounter any obstruction and rushed into the palace. Boom! A loud sound immediately came from the palace. The demon lord Yellow Dragon waved the broken flag in his hand and instantly broke the restriction of a palace. Immediately more than 10 rays of light shot into the sky. The demon lord Yellow Dragon stretched out his hand and immediately collected the most dazzling rays of light. He nodded with satisfaction and did not try to collect the other ancient treasures. The ancient treasures that the demon lord Yellow Dragon didn't care about turned into streaks of light that flew in every direction. The peerless experts who had not rushed into the palace immediately shouted. They controlled the rays of light and cast spells to cover the rays of light. They wanted to collect the ancient treasures that had flown out of the palace. Swish! 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 More than 10 rays of light cut through the sky and immediately chased after the rays of light formed by the ancient treasures. Rumble! The experts of the Taishan sect controlled the ancient altar and landed in the sky above the mountain. A ball of fire rose from the altar and 9 three-legged golden birds flew in the flames. Taoist Chaoyang, who was wearing the 9 Suns' brilliant golden crow sky-burning magical robe, reached out his hand and a palm of fire immediately rushed out and grabbed a ray of light that had flown past him. A few silhouettes dashed out of the altar one after another, and chased after the scattered treasured lights. The sword cultivators of the Guangqing celestial sect also controlled the rays of light to intercept the ancient psychic ancient treasures that had rushed out of the palace. In the sky figures flashed and it was a mess. There were even peerless experts fighting in the sky for the ancient treasures. The brilliance of the spells and the spiritual light of the magic treasures were constantly flickering. Only the powerful cultivators of the void controlling realm and above were qualified to participate. The cultivators on the ground who could rush into the sky to fight for the ancient treasures could only watch helplessly and be destined to be bystanders. How lively! Gu Fei looked at the scene in the sky coldly. He was not tempted by the ancient treasures and had the mentality of a bystander. What are the psychic ancient treasures? I still have the mountain river cauldron in my inner world. Gu Fei thought to himself. He had the real treasures, so of course he had no interest in these so-called psychic ancient treasures. Gu Fei saw the figures of Shen Hongshi, the old monster of the Shangqing sect, and Elder Luo Xiao of the Guangqing celestial sect among the dozens of fast-moving figures in front of him. Roar! Collect them! In the sky, the old turtle stood above the divine palace that was surrounded by rays of light and filled with the aura of treasures. He opened his inner world and shrouded the area below. The earth fire vein was completely suppressed by the earth-stabilizing divine pillar, and the outer restrictions were all ineffective. It was the best time to collect the divine palace. Rumble! The entire palace shook and slowly rose into the old turtle's inner world. It was as if thousands of mountains were moving. It was very slow and made people feel a strong sense of oppression. Those peerless experts who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to rush into the divine palace were all sent flying. Boom! 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 Loud noises came from the divine palace. Old Taoist Ku Rong and the demon lord Huang Long were attacking the central main palace. The aura of treasures was the strongest there, and it was definitely the place where the ancient fire god stored his treasures. The ancient fire god's palace was above the fire eye of the earth fire vein, and had been refined by the earth fire for countless years. Every brick and tile was surrounded by the brilliance of treasures, and every brick and tile had become extraordinary. The central main palace was dazzling, and was the largest palace in the divine palace. It was also the most important place in the divine palace. The ancient god of fire had set up a strong restrictive spell to seal this place. The power of the seal was too strong. A huge 5-colored light barrier enveloped the central main palace. If one did not attack, the light barrier would become transparent and invisible. However, once it was attacked, the light barrier would appear. The demon lord Huang Long waved the broken flag in his hand with all his might, shaking the space around him. However, he was unable to break the five-colored barrier. Old Taoist Ku Rong stretched out his hand and directly pulled the ancient altar that was floating above the mountain over. Two figures rushed out of the altar. The sect leader came in person? Gu Fei was no stranger to the two figures who rushed out of the altar. One of them was the Taishan sect leader, Taoist Xiantian. The other was a handsome middle-aged man in a green robe. He was Uncle Dan Chengzi, who had ventured into the northern demon zone to look for him. The ancient altar quickly shrank and rushed into the divine palace. Old Taoist Ku Rong jumped onto the altar and performed a spell. The runes on the entire altar lit up, and the essence of the world began to gather toward the altar from all directions. The ancient altar under Old Taoist Ku Rong's feet emitted a bright light. Every rune seemed to come to life and emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation like a raging sea. Old Taoist Ku Rong controlled the altar and directly bombarded the five-colored light barrier of the central divine palace. Bam! The five-colored light barrier shook violently but still showed no signs of collapsing. The ancient altar was sent flying by the rebounding force. At that moment, Old Turtle's inner world had already enveloped the sky above the divine palace. Old Taoist Ku Rong and the demon lord Huang Long had no choice but to step on the altar, put away the broken flag, and rushed out of the divine palace. Chapter 370. Rumble. A part of the world descended. Vaguely one could see lush forests, high mountains and flowing rivers. It was a small world outside the great world. In order to collect the divine palace, which was surrounded by colorful lights, the old turtle desperately expanded its inner world to the limit. The void within a radius of dozens of miles was covered by the old turtle's inner world. A huge hole seemed to have appeared in the void, trying to swallow the divine palace. The old turtle stood in that part of the inner world, its whole body surging with demonic power. Its dragon face was extremely solemn. Bean-sized beads of sweat seeped out of its forehead and were directly evaporated by the demonic power. The terrifying fluctuation of the inner world made all the cultivators feel great pressure. Everyone was shocked, and they felt a tremor from the depths of their souls. The area beyond 50 kilometers was no longer safe. The countless cultivators in the mountains sensed the danger and once again retreated like a receding tide. Even Demon Monarch of Six Paths, Demon Lord Yellow Dragon, and other peerless demigods rushed out of the range of the old turtle's inner world. Swish! Swish! A green shadow and a fiery light rushed from afar and directly rushed into the old turtle's inner world. The three-clawed green serpent Shaoqing and the fire Qilin entered the old turtle's inner world. The earth fire vein under the divine palace had been completely blocked by the earth-stabilizing divine pillar. A pitch-black pillar was half submerged in the eye of the fire. The indestructible corpse general was standing on the black pillar, looking up. The pillar that the earth-stabilizing divine pillar had turned into was extremely huge. One end of the pillar had a diameter of 300 feet. Standing on it, the indestructible corpse general looked very small. Haha, you juniors, what are you running for? Come fight me for 300 rounds. The old turtle shouted and its voice shook the sky. With a rumble, the inner world shrouded down. The palace had been sucked in by the power of the inner world and slowly flew into it. Demon Lord Huang Long held the broken flag in his hand as he calmly watched the scene. On the other hand, Demon Monarch of Six Paths, the middle-aged scholar, and Taoist Ku Rong had dark expressions on their faces. They were able to tell that the true treasure was definitely in the central palace. However, the restrictions there were simply too powerful. With their strength, even with the treasures in their hands, they would not be able to break through the restrictions. If the old tortoise took that palace into his inner world, all the treasures, including the divine palace, would belong to the old tortoise. Demon Lord Huang Long had long believed that Old Turtle was a mighty figure among the demon clan. Old Turtle obtaining the divine palace left behind by the ancient fire god was no different from the demon clan obtaining it. As long as the demonic monarch of Six Paths and the human cultivators didn't get it, he would be happy to see it happen. The inner world was a world that was independent of the outside world. It was a small world created by a great cultivator with unimaginable power. The demon monarch of Six Paths and the others didn't dare to make another move. The divine palace belongs to the old tortoise. Gu Fei, who had already retreated 100 kilometers to the top of a mountain, muttered to himself when he saw the scene in the distant sky. It was hard to imagine what kind of treasures were stored in the palace left behind by the ancient gods. Even the palace itself was probably a divine item. This old tortoise. Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh. The old tortoise had traveled far and wide. After obtaining the palace left behind by the ancient gods, the old tortoise's capital had undoubtedly become more robust. If there were immortal pills and divine medicines in the divine palace, the old tortoise's cultivation would probably break through to the demigod realm and become a legendary immortal. There were countless legends about immortals and gods in the soaring dragon continent. There were also many ancient divine relics left behind in some ominous places. However, for thousands of years, no one in the soaring dragon continent had seen an actual immortal. There were only some skeletons that were suspected to be the remains of immortals and gods. Even the most ancient sects in the soaring dragon continent had mysterious descriptions of immortals and gods in their ancient records. They seemed to be illusory existences. To cultivators, immortals and gods definitely existed because this was the highest goal that countless cultivators fought for. If even cultivators denied the existence of immortals and gods, then what was the point of walking the path of cultivation? The life of a cultivator was to live forever in the world and to become a god or immortal. They wanted to exist with the world and coexist with the sun and the moon. At that moment, the peerless masters who had rushed in all directions to chase after the psychic ancient treasure that had rushed out of the divine palace continued to fly back from afar. Some of them were full of smiles as if they had gained something, while others were disappointed and full of hatred. The big shots of the Guangxing Immortal sect, the Shangqing sect, the Taixin sect, and the three great Taoist sects had grasped the opportunity well and thus became the big winners in the fight for the ancient treasure. Dozens of powerful cultivators who were flying back stopped 100 miles away. They did not dare to get too close in case they were affected by the power of space and were sucked into the turtle's inner world. Only the 4 demigod bigwigs dared to stand in the air outside the area covered by the old turtle's inner world. They were powerless to stop the turtle from taking the divine palace. The inner world was a great magic that only immortals and gods possessed. They could not understand how the turtle could control an inner world when he was not an immortal or god. Controlling an inner world meant that the turtle was invincible. Among the demigods, no one could compete with the turtle. The turtle could be said to be invincible. Among the countless cultivators present, Gu Fei was probably the only one who knew the origin of the turtle. The turtle was a figure from the ancient times. When he was at his peak, his cultivation must have been earth-shattering. He was probably a terrifying existence that surpassed the immortals and gods. In the ancient times there were many strong cultivators. That was the era that countless cultivators yearned for. The demon monarch of 6 paths and the others were waiting outside. They were waiting for the moment the restrictive formation of the central palace was broken. The more powerful the magic treasure and the more powerful the weapon, the more spiritual it would be. This kind of magic treasure and weapon could be called a spiritual artifact. Spiritual objects would not be taken away easily. Once the restrictive formation of the central palace was broken, the spiritual artifact inside would definitely turn into a divine rainbow and rush out. When that happened, it would be time for the demon monarch of 6 paths and the demon lord Huanglong to take action. Rumble. The world shook. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the turtle's inner world, which covered a radius of dozens of miles, was gradually swallowing the divine palace that was surrounded by colorful lights. The outcome seemed to be set. The palace left by the ancient gods was going to belong to the turtle. Little turtle. At this moment, an indistinct but clear voice rang out in the void. Little turtle. You're there. The voice was so young that it seemed to come from a child. The owner of the voice seemed to be a lively and adorable child. Everyone was stunned. The turtle's expression changed drastically when he heard the voice. Aya! He almost fell out of his inner world. Little turtle. The voice rang out again. This time it was much clearer, no longer faintly discernible. However, no one knew where the voice came from. Even Demon Monarch of 6 Paths, Demon Lord Huanglong, and the others were surprised. They scanned their surroundings, but they couldn't find the owner of the voice. The turtle seemed to know who the person was. After stabilizing himself, he immediately cursed, "Little bald donkey, you chased me from the West Earth to the North. You're really something." Everyone was shocked. It was hard to believe that someone as powerful as the almighty figure of the demon race with the dragon body was afraid of someone. Moreover, according to the turtle, that person seemed to be Baldi from the West Earth. West Earth was the land of the Buddhist sect. It was the Western paradise that the people of the secular world often spoke of. Only those in the world of cultivation knew that there was no such thing as a paradise in the West. It was just that the Buddhist sect wanted to rope in their believers, which was why they said that the West was a perfect world without illness, disputes, and everyone was kind. In the end, it was just a way for the Buddhist sect to spread their teachings in the world. It portrayed a beautiful world that didn't exist. It made people believe that this world existed and had a kind of spiritual sustenance. Little turtle. So you're here. The voice sounded very far away as if it came from the 9 heavens. It was mighty and pervasive between the heavens and the earth. A white figure appeared in the western sky. Swoosh! Demon monarch of 6 paths, the demon lord Huang Long, the middle-aged scholar and old Taoist Ku Rong, the 4 peerless demigods, all turned to look at the western sky. Who's that? Why is the old turtle so afraid of him? Gu Fei also sensed the abnormality in the western sky, and was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that there was someone in this world that the peerless monster, the old turtle, was afraid of. When the old turtle saw that person, his body trembled again and his mind was greatly shaken. He couldn't use the power of his inner world to its fullest. The divine palace that had been devoured by his inner world sank down again. Haha, little turtle, don't run anymore. Be a good boy and be my mount. A young voice was heard. It was a little monk with red lips and white teeth wearing a moon-white monk's robe. The little monk held a purple gold alms bowl in his right hand as he strolled through the void. There was no escape light, and he looked very calm and collected. In just a few steps the little monk came close. He didn't seem to be moving very fast, but it was as if he had shrunk the ground to an inch and traversed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers with one step. Swoosh! The old turtle put away his inner world and turned to escape. He didn't even want the palace below. Chapter 371. The appearance of the little monk caused all the cultivators in the mountain to feel extremely shocked. No one said anything and the surroundings were silent. Everyone was looking up at the little monk in the distant sky. The mountain wind whistled from time to time. The old turtle seemed to be afraid of the harmless and innocent little monk. He withdrew his inner world and turned to flee. Little turtle, don't run. A childish voice was heard. The little monk raised his hand and threw the purple gold alms bowl at the old turtle. There was nothing special about the purple gold alms bowl, and it didn't emit any spiritual light or multicolored light. However, the expressions of the 4 demigods in the sky changed the moment the little monk threw out the purple gold alms bowl. Swoosh! 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 Demon monarch of 6 paths, demon lord Huang Long, and the others quickly retreated. The purple gold alms bowl flew out of the little monk's hand and quickly expanded to envelop the escaping old turtle. The inconspicuous purple gold alms bowl exuded an unfathomable power that shook heaven and earth. The alms bowl emitted a Buddha's light, which instantly enveloped the old tortoise, who had fled dozens of miles away. The Buddhist light was peaceful. Vaguely, one could see golden lotuses emerging and celestial flowers fluttering in the air. It was as if a paradise had suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This little monk was definitely not simple. He was most likely an almighty figure of West Earth's Buddhism sect. With a wave of his hand, heavenly flowers would fall and golden lotuses would appear from the ground. This was simply a great divine ability comparable to that of gods and Buddhas. There seemed to be a Buddhist kingdom inside the purple gold alms bowl. Endless Buddhist light contained great Buddhist power. It actually froze the old turtle in the air, trying to suck him into the purple gold alms bowl. A world of its own? Demon Lord Huang Long was shocked. The purple gold alms bowl that had become as large as a mountain seemed to contain a world of its own. There weren't many almighties that could make a peerless demigod who had seen through life and death fear. However, 2 of them had appeared one after another today. Like the old tortoise's inner world, it was also a small world created and refined by a mighty being, using his supreme divine powers and dharmic powers. Roar! The old turtle roared again and again. He was fixed in the void by the boundless Buddhist light. No matter how hard he struggled, He could not break free from the boundless Buddhist power and rush out of the Buddhist light. Little bald donkey, you're going too far. I'll fight you to the death. The old turtle roared and waved his hands. Rumble. A part of the void trembled. He opened up a world and enveloped himself within it. The endless Buddhist light was immediately blocked by the old tortoise's inner world. The old tortoise stood in his inner world, controlling his inner world and rushing toward the mountain-like purple gold alms bowl in the sky. Heaven and earth were collapsing, and the boundless Buddha light was dissipating. It was as though a world of Buddha had been shattered. The two forces of heaven and earth were colliding, wearing each other down. The void was collapsing. The place where the Buddha's light and the old turtle's inner world came into contact turned into chaos. It was as if two worlds were colliding. The mighty aura of destruction made everyone's heart palpitate. Little turtle, don't resist. The little monk, like a smiling Buddha holding a flower, flew above the purple gold alms bowl. As he waved his hands, swastikas rushed out, broke through the void, and rushed into the old turtle's inner world. The mountains were broken, and the trees were turned into flying ashes. The swastikas had immeasurable Buddhist power, but they were not transformed by the power of the old turtle's inner world. The old turtle's inner world was bombarded and the mountains shook violently. The old turtle's figure shook again and again. His inner world was attacked, and he could not avoid the great impact. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Go to hell! The old turtle roared madly. A stone turtle shell the size of a fist rushed out of his body and out of his inner world. In an instant, it grew to the size of a mountain and smashed toward the Buddhist land that was filled with flowers and golden lotuses. Rumble. A large area of the Buddhist land was collapsing. Endless Buddhist light was dissipating. The stone turtle shell possessed an unimaginable might. It actually shook the purple gold alms bowl that was emitting endless Buddhist light. It was a piece of Buddhist land that was manifesting. Sigh. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Little turtle, why do you have to do this? The little monk's body suddenly emitted a dazzling sacred Buddhist light, and a giant Buddha phantom appeared behind him. The little monk sat cross-legged on the purple gold alms bowl, like a Buddha descending. The Buddha phantom behind him stretched out a big hand and covered downwards. Buddha is with me. Little turtle, you can't beat me. The little monk's voice was young, but it displayed great magical power. Just like the ancient Buddhist Vedanta, it appeared extremely solemn and solemn. The faintly discernible big hand actually grabbed the stone turtle shell that was rushing over like an ancient divine mountain, trying to collect it into the Buddhist land in the purple gold alms bowl. And at this time a huge vibration suddenly came from below. A huge black pillar rushed up, and with a dang sound it bombarded the purple gold alms bowl. The terrifying sound wave spread in all directions, causing everyone to feel dizzy and their blood to boil. Even the four peerless demigod experts immediately retreated far away. In the mountains, a large number of the awakening self-stage cultivators immediately collapsed, all of them knocked out. Only transcending mortality realm cultivators and above could barely resist the terrifying sound wave. So powerful. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The mighty sound wave from the purple gold alms bowl made him feel danger, causing the blood in his body to boil. I also want to become a supreme expert that can look down on the world. After witnessing the peerless demigod expert's great magical power, Gu Fei had an unprecedented desire to become stronger. The giant black pillar that rushed up from below was the earth-stabilizing divine pillar above the earth fire vein. The giant black pillar caused the purple gold alms bowl to shake violently. At the same time, the stone turtle shell that was grabbed by the Buddha phantom also emitted a powerful wave of energy. It struggled free from the Buddha's hand and was retrieved by the old turtle. The earth-stabilizing divine pillar quickly shrunk and was grabbed by a strong hand. Boom! The ground below suddenly shook violently, and flames soared into the sky. The earth fire vein that was blocked by the earth-stabilizing divine pillar exploded after the immortal corpse general retrieved the pillar. The earth fire vein had been spewing out non-stop, using the earth fire to temper the ancient palaces that were floating above the fire eye. After being blocked by the earth-stabilizing divine pillar, the earth fire vein could not be released. It was like a flowing river that was blocked by a dam. The dam suddenly collapsed, and the river surged out like a mountain torrent. The ground within a radius of dozens of miles suddenly cracked, and the earth fire seeped out. The collapsed soil was instantly turned into boiling lava by the terrifying temperature. The earth fire veins collapsed, and a giant pillar of fire 1,000 meters in diameter rushed out from the ground, reaching tens of thousands of meters into the sky. The world trembled as if the end of the world had come. The earth fire vein that was charging at the divine palace was directly pushed into the sky by the earth fire. The old turtle that had retrieved the stone turtle shell withdrew its inner world and retreated in panic. The mysterious little monk's expression suddenly changed. The faint and illusory giant Buddha Dharma form behind him also disappeared into the void, and the tens of thousands of meters of Buddha light retreated like a tide. The little monk, who was sitting cross-legged on the purple gold alms bowl, rushed out with the purple gold alms bowl. The demon monarch of 6 paths and the others also rode their escape lights, and rushed out hundreds of miles away to avoid the impact of the earth fire. The earth fire erupted with unprecedented power, and everyone retreated. The weather suddenly changed and thick smoke covered the sky, blocking the sun in the sky. The surrounding sky gradually darkened. Even the people in Bailing City, who were far away, could feel the unusual movement coming from the depths of the snow mountain. They could also see the tens of thousands of meters of fire rushing out from the ground. The Origin Palace floating above the earth fire was also pushed tens of thousands of meters into the sky by the fire pillar. The old turtle and the little monk were also affected, and were sent flying thousands of meters to the side. The earth fire vein suddenly exploded, and the mountain suddenly became chaotic. The peerless masters of the void controlling realm all rode their escape lights and flew away. Rays of divine light cut through the void and flew into the distance. The demonic woman who was standing on the 5-colored divine bird turned into a cluster of colorful light, and flew into the sky along with the divine bird under her feet. Everyone was retreating and running for their lives. They could only see the ancient altar emitting 1,000 feet of multicolored light. It swept up all the masters of the Taishan sect, and like a huge mountain, it quickly retreated into the distance. The masters of the Guangqing celestial sect rode their sword light, and in an instant they traveled thousands of miles. The celestial sword escape technique was extremely fast, and they were like heavenly swords that flew across the sky. They were much faster than ordinary escape lights. The people of the Shangqing sect were the most carefree. They stood on a giant talisman that looked like a golden cloud, and their sleeves fluttered in the wind as they escaped into the distance. When the earth fire vein exploded, Gu Fei, who was on a mountain 200 miles away, was also in danger. The earth shook violently and huge cracks appeared. There was a crack that spread from the eye of the fire, and it happened to pass by the mountain under Gu Fei's feet. As the earth shook and the mountains shook, the mountain that Gu Fei was standing on was split in half. More than 10 cultivators screamed and fell into the terrible crack. Gu Fei was shaken to the ground. He was less than 200 feet away from the huge crack, which made him break out in a cold sweat. He quickly got up from the ground and distanced himself from the bottomless crack. This was simply a disaster. Countless cultivators frantically fled into the distance. The exploding fireballs were like meteors with billowing smoke and raging flames, smashing in all directions. Boom! 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 The fireballs continued to fall among the mountains. Gu Fei saw that a nearby mountain was hit by a huge fireball, and it instantly collapsed. The dozens of cultivators on the mountain were suddenly enveloped by the sea of fire, and they were burned to ashes. Even their primordial spirits could not escape, and their souls were directly destroyed. The end of the world. What was happening in front of him was definitely a terrifying scene that could only be seen at the end of the world. In front of the power of heaven and earth, even the powerful cultivators could not resist, and their lives were so weak. Chapter 372. The eruption of the earth vein of fire was even more violent and terrifying than when the old tortoise collected the earth-stabilizing divine pillar in the virtual sky world. The virtual sky world was only an imperfect world. It couldn't be compared to the perfect world at all. The true perfection of the universe was something that even the ancient gods would not be able to contend against. In the perfect world, all living things were merely ants attached to it. The sky was truly out of reach. There was no powerful creature that could surpass the sky. Even the legendary innate gods who were born at the beginning of the world could not do it. The earth vein of fire shook. Wind, fire, Thunder and lightning raged between heaven and earth. A huge pillar of fire rushed to the sky, and the terrible heat it released melted everything. Of course, except for the palace left by the ancient god of fire at the top of the pillar of fire. The palace was still blooming with dazzling light, which reflected the light of the pillar of fire below. It was a spectacular sight. The area within a radius of several dozen miles around the earth vein of fire turned into boiling magma. The earth cracked, and all the cultivators on the ground were running for their lives. From time to time, people were swallowed by the bottomless cracks, and miserable screams could be heard before they died. Gu Fei was also running for his life. Behind him the ground kept collapsing, and a crack was rapidly expanding. Half of the mountain peak was completely swallowed in a few breaths. At this time Gu Fei couldn't care less about hiding his strength. It was more important to run for his life. The 5 elemental energies in his body surged violently, and a 5-colored aura burst out of his body, forming a layer of dazzling aura around his body. All the stones and dirt that were smashing toward him were either blown away or shattered into pieces by the protective aura. After running for more than 10 miles, Gu Fei was finally out of danger. At this time, he suddenly saw a familiar figure flashing among the fleeing cultivators in front of him. It was a woman, a beautiful woman. Her beautiful face revealed a panicked expression, and a powerful wave of power surged from her body, blocking all the stones and dust that shot toward her. Beitangyu. The moment Gu Fei saw this woman, he couldn't help but feel refreshed. It turned out that the people of the Beitang family were hidden among the cultivators. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. His divine sense immediately locked on Beitangyu in front of him. He then used the 8 desolate steps and chased after Beitangyu, leaving afterimages in the void. At this time everyone was running away. No one noticed Gu Fei's strangeness, and no one paid attention to Gu Fei. However, Beitangyu seemed to have sensed something. While she was running, she unexpectedly turned around to look. Gu Fei. When Beitangyu saw Gu Fei approaching with a murderous aura, she immediately recognized him and cried out in alarm. She had fought with Gu Fei before, so she was naturally very familiar with the aura exuded by Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei had changed his appearance, Beitangyu still recognized him. She had fought with Gu Fei before, so she was naturally familiar with the aura coming from Gu Fei's body. Even though Gu Fei had changed his appearance, Beitangyu still recognized him. Gu Fei walked the path of martial arts and cultivated the martial Tao. His aura and energy ripples were completely different from ordinary cultivators. At this moment, his strength exploded, no longer concealing his identity as a martial cultivator. Gu Fei walked the path of martial arts and cultivated the martial path. His aura and energy fluctuations were completely different from ordinary cultivators. At this time his power suddenly burst forth, and he could no longer conceal his identity as a martial arts practitioner. Courting death. Beitangyu waved her right hand backward, and the power of the divine art burst forth from her hand. Swoosh! An arc of golden light immediately rushed out from her hand, slashing towards Gu Fei, who was closing in from behind. The golden blade broke through the air, emitting a cold aura. In an instant it spun and slashed towards Gu Fei, wanting to cut him in half. Gu Fei's face revealed a trace of disdain and coldness. He didn't have the intention to dodge and directly rushed towards the golden blade. Bam! The golden blade slashed down like a divine weapon and ruthlessly slashed on the 5-colored energy outside Gu Fei's body. Then it instantly crumbled and turned into specks of golden light. Gu Fei rushed through the golden light, and in a few steps, he was already behind Beitangyu. He didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex and directly pushed his palm forward. The surging palm force condensed into a golden palm of light that emitted a destructive power that caused people's hearts to palpitate. It rushed towards the escaping Beitangyu. This was the Great 5 Elemental Annihilation Hand, the fiercest and most unyielding metal element palm force. Beitangyu felt the terrifying fluctuation coming from behind her, and her expression couldn't help changing. The strength of Gu Fei was beyond her expectations, and it made her feel a sense of danger. 5 Elemental Great Shift. Beitangyu turned around and both her hands moved in a mysterious trajectory in front of her. The power of the 5 elements surged out from her hands. A 5-colored whirlpool appeared in front of Beitangyu and blocked the golden palm that was rushing towards her. Within the whirlpool, the space seemed to distort. Rumble. Two powerful forces instantly collided together, producing a muffled sound like muffled thunder. Bei Tengyu operated the five elemental great shift with all her strength, wanting to move away from Gu Fei's great five elemental annihilation palm. However, Gu Fei's palm force seemed to have attracted the power of the metal element. It was vast, unstoppable, and difficult to move. Bam! Bei Tengyu was directly sent flying dozens of feet away, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. After the golden palm force sent Bei Tengyu flying, it rushed forward dozens of feet before dissipating in the void. Bei Tengyu was extremely shocked. Did Gu Fei's strength really become so strong? Bei Tengyu found it hard to accept that she was injured by Gu Fei in just one move. However, regardless of whether Bei Tengyu accepted it or not, she had to face the reality that she was no longer a match for Gu Fei. After Bei Tengyu realized this, she did not dare to accept the challenge. Instead, she borrowed the momentum of the forward momentum to run forward as if she was flying. In just an instant, she had already rushed hundreds of feet away. Dongfang Yu's eldest brother and Saber Emperor's successor Song Wentian were defeated by Gu Fei even after joining hands. This news had already spread among the people with ulterior motives. When Bei Tengyu heard this news, she did not believe it at first. However, it was not until she fought with Gu Fei that she realized that the news was not fake. The two quickly ran through the mountains. Their movement techniques were like the wind and lightning. Soon they escaped from the danger zone and entered a snowy forest. The other cultivators retreated even further away. There were not many fireballs that rushed out from the earth vein fire eye. Occasionally, one or two fireballs could be heard crashing into the mountains. A huge pillar of fire stood between heaven and earth. High in the sky, a dazzling divine palace floated on top of the pillar of fire. Whoosh! 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 Numerous silhouettes soared into the sky, exuding an aura that was as majestic as a mountain. Every single silhouette made people feel an urge to look up at them. They were like fiend gods, causing people's hearts to be filled with fear. They felt as insignificant as ants in front of them. These big shots, who were as powerful as immortals, had a clear goal. They all rushed toward the divine palace at the top of the pillar of fire. Roar! You houseflies are really annoying. The old tortoise roared and rushed over from afar, followed by the indestructible corpse General Clone holding the earth-stabilizing pillar. Little tortoise, don't kill. The fair-skinned little monk appeared in front of the old tortoise in an instant with the purple gold alms bowl and intercepted him. Little bald donkey you. The old tortoise and the indestructible corpse General Clone stopped in the air. The old tortoise pointed at the fair-skinned little monk and said in a trembling voice. It was unknown if he was trembling because of anger or fear. My hand is too cheap. I shouldn't have opened that stupid seal and let you out. The old tortoise gnashed his teeth and glared at the little monk. The old tortoise lived a comfortable life in the Buddhist kingdom of the West. He occupied the largest spirit vein in the entire Buddhist kingdom. After cultivating for a few years, his strength had increased to an unimaginable level. All the virtuous monks in the Buddhist kingdom of the West worshipped the old tortoise like a Buddha. The old tortoise could be said to be able to summon the wind and summon the rain in the Western Buddhist kingdom. However, his happy days came to an end when he broke a seal left behind in the spiritual mountain out of curiosity. Hee, this proves that I am fated with you, little tortoise. Buddhists talk about fate. You and I are fated. You are my mount. The heavens have already decided it. Accept your fate. The little monk held the alms bowl and looked at the old tortoise with a smile. Fate my ass. What bullsh *t fate do I have with you? You want me to be your mount? Why don't you just die? Old tortoise jumped up and pointed at the little monk as he scolded loudly. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise came from the palace at the top of the fire pillar. The demon monarch of 6 paths and the others had re-entered the palace and were attacking the central palace. Terrifying energy ripples spread out from the divine palace above. The 4 demigods wanted to break open the central divine palace and take the treasures inside. Preposterous! The old tortoise was furious. He wanted to rush forward and kill the demon monarch of 6 paths and the others, but he was stopped by the little monk. Boundless Dharma! The little monk's childish voice was heard again. His small body emitted a bright Buddhist light. Within the Buddhist light, Flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. A hazy Buddhist land appeared around the little monk like a paradise. You win! The old tortoise let out a strange cry. He and the undying corpse general turned into rays of light and broke through the Buddhist light. They escaped into the distance without looking back. Little tortoise, I won't send you off. After I take the palace, I'll talk to you about life and reason. Hee hee. The little monk laughed. Then, he brought the hazy Buddhist land with him and flew toward the palace at the top of the fire pillar. It was as if a world was moving. Chapter 373. Gu Fei chased after Beitengyu, passing through the snow forest and into the snowy mountain before he managed to intercept Beitengyu. However, there were actually two old men waiting at the foot of a mountain not far away. When they saw Beitengyu and Gu Fei, they immediately rushed towards them. Kill him! Beitengyu roared at the two old men. It was obvious that the two old men were waiting here to meet up with Beitengyu. Thus Beitengyu led Gu Fei to their rendezvous point. The two old men looked at each other in the eye. Then without a word, they directly attacked Gu Fei. A ball of white light rushed out from one of the old men. Within the white light, there was a white jade rui that emitted a heavy energy wave that smashed towards Gu Fei. This old man's body didn't have any energy wave. He was a divine arts practitioner. Divine arts practitioners also had weapons and could refine weapons. The weapons of divine arts practitioners were the same as the magic treasures of martial cultivators. They could also be kept on their bodies. The other old man stretched out his right hand and the power of his divine arts surged. 5 beams of fire shot out from his 5 fingers and pierced towards Gu Fei. Experts of the 9th heavens of transcending mortality realm? Gu Fei was instantly shocked. The cultivation of these two old men wasn't ordinary. Their bodies emitted energy waves that were like mountains. These two old men were definitely experts of the older generation of the Beitang family. Bang! Gu Fei was incomparably fierce. He directly punched the white jade rui. The powerful fist force directly sent the white jade rui flying. In terms of the strength of the corporeal body, among the cultivators of the transcending mortality realm, there was probably no one that could be compared to Gu Fei. Even the cultivators of the 9th heavens of transcending mortality realm couldn't do so. After sending the white jade rui flying, Gu Fei took a step to the side and avoided the 5 blazing finger lights. He then punched forward. Boom! A glaring aura burst forth from his fist like a surging river, enveloping the two old men in front of him under the power of his fist. The space in front of Gu Fei's fist began to tremble under the force of his punch. The beard of one of the old men danced in the wind as a pung. A flame-like spiritual radiance was emitted, and the power of the divine ability surged out. He took a step forward and pushed forward with both hands. Boundless fire elemental power surged out from his hands. It was like a real divine fire, forming a sea of fire that soared into the sky. It met Gu Fei's attack head-on. Boom! The two powerful forces collided with each other in an instant, and a visible ripple spread out. The ground beneath the two men's feet undulated violently like waves from the impact of the mighty aftershock. The ice and snow within a radius of several dozen zhang were all lifted into the air. A powerful airwave swept out in all directions. The other old man and Beitengyu had no choice but to retreat. Thud! 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 Gu Fei only felt a powerful force surging in front of him, and he couldn't help but take 7 to 8 steps back. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. The old man, who seemed to be wearing a fiery armor, only took 3 to 4 steps back. The power of the 9th sky of the ascended realm seemed to be able to suppress Gu Fei. In terms of cultivation, Gu Fei was only a cultivator at the 4th sky of the ascended realm. However, he was a martial artist, and his powerful physique also contained unimaginable power. The combination of his powerful physique and martial arts was enough to raise Gu Fei's strength to the point where he could fight against a cultivator at the 8th sky of the ascended realm. However, the person he was facing now was a cultivator at the 9th sky of the ascended realm. This kind of cultivator was extremely powerful, and he was only 1 step away from the void-controlling realm. It wasn't something that a cultivator at the 8th sky of the ascended realm could compare to. Flame slash! The old man shouted, and his hands danced in the air. An endless amount of fire elemental energy formed into huge fire blades that were hundreds of feet long, and they slashed towards Gu Fei. The fire elemental energy spread out, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. The ice and snow in the surroundings quickly melted. The fire blades seemed to have sliced through the air, and they instantly arrived in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei only felt a wave of heat surging towards him, as if he was in a sea of fire, and all the water in his body was about to evaporate. Gu Fei danced as he punched forward with all his might. His fist smashed apart a fiery blade that was slashing towards him. Then, a blue aura exploded from his fist. The power of the water element surged violently in front of him, as if he was guiding the torrential flood over, surging towards the incoming fiery blades that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Using water to subdue fire, Gu Fei used the water elemental fist of the 5 elemental fists. The power of water and fire clashed violently, and the fire blades slashed into the water elemental fist force, and then they were shattered by the blue light. When the power of water and fire cancelled each other out, Gu Fei was forced back once again. Although he blocked the old man's flame slash, the opponent's powerful strength at the 9th sky of the Ascended Realm caused him to be at a disadvantage. A cultivator at the 9th sky of the Ascended Realm was extremely powerful, and the current him wouldn't have any advantage even if he were to fight head-on. Moreover, the opponent definitely wouldn't let him get close. If he could get close, Gu Fei might have a chance to turn the tables with his strong physique. Swoosh! The other old man stepped on the white jade scepter and soared into the sky, chasing after the retreating Gu Fei. He waved both of his hands, and rays of light of destruction shot towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei immediately executed the 8 desolate steps and moved quickly on the ground. He used his profound footwork to dodge the destructive light descending from the sky, which immediately put him in a dangerous situation. The old man in front of him emitted a powerful aura, and at the same time, he closed in on Gu Fei. With 2 cultivators at the 9th sky of the Ascended Realm attacking at the same time, Gu Fei was instantly in danger. Bei Tengyu was also glaring at Gu Fei from the side, and the power of her technique surged, ready to deal a fatal blow to Gu Fei at any time. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei chose to escape. This wasn't embarrassing at all, in fact it was something that he could be proud of. To dare to fight with 2 cultivators at the 9th sky of the Ascended Realm, in the eyes of others, this was undoubtedly a suicidal action. There was no comparison between a cultivator at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm and a cultivator at the 9th sky of the Ascended Realm. A cultivator at the 9th sky of the Ascended Realm could easily kill a cultivator at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, and they wouldn't even have the chance to escape. However, Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary cultivator at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. Swoosh! With one step, as if he teleported, Gu Fei's figure appeared 300 to 400 feet away. With just one step, he had already escaped from the encirclement of the 2 old men. Don't let him escape, Bei Tengyu yelled. The 2 old men seemed to listen to Bei Tengyu's orders, and without any hesitation, they chased after Gu Fei. Bei Tengyu himself also chased after Gu Fei. The 4 silhouettes dashed through the snowy mountains. Their movement techniques were like the wind and lightning. In an instant, they were far away and disappeared into the snowy mountains. Many cultivators in the vicinity had already sensed the battle between Gu Fei and the 2 old men, but no one interfered. The attention of the people from the 3 great Taoist sects was still focused on the Divine Palace in the distance. The big shots were all eyeing the Divine Palace on top of the fire pillar, and they had no time to care about the small fight below. At this time, the fair-skinned little monk who scared away the old turtle displayed a terrifying skill that surpassed the demigod level. It was as if he had really cultivated the body of a Buddha, and he actually wanted to use the world inside the purple gold alms bowl to devour the divine palace left behind by the ancient fire god. Golden lotuses appeared on the ground, and heavenly flowers fell from the sky. A hazy world of bliss descended from the sky, covering the divine palace on top of the fire pillar. The little monk stood in the world of bliss, smiling as he pinched the flowers. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths and the others had already fled. They didn't dare to make a move against the abnormal little monk. The central palace hadn't been broken, and the seal that covered the entire palace didn't seem to be that terrifying. Even if the 4 peerless demigod-level powerhouses used all their skills, they still wouldn't be able to shake it. The mysterious little monk seemed to be even more powerful than the old turtle. His inner world was even larger than the old turtle's, and it covered an area of 100 miles. The earth fire that gushed out from the earth fire vein was all sucked into the auspicious world that looked like a fairyland, and turned into the most primitive spiritual energy. The abnormal little monk didn't seem to be in a hurry to obtain the divine palace on top of the fire pillar. He actually wanted to absorb the power of the earth fire vein to refine his inner world. Gradually, the world in the sky that was surrounded by multicolored light and heavenly flowers rumbled like thunder. As it absorbed the spiritual energy of the earth fire vein, the hazy world gradually became clear. Haha! As long as I can absorb all the earth fire in this earth fire vein, my Buddhist inner world will become real and reappear in the world. The little monk laughed. His childish voice had an indescribable and strange feeling in the ears of the onlookers. In the end, the little monk directly stopped the hazy and illusory Western paradise that was shrouding the area below. He held the purple gold alms bowl in his hand and sat cross-legged in the air. The endless earth fire passed through the divine palace on top of the fire pillar, and was then absorbed and refined by the hazy world above the divine palace, turning it into the most primitive spiritual energy that nourished the little monk's inner world. Demon Monarch of Six Paths, Demon Lord Huang Long, and the others couldn't help but be furious when they saw this scene. However, no one dared to attack the mysterious little monk. The mysterious little monk's inner world was hazy and illusory, as if it wasn't something tangible. Even so, this illusory world was more terrifying than the real inner world of the old turtle. The little monk occupied the divine palace and the earth fire vein, but the big shots in the surroundings didn't leave. They were waiting for an opportunity. After all, it was hard to guarantee that no one more powerful than the little monk would come after hearing the news. Moreover, there were definitely more than 4 demigods in the Tunglong continent. Chapter 374. Gu Fei fled through the snowy mountains. He used the 8 steps of extremity, each step spanning 140 zhang. It was as though he had teleported through the thick snow, leaving no traces behind. Behind him, the 2 ninth heavens of the ascended realm chased after him like 2 rays of light. On the ground, a flame flashed across the glaring snow. Everywhere it passed, the ice and snow instantly melted. In the sky, an old man stood on a white jade scepter. His body was shrouded in white light as he flew through the void. The speed of a 9th heavens of the ascended realm wasn't any slower than Gu Fei's 8 steps. It seemed impossible for Gu Fei to get rid of the 2 behind him. Realm. The difference between Gu Fei and the cultivators of the 9th heavens of the ascended realm was only realm. This was an insurmountable gap. Every realm required different comprehension. The higher the realm, the deeper the comprehension of heaven and earth, and the more power one could control. The increase in realm was the increase in all aspects of a cultivator. Spirit sense, corporeal body, power, speed. All of them increased along with the increase in realm. Cultivators of the 4th heavens of the ascended realm couldn't compare to Gu Fei in terms of speed. Not even those at the 8th heavens of the ascended realm. Beitang Yu had long been left behind. She had the cultivation of the 8th heavens of the ascended realm, but she still couldn't catch up to Gu Fei or the 2 elders. This was the difference. 8 steps to extreme meant that cultivators of the same level were kings. However, this wasn't a battle between cultivators of the same level. The speed of a 9th heavens cultivator was something that Gu Fei, who was at the 4th heavens of the ascended realm, couldn't shake off. Of course, this didn't mean that Gu Fei's 8 steps to extreme was the limit of 8 desolate steps. As his cultivation level increased, the speed of his ancient cultivation method would also increase. Among the 2 elders, one of them was a powerful cultivator who could control spirit treasures to fly in the air. It was because of this elder that Gu Fei couldn't escape from the pursuit of the 2 elders. In the air, one's field of vision was wide. Moreover, there were few obstacles in the snowy mountains that could block one's view. These 2 old fellows. Gu Fei sensed the 2 powerful auras chasing after him and couldn't help but feel helpless. He had already been locked on by the 2 Beitang family's experts of the older generation. Unless he entered his inner world, it would be difficult to get rid of them. However, he needed time to prepare to enter his own inner world. The 2 old men behind him definitely wouldn't give him the time to open his inner world. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was difficult for him to instantly open his inner world. Swish, swish, swish. With every step Gu Fei took, he would leave behind an afterimage that had yet to dissipate. His yuan qi surged and spilled out of his body, forming a five-colored aura. Like a five-colored divine rainbow, it swept across the pure white and reflective snow, rushing straight into the depths of the snowy mountain. At this time, Gu Fei only hoped to be able to get rid of the two Beitang family's experts behind him. As for what dangers there were in the depths of the snowy mountains, he didn't think much about it. Gu Fei, obediently accept your death. Maybe we can still leave your corpse intact. In the air an old voice came. It was the voice of the old man riding the jade scepter. Here, they were already far away from the area where cultivators gathered, so they had no scruples. The two old men had already known the identity of Gu Fei from the mouth of Beitang Yu. There was no doubt that Gu Fei must die. They couldn't let the grievances between Gu Fei and Beitang Ao be known to the people of the Supreme Mystery Sect. Gu Fei being alive was definitely a disaster for the Beitang family. Although the Beitang family was also a large family in the cultivation world with thousands of years of inheritance, and the family's heritage was incomparably deep, even so, they were not willing to offend the Dao sect. The three major Dao sects were connected. Offending the Supreme Mystery Sect was equivalent to offending the entire Dao sect. In the cultivation world, there was no cultivation family that could compete with the strength of the world's Dao sects. Gu Fei, do you dare to stop and fight? I alone am enough to kill you. The old man on the ground also spoke at this time. Although he spoke, his speed did not slow down at all. Gu Fei simply ignored the two old men behind him. He was very clear that the people of the Beitang family were not reliable at all. He would never believe in the words of a one-on-one fight. In the face of a battle of life and death, any promise, any morality seemed extremely fragile. There was only one goal on the opposing side, and that was to kill the other and survive. In order to survive, what was the use of unscrupulous means? Gu Fei would not turn back and fight with the two old men just because of a few words, because that would be the most stupid behavior, no different from suicide. Gu Fei did not want to die. Although the old man on the white jade rui could control a spiritual weapon and fly in the sky, it was still difficult to close the distance between him and Gu Fei. The two powerful cultivators at the ninth sky of the ascended mortality realm and Gu Fei, there was always a distance of 500 or 600 feet between them. This distance seemed to be insurmountable. The three figures moved quickly in the endless snow mountains. After half an hour they had already chased for thousands of miles. Behind them, there were large and small snow peaks towering under the sky. The strange phenomenon of the earth fire veins spurting out could no longer be seen. Everything was covered in white. Qi, 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 qi. The power of the divine ability was vast and mighty. 5 pillars of fire pierced through the void, shooting towards the back of Gu Fei. The hot air spread out, and 5 deep pits appeared on the ground, formed by the instantaneous melting of ice and snow. Gu Fei felt something strange behind him. He did not even turn around, and his right hand directly blocked behind him. Bang! His palm, which was emitting a dazzling 5-colored radiance, blocked the 5 pillars of fire. The 5 pillars of fire were unable to penetrate Gu Fei's palm, but the high temperature from the explosion of the 5 pillars of fire caused Gu Fei to feel a stinging pain in his palm. The powerful impact of the 5 pillars of fire made Gu Fei feel as if he was riding on the clouds. In an instant, he rushed forward 700 or 800 feet, which caused a considerable distance between Gu Fei and the two old men behind him. Gu Fei, die! A cold voice came from the sky. Immediately after, pong! A bright light like the sun suddenly flashed in the sky. Then tens of thousands of blazing white lights shot down from the sky, piercing towards Gu Fei. The power of the divine ability was like the eruption of a volcano, vast and unparalleled. This was another kind of unpredictable power that was different from the magic arts and the warrior's true qi. It had unimaginable power. Regardless of whether it was a cultivator, a devil cultivator, or even a beast cultivator, such as the demon race, they all cultivated magical arts and cultivated magical energy. Those who succeeded in their cultivation would have magical energy that could move mountains and drain oceans. There was nothing they couldn't do. However, the people with the divine ability cultivated it. According to legend, it was one of the countless secret cultivation techniques passed down by the Almighty in ancient times. In the endless years, countless cultivation techniques were annihilated in the long river of history. Only a small number of secret techniques could be passed down. Over time, the Tonglong continent formed three major cultivation systems: magic arts, divine ability, and martial arts. The martial arts had also completely declined in the cultivation world of the Tonglong continent. The real warriors had already disappeared. The Beitang family had inherited an ancient book, which recorded the law of divine ability and cultivated the 5 elements of divine ability. Legend had it that when this divine ability was cultivated to the extreme, it could shatter the heavens and earth, no different from a true immortal. At this moment, the old man standing on the white jade rui displayed a mysterious divine ability. The scorching light was like the light of death, which engulfed Gu Fei. Roar! Feeling the danger, Gu Fei let out a furious roar and a towering sword aura was emitted from his body. His skin turned purple gold in an instant. As if a peerless weapon had suddenly been unsheathed, a terrifying sword aura was emitted from Gu Fei's body, which caused the heavens and earth to lose their color. The expressions of the two experts from the previous generation of the Beitang family, who were at the 9th sky of the Ascended Realm, changed dramatically. This sword aura was not only extremely sharp, it was extremely terrifying. It made them feel as if a sharp blade was pointed at their throats. Chi! 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 The blazing white light pierced through the sky like countless sharp arrows, covering the entire sky and sealing off this part of the space, not giving Gu Fei any chance to dodge. Countless rays of divine light instantly landed on Gu Fei's body. The blinding light instantly engulfed him, and the rays of light exploded. Countless rays of light landed on Gu Fei's body, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. In just an instant, Gu Fei had escaped from the range of the light. The old man in the sky was shocked. His sure-kill move actually didn't kill Gu Fei. The endless light beams didn't penetrate Gu Fei's body. They only left behind countless black, finger-sized holes on the ground and on the rocks. Gu Fei's shirt had turned into tattered rags that hung on his body. His hair was long and messy like a chicken's nest. Although he looked battered, he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. Swoosh! Gu Fei did not stop. He took large strides and rushed forward. The purplish gold color on his skin began to recede, and the unparalleled sword chi also disappeared into Gu Fei's body. Just now, he had guided the essence of the divine weapon that had been refined in his body to protect his entire body from the destructive rays of light that had descended from the sky. Although the destructive rays did not penetrate Gu Fei's body, the places that were hit were still in unbearable pain. It was obvious that the rays of light contained great power. Haha, brat, why are you in such a sorry state? Just as Gu Fei was about to rush into the snow forest in front of him, a loud laugh suddenly came from the snow forest in front of him. Then a figure flashed in front of the snow forest, and a fellow with the body of a dragon appeared outside the snow forest. Old Tortoise! Gu Fei was overjoyed when he saw the fellow with the body of a dragon. This 10,000-year-old tortoise was his savior. Chapter 375. The old tortoise, who was driven away by the mysterious little monk, didn't go far. Instead, he lurked in the mountains, waiting for an opportunity. He was a figure from the distant past era, the same age as the ancient god, so he naturally knew what kind of treasures were in the ancient fire god's divine palace. Even the old tortoise coveted the collection of the ancient fire god. He would never give it up easily. However, to his surprise, the old tortoise sensed Gu Fei's aura. After all, the old tortoise and Gu Fei had gone through many trials and tribulations in the virtual sky world, so the old tortoise was very familiar with the aura of a martial artist coming from Gu Fei. Therefore, when Gu Fei was chased by the 2 elders of the Beitang clan into the endless snow mountain, the old tortoise secretly followed him. He didn't show up until Gu Fei was in danger. Old tortoise, help me kill them. Gu Fei saw the old tortoise coming out of the forest in front of him. He was pleasantly surprised and immediately rushed toward the old tortoise. At this time, the 2 elders who chased after Gu Fei stopped. They looked at the guy in front of them with the dragon's body in shock. They naturally knew who this guy was. When the old tortoise showed his invincible might, they were fortunate enough to witness that earth-shattering battle from a distance. This guy with the dragon's head was an almighty figure of the demon clan that even demigods didn't dare to provoke. Demon Lord Huanglong, the lord of all demon clans in the world, was already very powerful, but this guy made even Demon Lord Huanglong retreat. The two elders looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. They both wanted to retreat at the same time. At this time, Gu Fei had come to the old tortoise's side. He had a lot to ask the old tortoise. That day, they activated the transporting formation in the ancient shrine in the death swamp of the virtual sky world, and were teleported out together. Gu Fei really wanted to know where the old tortoise was teleported to and why they were teleported to different places. However, this wasn't the time for them to talk about what happened after they parted. The two elders of the Beitang clan were carefully retreating. Old tortoise, they and I are mortal enemies. Help me kill them. Gu Fei stood beside old tortoise and glared coldly at the two old men who were chasing him. His words were filled with killing intent. He stinking brat. It's rare for us brothers to reunite. Why ruin the scenery for these two ants? The old tortoise crossed its arms over its chest and giggled. The jade-like dragon whiskers on its chin trembled, giving off a strange feeling. This fellow was still unable to completely transform into a human form. His body and limbs were already humanoid, but he still had a dragon head on his head. Legend has it that the more potential a demon race had, the harder it was for them to transform into a human form. Old Tortoise was already a demigod, but he still couldn't completely transform into a human. The demon lord Huang Long was also a demigod, but he could already transform into a human. In other words, the old tortoise's potential was greater than the demon lord Huang Long's. Those who did not know the old tortoise would definitely mistake him for a dragon. In fact, old tortoise was also a dragon because he was the son of a dragon. The dragon had 9 sons, but each son was different. Old tortoise had a great background. When the two old men heard the conversation between Gu Fei and the old tortoise, their faces turned ashen. The old man standing on the white jade scepter in the sky swayed and almost fell from the sky. Swoosh! Swoosh! Without any hesitation, the two old men turned around and fled. The fact that Gu Fei was acquainted with the demon race almighty shocked the two old men. Every dog has its day. Just now, they were the ones who had chased Gu Fei to the ends of the earth. Now it was their turn to flee for their lives. The two old men knew that their lives depended on a single thought from the demon race almighty. They used all their strength and turned into 2 rays of light as they dashed into the distance, circulating the power of the divine ability to escape. The speed of the two old men seemed to be much faster than when they were chasing after Gu Fei. When one's life was in danger, humans would often push themselves to their limits. This situation was now reflected by the two old experts of the Beitang clan. The speed of a cultivator at the 9th sky of the ascended realm when they ran for their lives was shocking. In the blink of an eye, the two old men had already dashed hundreds of feet away. Old Tortoise! Seeing that the two old men were about to disappear behind a snow slope, Gu Fei couldn't help but become anxious. Stinking brat, since you asked me, why wouldn't I help? Humph. They can't escape. As he spoke, the old tortoise took a step forward and pressed his right hand in the air. Screams of fear came from afar. The two old men who had escaped from the ground and the sky were waving their arms and legs wildly as they flew back. It was as if there was an invisible hand in the air that pulled them back. Bam! Bam! The two old men fell headfirst onto the snowy ground in front of Gu Fei. Half of their bodies were buried in the ice and snow, and they fell upside down. Pung! Snow and ice flew everywhere. The two elders flipped over and leaped out of the snow at almost the same time. However, just as their feet touched the ground, they felt that they could not move. The two old men were imprisoned by an unfathomable force. They couldn't even move a finger. The two old men were scared out of their wits. They knew that this great figure of the monster clan had finally attacked them. Only this great figure of the monster clan had such power. Gu Fei was already used to the old tortoise's methods. There wasn't a single trace of surprise on his face. Gu Fei strode forward and walked towards the two old men who were standing in the snow like wooden statues. Gu Fei, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? The old man who cultivated the fire elemental art shouted at Gu Fei. Although he was terrified, he appeared to be fearless on the surface. The old tortoise played with a crystal-clear white jade ruby in his hand and looked at the scene coldly. Spiritual power surged on the white jade ruby. A layer of white light lingered on it as if it was covered with a thin layer of gauze. It was very extraordinary. This white jade ruby was the spiritual weapon of the other old man. which was taken by the old tortoise. "I'll fight you one-on-one now." Gu Fei walked in front of the old man with a cold face. Bam! He directly punched the old man's face. The old man's nose suddenly bled and several teeth flew out of his mouth. When Gu Fei's fist hit his face, the skin and flesh twisted and deformed, and the old man was also sent flying. "I'll fight you one-on-one. I'll fight you one-on-one." Gu Fei muttered as he rushed forward and punched the old man's face with his left fist, right fist, and fist after fist. Bang! Bang! The old man's cultivation was completely imprisoned by the old tortoise. He could only let Gu Fei beat him like a sandbag. After a while, the old man's head was flattened into a pig's head by Gu Fei. "Does it feel good to fight one-on-one?" Gu Fei said, and then swept his right foot on the old man's waist. The old man was kicked more than 10 feet away and rolled in the snow. One-on-one. Gu Fei felt very satisfied. He finally vented his anger. When the two of them were chasing me, they didn't want to fight me one-on-one. Gu Fei did not have a good impression of the Beitongs. He did the same thing and gave another old man a good beating before sending him flying with a kick. From beginning to end, the old tortoise watched the scene with interest and did not interfere. "Why didn't you kill them?" the old tortoise asked. He only saw that Gu Fei punched the two old men, but it seemed that he did not kill them. "It's not too late to kill them after I've tortured them enough." A cruel smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. He then walked toward the two old men who were lying on the ground more than 10 feet away. The mournful screams rose and fell in the snowy ground, and only disappeared after a full hour. Gu Fei wasn't a ruthless person, but when he became ruthless, he wasn't a human. He would never show mercy to his enemies. This was Gu Fei's principle. After half an hour, Gu Fei and the old tortoise left, leaving two badly mutilated corpses in the snow. Soon, a few snow eagles appeared in the sky and circled in the air. When they sensed that there was no danger to the prey below, a snow eagle suddenly swooped down from the sky and grabbed the chest and abdomen of a corpse with its sharp claws. Swoosh! A golden blade suddenly spun and flew over from afar, slicing the snow eagle in half. A cloud of blood mist exploded in the air, and drops of blood fell to the ground, like blood-colored agates rolling on the snow. It was exceptionally eye-catching. A slender figure slowly walked over from afar. Her expression was extremely ugly. When she got closer, she saw the two corpses on the snowy ground. After a while, she waved her hands and two balls of fire flew out from her hands and landed on the two corpses with a bang. In just a short while, the two corpses were burned to ashes. A cold wind blew over and the two piles of ashes immediately drifted away with the wind. "Gu Fei, I Beitang you. Swear that I will repay this enmity tenfold in the future," the woman said hatefully. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Beitang Yu was the most promising descendant of the Beitang family in the past 100 years to reach the void-controlling realm. She had a certain treasure of the family on her. This treasure could conceal the presence of divine arts practitioners. In fact, she had already come nearby and witnessed everything. However, she was powerless and could only watch the two experts of the older generation in the family being tortured and dying in the hands of Gu Fei. There were disputes in the Beitang family as well. As the family grew, there would naturally be conflicts. After a long time, the people in the family formed their own cliques and formed their own forces. Beitang Yu was the most outstanding descendant in her branch, but in the eyes of the people from other branches, she was a strong opponent. The two experts of the older generation that were killed by Gu Fei were actually experts sent by the family to protect Beitang Yu. Chapter 376. This was a lush world full of vitality. There was only a small mountain and a small lake at the foot of the mountain. Further away was the chaotic zone. This small world could be said to be a spiritual land. It was overflowing with spiritual energy, and there were all kinds of spiritual trees that were hard to name planted on the small mountain. A stream flowed down from the mountain wall and into the small lake below. There was a pavilion by the lake surrounded by a purple bamboo forest. There was no wind here and it was very quiet. The lake was clear and as calm as a mirror. From time to time, one could see the silhouettes of fish swimming in the lake. There was no sun in the sky, but this part of the world was as bright as day. No one knew where the light came from. This was a small world and an incomplete one at that. There were almost no characteristics of the world. The The sun, moon, and stars were nowhere to be seen. There was no change of day and night. There was only light and the mountain ridges, the small lake, the bamboo forest, and the countless unknown trees and flowers. There were even spiritual essences lingering with spiritual energy. In the pavilion by the lake, hearty laughter and conversation could be heard. Two people were drinking wine and chatting in the pavilion. The fragrance of the wine drifted out from the pavilion and lingered by the lake. Haha. Old Turtle, I'm really happy to see you. In the pavilion, a young man in white laughed and drank a big bowl of wine in his hand with a heroic expression. Sitting opposite the young man was a man with a dragon head and a human body who was holding a wine jar. He was obviously a little drunk. That guy raised the wine jar and gulped down a few mouthfuls before wiping the wine off the corner of his mouth. This is great. If life could be like this often, it would be a great joy. I hope I won't wake up again. The dragon-headed man said with infinite emotion. Oh, since when did you become so emotional, old tortoise? Did the sun rise from the west today? The young man in white said. Clang! The old turtle fiercely smashed the wine jar on the ground. Then he reached out and grabbed a jar of wine from the stone table. He removed the clay seal and pushed the jar towards Goofy, saying, Brat, we won't go home until we're drunk. Haha, won't go home until we're drunk? This seems to be your inner world. Where else can I go? Goofy was a little drunk at this time, and his face was a little red. Ignoring Goofy, Old Tortoise held the wine jar and started drinking. All right, we won't go home until we're drunk. When Goofy saw Old Tortoise gulping down the wine, he couldn't help but feel heroic. He opened the seal of the wine jar in front of him, grabbed a jar full of wine and gulped it down. Old Tortoise and Goofy reunited after a long time. After telling each other about their experiences, Old Tortoise and Goofy drank and chatted happily in the pavilion. With Goofy and Old Tortoise's cultivation base, even the strongest wine in the world would not be able to make them drunk. However, Old Tortoise and Goofy were really a little drunk at this time. Goofy found out from the Old Tortoise that the Old Tortoise had actually been teleported to the Holy Land of the Buddhist Kingdom of the West Earth, the Buddhist land's Mount Spirited. Moreover, the Old Tortoise had occupied a spirit vein on the Spirited Mountain, cultivating while harming the living beings on the Spirited Mountain. The originally peaceful and tranquil Buddhist Holy Land, Mount Spirited, was no longer peaceful. After a long time, some of the virtuous monks on the mountain began to notice that flocks of red-crowned cranes had disappeared. The commonly seen spirit deer no longer appeared, and the immortal birds that lived on Mount Spirited disappeared one after another. The monks who cultivated on Mount Spirited felt that something was wrong. After investigating, they found that the missing red-crowned cranes, spirit deer, birds, and beasts had filled Old Tortoise's internal organs. The monks on Mount Spirited did not dare to do anything to Old Tortoise. They could only turn a blind eye and pretend that nothing had happened. The monks on Mount Spirited were secretly praying to the legendary Lord Buddha, praying that Old Tortoise would not do anything earth-shattering on Mount Spirited. In the past few years, the monks on Spirited Mountain had been living in fear, and even their cultivation had been delayed a lot. Then, a few months ago, Old Tortoise finally did something that the monks were most unwilling to see. It was enough to shake the entire Buddhist land. When Goofy heard about this from Old Tortoise, he couldn't help but admire Old Tortoise from the bottom of his heart. This guy actually went to dig up the legendary Lord Buddha's tomb. Old Tortoise was truly audacious. Legend had it that the Lord Buddha was the first Buddha born since the creation of the world. He was definitely the oldest almighty being in the world. Legend had it that after the omnipotent Lord Buddha who established a Buddhist land, he was buried by his disciples at the top of Mount Spirited, the holy land of Buddhism, for thousands of Buddhist disciples to worship. Old Tortoise actually went to dig up the Lord Buddha's tomb. The reason was simple. He wanted to see the legendary Lord Buddha. As a result, tragedy struck. The legendary Lord Buddha was undoubtedly one of the most powerful beings in the world, even in primordial times. Even after his death, his corpse would not have decayed. It should be noted that the Buddha's indestructible Vajra body was a terrifying existence that was comparable to the indestructible body of a martial artist. It could exist in the world forever and would not decay. However, when the Old Tortoise arrived at the location of Lord Buddha's veil on Spirited Mountain, and spent a lot of effort to break through the layers of seals and open the underground palace where Lord Buddha's remains were stored. He saw a scene that left even the old tortoise dumbfounded. He did not see the Lord Buddha's body, but he saw a little monk lying peacefully in a transparent crystal coffin. The little monk was only 13 or 14 years old. The crystal coffin was not an ordinary item. It seemed to be made of 5 colored divine crystals. It flickered with 5 colored spiritual light, illuminating the entire underground palace like a fantasy world. The legendary Lord Buddha is a little monk? Old Tortoise was completely dumbfounded. He never expected to see such a scene when he opened the Lord Buddha's tomb. Inside the 5-colored crystal coffin, the fair-skinned little monk looked as if he was sleeping soundly. He could even see the blush on the little monk's cheeks. Then, when Old Tortoise wanted to open the 5-colored crystal coffin, the entire Lord Buddha's tomb trembled and emitted a blinding Buddhist light. The Buddhist light rushed out of Mount Spirited and illuminated the world. It was a dark and windy night when a strange phenomenon occurred on Mount Spirited. The blinding Buddhist light immediately alarmed the countless monks cultivating on Mount Spirited. Countless Buddhists sensed this sudden explosion of boundless Buddhist power. They rushed out from their secluded cultivation grounds and headed for the tomb of the Lord Buddha. The entire Mount Spirited was boiling. Rays of rainbow light shot up from various parts of the mountain and rushed toward the highest peak of Mount Spirited. Then the entire Buddhist land was boiling as well. The Buddhist land was vast and boundless. The Buddhist monks who possessed Buddhist power could sense the strange phenomenon on Mount Spirited, even though they were thousands of miles away. Countless Buddhist experts immediately gathered at Mount Spirited. After Old Tortoise came to his senses, the first thing he did was to escape. He sensed the auras of countless Buddhist experts heading toward the Lord Buddha's tomb. Even someone as strong as Old Tortoise was shocked. Old Tortoise successfully escaped from the tomb of the Buddha Lord, but trouble also came for him. He did not know what method those bald Buddhists used to make the little monk in the colorful crystal coffin come back to life. After the little monk was revived, the first thing he did was to subdue Old Tortoise and make him his mount. All of this was unbelievably mysterious. The Lord Buddha's tomb was definitely not simple. There seemed to be all sorts of secrets hidden within. Countless Buddhist experts seemed to be very respectful toward the little monk, as if he was the Lord Buddha. Therefore, Old Tortoise's situation became even more tragic. Countless Buddhist experts wanted to capture him and offer him to the little monk. Old Tortoise could not stay on Mount Spirited any longer and immediately left. The mysterious little monk who came out from the Lord Buddha's tomb was abnormally strong. He actually defeated Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise could only escape from the Western Buddhist land in a sorry state. However, what made Old Tortoise almost go berserk was that the mysterious little monk also led a group of bald monks out of the Western Buddhist land. It seemed like they would not give up until they captured Old Tortoise. Those bald monks were the supreme elders of Buddhist sects. Their cultivation was unfathomable. They seemed to have lived for countless years, and were the only remaining almighty Buddhist experts. With Old Tortoise's ability, he managed to shake off those supreme elders of Buddhist sects who were chasing after him. However, the little monk was like a dog's skin plaster that he could not shake off. One chasing the other, Old Tortoise and the little monk actually entered the northern land from the Western Buddhist land. Tunglong continent was vast and boundless. The Western Buddhist land and the northern land were thousands of miles apart. The distance was unimaginable. Even a powerful cultivator would need to spend a lot of time to travel between the two places. It was impossible for an ordinary person to travel back and forth between the two places. Whether it was by land or by water, it would take dozens of years to travel back and forth between the two places. The lifespan of an ordinary person was only a few decades. Traveling between the Western Buddhist land and the northern land would exhaust the entire lifespan of an ordinary person. Of course, since the invention of the teleportation formation, it was very convenient for cultivators to travel back and forth. However, using the teleportation formation required the consumption of a type of crystal that contained abundant spiritual energy. This crystal contained spiritual energy. Therefore, in the cultivation world, it was known as the spiritual crystal. If a cultivator wanted to activate the teleportation formation and did not want to consume the spiritual crystal, he could directly channel his magic power into the teleportation formation and activate it with his own magic power. However, Old Tortoise and the little monk did not use the teleportation formation to reach the northern land. Instead, they directly traveled from the western Buddhist land. They crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and traveled through endless territories. It took them several months to reach the northern land. Even so, Old Tortoise continued his tragedy. He felt that he could not shake off the little monk no matter how hard he tried. This was what happened to Old Tortoise in the past few months. It was an extremely tragic experience. In the pavilion by the lake, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise drank to their heart's content. The stone table beside them was filled with empty jars of wine. In the end, both of them collapsed in the pavilion, lying on the stone table. The surroundings calmed down. A gentle breeze that came out of nowhere fluttered the purple bamboo beside the pavilion and wrinkled the mirror-like surface of the lake. Chapter 377. There was no sun or moon in his inner world. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the peak of the mountain beside the lake, circulating his xian qi. Streams of true qi flowed through his meridians, flesh and bones, nourishing his organs and flesh. The strength of Gu Fei's body had already far exceeded the imagination of ordinary cultivators. If he wanted to take another step forward, he would have to put in more effort. Streams of spiritual qi were forcibly gathered and poured into Gu Fei's body, being refined into his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. Looking inside himself, he could feel that every bone in his body was enveloped in a faint layer of five-colored light. Every muscle, every trace of blood and qi contained yuan qi. Within Gu Fei's body, the five-colored light was surging. Finally, Gu Fei was 3 inches off the ground, floating in the air. His body was flowing with a faint light, and every inch of his skin was as bright as a five-colored divine jade. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei awoke from the mysterious martial realm. The multicolored aura that was emitted from his body disappeared back into his body. He slowly descended from the air to the ground. On his skin there was a layer of sparkling light. His cultivation had not broken into the 5th sky of the ascended realm, but it had reached the peak of the 4th sky. The true qi of a martial artist was constantly nourishing Gu Fei's body. Even if he didn't circulate his xian qi, the 5 elemental true qi would follow the flow of his blood and qi to every part of his body. There were many things that Gu Fei did not understand about the ancient martial arts passed down from the Green Spirit Peak. This was because the ancestors of the Green Spirit Peak were not as lucky as Gu Fei to break into the transcending mortality realm. This was also the reason why the Green Spirit Peak gradually declined. Cultivators who had not broken into the transcending mortality realm had a limited lifespan. When the time came, they would die of old age on the mountain. And cultivators in the transcending mortality realm, because of the transformation of their bodies, could live for at least 500 years. The reason for the decline of the Supreme Mystery Sect's Green Spirit Peak was largely because the lifespan of cultivators was too short. The lifespan of a cultivator at the Awakening Self realm was only about 150 years. There seemed to be no other way out after becoming a disciple of the Green Spirit Peak. Thus, during the disciple recruitment ceremony that was held once every 10 years, almost no new disciples were willing to enter the Green Spirit Peak and become a disciple of the Green Spirit Peak. Over time, the Green Spirit Peak withered and declined. In Gu Fei's generation, it became a situation where there was only one successor. The Green Spirit Peak's orthodoxy could be severed at any time. Without the experience of predecessors, Gu Fei could only rely on himself to explore a path of cultivation. Compared to the inheritance of the other branches of the Supreme Mystery Sect, this was much more difficult. At this moment, suddenly, there was a wave of magical power coming from the pavilion by the lake at the foot of the mountain. Then, a ball of light condensed on the surface of the lake and spread. In the void, there were ripples visible to the naked eye. Then there was a flash of brilliance on the surface of the lake, and a hazy mirror-like space appeared in front of Gu Fei's eyes. Gu Fei stood at the top of the mountain and looked down. He saw the old turtle standing next to the pavilion. Its hands were moving, and streams of demonic power rushed out and hit the void above the lake that seemed to have turned into a transparent water curtain. Then, in a hazy manner, some images clearly appeared in the circular space that was 100 feet wide. The images became clearer and clearer. Gu Fei was surprised to find that in the void above the lake, the scene in the mountain appeared. He saw a huge pillar of fire that emitted thousands of feet of fire standing between heaven and earth. At the top of the pillar of fire, there was an ancient divine palace that was surrounded by multicolored light. And above the divine palace, there was a faint and illusory world. In that world the light of Buddha lingered, flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. It was a Buddhist land. A young monk was holding a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. His eyes were slightly closed as he sat cross-legged in this Buddhist land that was hard to distinguish between real and fake. Endless fire energy passed through the divine palace, and was continuously sucked away by the Buddhist land that covered the sky and earth. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he was very surprised. He could not believe that the old turtle was in his inner world, and was using a secret method to spy on the movement in the mountain. This kind of method was beyond Gu Fei's imagination. The scene above the lake quickly and completely fixed, as if there was a mirror, reflecting the scene outside the inner world. It was clear without missing anything. It could be seen that the little monk had taken control of the situation. He occupied the divine palace and the earth fire vein. Furthermore, he was devouring the spiritual energy of the earth fire vein to refine his inner world. Gu Fei knew that there must be something wrong with the abnormal little monk's inner world. Otherwise, it would be a real Buddhist land instead of an illusory world. Gu Fei rushed down from the mountain, crossed the lake, and entered the pavilion on the opposite side. This little bald donkey. The old turtle stared at the scene above the lake and clenched his teeth. He had the urge to tear the little monk sitting in the illusory Buddhist land into pieces. The little monk seemed to be his irreconcilable enemy. Could it be that the little monk is the legendary Lord Buddha? Gu Fei voiced out the doubts in his heart. Even his voice was trembling. If that little monk was really the ancient Buddha Lord, then it would be too terrifying. What Lord Buddha? That guy must be a powerful Buddhist cultivator who wanted to make a breakthrough through ascetic cultivation, so he sealed himself in the tomb of the Lord Buddha, the old turtle said angrily. The old turtle was a figure from the distant past era. He seemed to know many ancient secrets, but he was unwilling to talk about them. The tomb of the Lord Buddha. Isn't the Lord Buddha buried? Gu Fei asked. The Lord Buddha? In my era, the Lord Buddha was already a legend. No one had ever seen the Lord Buddha. I'm afraid even the supreme Taoist ancestor didn't know where the Lord Buddha was, the old turtle said. This world seems to have undergone unimaginable changes. It's no longer the world I know. All the people of my era have disappeared. They may have fallen or they may be hiding somewhere. What happened in the past? The old turtle suddenly became a little distressed. What changes? Gu Fei asked curiously. The old turtle withdrew his gaze from the lake and looked at Gu Fei. After a long time he said, I don't know. At that time I was already sealed in the absolute formation in the virtual sky world by that freak. The old turtle, who had always been free and easy, seemed a little dispirited, depressed, and lonely at this time. The world changed. Perhaps only the oldest ancient books and records in the Tonglong continent have records of this. Gu Fei said. The secrets of the distant past era were only known by those ancient holy lands and ancient immortal sects that had been passed down from the distant past era. Those forces that had been passed down through the ages only appeared in legends. They had high status and were very mysterious. They were the real hidden sections. According to legend, unless there was a great upheaval, those forces would not easily appear in the eyes of the world. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the lake. The old turtle and Gu Fei were startled and hurriedly looked at the sky above the lake. In the projection on the surface of the lake, the mysterious little monk actually drove his inner world downwards. The divine palace below suddenly shook violently. Finally can't help but collect that divine palace? The old turtle stared at the scene in the image above the lake, feeling very upset. After all, if it weren't for that freak little monk who walked out of the tomb of Lord Buddha, the divine palace left by the fire god would have been in the old turtle's pocket. Both the old turtle and the little monk were terrifying and invincible experts, but it was obvious that the mysterious little monk was more powerful than the old turtle. The mysterious little monk's inner world seemed illusory, but it was hundreds of miles wide and covered a part of the world. The power of heaven and earth it exuded was stronger, fiercer, and more unstoppable than the old turtle's inner world. The little monk was unfathomable. But there was no doubt that this mysterious little monk who walked out of the tomb of Lord Buddha was a terrifying expert who could do whatever he wanted on the Tung-Long continent. Perhaps only the legendary immortals would be able to rival it. He doesn't seem to be collecting the divine palace, Gu Fei said with a frown. Old Tortoise also felt that something was wrong. Although the evil little monk's inner world had shrouded the area below, it hadn't sucked the divine palace into the illusory Buddhist land. The little monk only used the endless power of heaven and earth to suppress the divine palace. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook and figures flashed around. Countless peerless experts who could fly in the air rode divine lights and retreated further away. Bam! The divine palace, which was surrounded by multicolored lights, smashed into the fire pillar below the divine palace like 100,000 mountains. A ball of earth fire immediately exploded, and terrifying flames swept out, covering a radius of hundreds of miles in an instant. It was like a giant firework that suddenly exploded. The demon Lord Huanglong, the demon monarch of 6 paths, and the other big shots had to retreat. In the next moment, the boundless earth veins fire chi that had exploded and dispersed retreated like the tide. All of it was devoured by the illusory Buddhist land above the divine palace. In the illusory Buddhist land, where the mysterious little monk was sitting, something tangible began to appear. The little monk was surrounded by Buddhist lights, and the world was evolving. Beneath the little monk, a piece of soil less than half a meter in diameter had appeared. The endless spiritual chi of the earth veins had caused the little monk's inner world to show signs of substantialization. This little monk, he is using the endless spiritual chi of the earth veins to refine his inner world. He is trying to substantialize his inner world. How despicable! The old turtle exclaimed in the pavilion. He had discovered the little monk's real intention. Chapter 378. The dazzling light and shadow technique was marvelous. Not only could it project images into the old tortoise's inner world, but it could also transmit sound. In ancient times, this glare-shadow illumination technique was just a very common technique. However, in today's world it was considered a profound technique. As for Gu Fei, he had never seen such a magical technique before. Since he can refine his inner world with the earth spirit vein, we can do it too. Gu Fei stared at the mysterious little monk in the dazzling shadow mirror, and suddenly said to the old tortoise, "That evil little bald donkey has already taken over that part of the world. What chance do we have?" The old tortoise naturally knew what Gu Fei wanted to do. However, with the little monk guarding there, the old tortoise could not help but act rashly. If his cultivation base was restored to 1/10 or even 1/100th of his peak, he could crush the evil little monk with one hand. Unfortunately, even though he had occupied the largest and densest spirit vein on Spirited Mountain, his cultivation base had not broken through to the immortal realm after cultivating for a few years. The old tortoise's current strength was only at the peak of the demigod realm. With the power of the inner world, his strength should be comparable to the legendary immortals. However, it was obvious that the seemingly harmless little monk, who walked out of the Buddha's tomb, was stronger than the old tortoise. Perhaps the little monk was already at the level of a deity. Gu Fei looked at the mirror-like dazzling shadow mirror on the surface of the lake and said indifferently, "The little monk has only taken over the void above the ground, but underground, he." In the image above the lake, the little monk was suppressing the divine palace in the sky. The 10,000 feet long fire pillar continued to explode, and in just a short while, it had already sunk 1,000 feet. Rumbling sounds shook the heaven and earth. The hazy Buddhist land that the little monk was in showed signs of becoming solid and began to change between illusion and reality. This was not a good sign. If the little monk was allowed to continuously absorb the spiritual energy from the earth fire vein, the little monk's inner world might really turn from illusion to reality and form a new inner world. By then, old tortoise would be no match for the mysterious little monk. The mysterious little monk's inner world shrouded the sky above the earth fire vein, and every inch of the void was surrounded by auspicious Buddha light. As long as someone entered the Buddha light, the little monk would immediately sense it. However, under the ground was the earth fire vein. Even the little monk's inner world energy couldn't penetrate it. It was blocked by the extremely huge earth fire energy. "Brat, very good. At most we will fight to the death. Even if we can't get it, we must not let that little monk take advantage of us." Old Tortoise's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this and said sinisterly. When Gu Fei heard the Old Tortoise's words, he could not help but shiver. This old tortoise. It seemed that he really hated that seemingly innocent little monk. He felt that something bad was about to happen. It was a dark and windy night. Amidst the endless snowy mountains of the northern lands, a gigantic pillar of fire towered between the heavens and the earth. An ancient shrine surrounded by multicolored light, shining with boundless divine light, was forcibly suppressing the gigantic pillar of fire. Heaven and earth shook, the weather changed, and the wind and fire raged. Endless auspicious Buddha light sprinkled down on the land of Buddha that spanned hundreds of miles. Below, streams of fire energy that looked like fire dragons constantly rushed into the land of Buddha, and then directly turned into the most primitive spiritual energy and integrated into that part of the world. That was the world of Buddha. In the center of the world, a little monk sat cross-legged with a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. The whole world was filled with heavenly flowers and golden lotuses, giving people a kind of infinite auspicious atmosphere. The Buddha light, the fire, and the multicolored light formed an unimaginable wonder between heaven and earth. In the mountains, although countless cultivators were affected by the flying fireballs when the earth fire vein exploded and some were killed or injured, they were still unwilling to leave. Hundreds of miles away from the earth fire vein, cultivators could still be seen. High up in the sky, those big shots who could fly were also watching. From time to time, light that looked like divine rainbows could be seen flashing in the clouds. Amidst a cluster of white clouds, an ancient altar was faintly discernible. The aura it exuded was as terrifying and heavy as an ancient divine mountain. On top of the altar stood a group of sage-like Taoists. Among this group of Taoists, there was an otherworldly figure with white hair that looked like an old immortal, as well as a middle-aged Taoist with black hair that hung down his shoulders. The person standing at the forefront was not Taoist Xiantian, the head of the Taishan sect. Instead, it was a man with a face that was as red as a baby's on one side, high cheekbones on the other, and sunken eyes, as if a human skin was draped over a skeleton. Taoist Kurong was the only demigod expert present from the three great Taoist sects, but it turned out that he was a powerful senior of the Taishan sect. Even Taoist Xiantian and the seven major sects all stood behind Taoist Kurong, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Taoist Kurong quietly looked at the hazy void shrouded by the Buddha light in front of him. His wrinkled face was as calm as water, without any fluctuations. Everyone on the altar had the cultivation of the royal void realm, and if they were released, they would be great figures who could establish their own sects in the world of cultivation. However, no one knew if this was the true strength of the Taishan sect. The Taishan sect had been passed down in the world of cultivation for 5,000 or 6,000 years, and no one knew its heritage. In the world of cultivation, the three great Taoist sects could already be considered ancient sections. They had been passed down for thousands of years, and they had stood tall in the world of cultivation for thousands of years without falling. This was not because of luck, but because they truly had the strength to do so. In the void in several other directions there were also clouds floating. Those clouds showed no signs of moving, as if they were white jade embedded under the night sky. Needless to say, there were powerful cultivators hidden in each cloud. In the north there was a dark demonic cloud, which was the most conspicuous. There demonic shadows collided with each other, revealing a frightening demonic aura. In the south, a demonic aura soared into the sky. A mass of demonic clouds covered the sky and floated in the sky. Countless great monsters went in and out of it, making it very lively. In the midst of the demonic clouds, there were two figures standing on the broad back of a colorful divine bird. One was a beautiful woman in a purple dress, like a fairy from the ninth heaven who had descended to the world. The other was a middle-aged man who wore a yellow robe with a five-clawed golden dragon. He looked dignified without being angry. "Father, where did that little monk come from?" A clear and melodious voice was heard as the girl standing next to the yellow-robed middle-aged man asked. The middle-aged man's gaze seemed to pierce through the void and see through everything. However, at this moment he frowned and pondered for a long time. Finally, he said, "Although the old guys in the Western Buddhist sects rarely leave the Western Buddhist land, I've never heard of such a powerful Buddhist existence." This middle-aged man was the demon lord, Huang Long. Even with his experience, he could not tell where the little monk came from, let alone the others. The beautiful girl in the purple dress did not say anything, but her heart was filled with shock. One should know that her father was the demon lord, Huang Long, the only remaining member of the dragon race in the Tunglong continent. The dragon race had an almost endless lifespan. The demon lord, Huang Long, had dominated the cultivation world of the Tunglong continent for thousands of years. He was definitely an ancient figure. Even he could not tell where the little monk came from. This made the girl from the demon race feel indescribably shocked. In the midst of the demonic clouds, there were figures of great monsters with soaring demonic aura. However, all the great monsters obeyed the orders of the demon lord, Huang Long, and did not dare to be impudent. All the experts in the sky were watching. No one dared to act blindly without thinking. The mysterious little monk who walked out from the tomb of the Lord Buddha had shocked everyone. Swoosh! 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 3 old monks wearing moon-white monk robes with white beards and eyebrows appeared in the sky in the west. Is he really our ancestor? An old monk with 2 snow-white eyebrows looked at the illusory world in front of him with a pair of turbid eyes and murmured, "You and I are the only remaining Grand Supreme Elders of the Buddhist sect. We should know the secret that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Western Buddhist land." Another old monk with a face full of wrinkles, but he was full of vigor as if he was full of endless energy, said. This old monk was old, but his voice was like a great bell. He was tall and sturdy. His bulging muscles could be seen under his white monk robe. The tomb of the Lord Buddha is not the Lord Buddha, but him. The last old monk, who was thin and short, with dark and wrinkled skin, said. Could it be that he really reversed life and death? The old monk with long eyebrows said in surprise. This was a secret that only the Grand Supreme Elders of the Buddhist sect knew. It was passed down from the previous Grand Supreme Elder to the next Grand Supreme Elder. He seems to have succeeded, but he also seems to have failed. I can't see through him. The thin and short monk looked at the little monk sitting cross-legged in the hazy Buddhist land in front of him and murmured to himself. The 3 old monks didn't step forward. Instead, they hid in the distant sky like the other experts, quietly watching the incomparably shocking scene in front of them. Rumble! The heaven and earth shook. The illusory Buddhist land gradually became clear. The world that had absorbed the endless earth veins and spiritual energy seemed to appear in front of everyone at any time. At this time, in a snowy forest hundreds of miles away, 2 figures were talking in a low voice. At the same time, they vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Here, the dragon man said in a low voice. Here. Isn't this place too far? Should we go a little closer? A white-robed youth replied. It's not far. If we go any closer, we will be discovered by that evil little monk. The dragon man seemed to have some misgivings and didn't accept the white-robed youth's suggestion. Yes, then let's go. The white-robed youth nodded and said, Okay. The dragon man grabbed the white-robed youth. Then, the snowy ground under their feet suddenly sank and the 2 of them fell down. A layer of water-like power enveloped Gu Fei and the old turtle. The soil below quickly parted. In just a moment the 2 of them had sunk thousands of feet into the ground. Chapter 379. The Tunglong continent was vast and boundless. The north was a bitterly cold place with endless snow-capped mountains and sparsely populated. Moreover, because it was adjacent to the Devil's territory in the far north, even practitioners were unwilling to go to the north to cultivate. However, the appearance of the ancient fire god's lost palace had undoubtedly attracted all the big shots on the Tunglong continent. Countless masters, whether openly or secretly, were waiting for an opportunity to make a move. There was no doubt that the mysterious little monk who walked out of the Buddha's tomb had deterred all the big shots. No one dared to make a move against him. Just as everyone was watching, Gu Fei and the old turtle used the earth escape technique to burrow thousands of feet underground and headed for the underground fire vein. Under the earth there was a spiritual vein, which was the place where endless earth qi gathered. The place where the spiritual vein was located was full of spiritual qi, which overflowed to the surface and could form a spiritual land. The spiritual vein in the endless snow-capped mountains in the north was a fire vein among the 5 elemental spiritual veins. The abundance of earth fire essence was simply astonishing. The location of the fire vein would not turn the area into a spiritual land. Instead, it would be a great disaster. If the fire vein exploded, The earth fire would wreak havoc between heaven and earth, and the area within a radius of thousands of miles would become a sea of fire. In particular, this earth fire vein had been moved by the primordial god with his supreme power and sealed with a divine palace, not allowing it to change its path. Thus, it was condensed into a huge fire bubble, with a diameter of several hundred miles. It was just like a small sun that had fallen into the ground. If this small sun completely exploded, the damage caused would be unimaginable. It's so hot. Gu Fei and the old turtle broke through the soil thousands of feet underground and quickly moved forward. The closer they got to the fire vein, the more terrifying the temperature outside their bodies became. Although they were shrouded by the old turtle's power, Gu Fei still felt as if he was in a furnace, and waves of heat came from all directions. The closer they got to the fire vein, the old turtle's escape technique gradually slowed down. Soon fiery red magma with endless heat appeared in front of them. The closer they got to the fire vein, the stronger the squeezing force from all directions became. If the old turtle hadn't protected Gu Fei and Gu Fei's incomparably strong body, he would have been crushed to death by the extremely thick spiritual chi of fire before entering the fire vein. Humans were limited, but heaven and earth were boundless. The changes of the earth's crust over hundreds of millions of years, and the vicissitudes of time could not change the direction of the earth's fire vein. The chi of the earth gathered from all directions, constantly washing away the inhibition set by the ancient deities. As the saying goes, dripping water can wear through a stone. Over time, even diamonds would be ground into powder. Even if this underground fire vein was personally sealed by the ancient god and suppressed by a divine palace, it could not withstand the natural changes of countless years, the evolution of heaven and earth, and the endless erosion of time. The appearance of the ancient fire god was only a matter of time. The magical power of the prohibition weakened day by day, and the condensed energy of the fire vein became more and more tyrannical. Its volume also became larger and larger, forming pure spiritual chi of fire, constantly expanding like a ball. The soil and magma continued to silently separate in all directions. Soon, the surrounding soil disappeared, leaving only magma that was like red-hot molten iron surging and boiling around the old turtle and Gu Fei. The surrounding temperature had risen to a terrifying level. Even under the protection of the escape technique, Gu Fei was sweating profusely. The high temperature continued to roast him, seemingly trying to evaporate all the water on his body. Gu Fei felt his mouth parched and he found it hard to breathe. This is just the periphery of the fire vein, and you can't stand it? The old turtle had long noticed Gu Fei's abnormality and said, "Do you think I'm you?" Gu Fei said snappily. If he also had the cultivation of the demigod realm, he would even dare to jump into the magma. The power of a warrior came from the body. If Gu Fei cultivated to the demigod realm, his body would probably be cultivated into a treasure body comparable to a spiritual treasure. The old turtle did not speak anymore. A turtle shell rushed out from his body and quickly enlarged in front of them. The old turtle then grabbed Gu Fei and stepped into the turtle shell. The moment he entered the turtle shell, Gu Fei only felt a chill throughout his body, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He could not help but shiver. In an extremely hot environment, suddenly entering a cool world made it difficult for Gu Fei to adapt for a while. It made him feel as if he had entered heaven from hell. The stone turtle shell was as big as a small mountain. There was no glow and it looked ordinary. However, all the magma was blocked by the stone turtle shell. Inside the turtle shell was the old turtle's inner world. Because the old turtle was trapped in an absolute formation, he was afraid that the decline of his cultivation would lead to the collapse of his inner world. Therefore, he cut off the connection between his inner world and himself and became an independent space. Of course, the old turtle did not completely cut off the connection between himself and the inner world. He could control the inner world, but he could no longer implant it into his Niwen palace. The old turtle now wanted to implant the inner world back into his body, but it would take time to re-establish the connection between himself and the inner world. Although Old Tortoise could open his inner world at any time, his inner world wasn't in his body, but in his stone turtle shell. The old turtle had left a passage to the inner world where the stone turtle shell was. From there, one could see the situation outside. Outside the lakeside pavilion, in front of the old turtle and Gu Fei, there was a big hole with a diameter of about 15 meters. Outside the hole was boiling magma, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. The old turtle and Gu-Fei seemed to be standing at the crater of the volcano, but they could not feel any heat waves. The power of the inner world not only kept the magma out, but also isolated the high temperature from the magma. No one knew that in the magma thousands of feet underground, a huge stone turtle shell was moving towards an incomparably huge fireball in front of it. Rumble! On the ground, endless earth fire was still spewing, and the world was still trembling. It was like a huge rubber ball that had been pierced through the air. However, it was not air that was spewing out but endless earth fire. Tens of thousands of zhang high up in the sky, a divine palace shrouded in multicolored light was slowly pressing down on the fire eye of the earth vein. Endless earth fire was constantly being shaken and scattered, and then it was absorbed by a hazy Buddhist land above the divine palace, turning into the most primitive spiritual energy and merging with that Buddhist land. The mysterious little monk who walked out of the tomb of Lord Buddha sat cross-legged in that illusory world. He was like a Buddha who had descended to the world, and his whole body was shining with Buddha's light. The whole space was surrounded by Buddha's light, flowers were falling from the sky, and golden lotuses kept appearing and disappearing. It was a peaceful paradise, a perfect world that people dreamed of. This world was devouring the endless spiritual energy of fire from the earth vein fire eye. At the place where the little monk was sitting, sand with a diameter of 10 meters had condensed. Every grain of sand was shining with Buddha's light. Every flower was a world, and every leaf was a Bodhi. The supreme Dharma displayed by the mysterious little monk was too terrifying. He was using the endless spiritual energy of fire from the earth vein fire eye to reverse the illusion and turn it into reality. For some reason, the little monk's inner world had become an illusory world. But now this illusory world was turning from illusion to reality. The little monk sat cross-legged in his illusory world. He was not afraid of the strong enemies around him. In fact, his own inner world was the safest. No one dared to break into someone else's inner world, unless they were strong enough to ignore the dharma of the other party's inner world, and break the shackles of the inner world. Swish! 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 In the night sky, 3 rainbow lights suddenly broke through the clouds and rushed out. Someone couldn't help but take action. Each rainbow light emitted a strong energy fluctuation. The 3 rainbow lights were like divine rainbows, rushing towards the ancient divine palace that was shrouded by the Buddha light, which looked like the 9 heavens palace. The 3 peerless masters broke the silence between heaven and earth. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted by the 3 rainbow lights. Each rainbow light was wrapped in a figure. However, the 3 peerless masters couldn't get close to the divine palace under the Buddha's light. The auspicious Buddha's light shone down and shrouded the heaven and earth. The 3 escape lights were instantly annihilated in the auspicious Buddha's light. Without a sound, the 3 peerless experts disappeared. They didn't even have the chance to cry out in alarm or scream. Everyone who witnessed this scene sucked in a breath of cold air. Although the Buddha's light was auspicious at this moment, everyone's expression changed. The auspicious Buddha's light was just a cover. It was simply the light of destruction. The mysterious little monk who came out from the tomb of the Buddha Lord was not a merciful Buddha. He would also kill people. Moreover, his methods were not any worse than those murderous people. When the little monk killed the 3 peerless masters who wanted to enter the divine palace, he didn't even bat an eyelid. He was still like a Buddha with a smile on his pink face. He held the purple gold alms bowl in his hand and looked peaceful. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that such a harmless little monk, who hadn't shed his childishness, had just killed 3 peerless masters. Some people who were ready to make a move immediately retreated and gave up on the idea of making a move. Thousands of feet underground, a stone tortoise shell the size of a small mountain broke through the endless magma and headed for the Earth's fire vein. Inside the stone tortoise shell's inner world, Old Turtle and Gu-Fei stood outside the lakeside pavilion, nervously watching the volcanic crater in front of them. The exit to the outside world was controlled by Old Turtle. If he wanted to open up a passage to the outside world in his inner world, he would do so at that location. This was a piece of cake for Old Turtle. However, Gu-Fei's control of his inner world was not as proficient as Old Turtle's. He couldn't even open up a stable passage to connect his inner world to the outside world. Even if he wanted to enter his own inner world, it would take him some time. giving Gu Fei's current level of control over his inner world. He couldn't use it to fight with others. Boom! The huge stone tortoise shell suddenly shook violently, and Old Turtle's inner world shook violently. Then, a terrifying wave of energy passed through the countless voids and entered Old Turtle's inner world. Chapter 380. The huge stone tortoise shell was like a lonely boat in the raging sea, bobbing up and down violently in the surging magma. The inner world in the stone tortoise shell also shook violently. Rumble! Inside the old tortoise's inner world, the sky and earth shook. The pavilion by the lake collapsed and huge waves surged on the calm lake surface. The lake water rushed high into the sky. The old tortoise and Gu Fei almost lost their balance in front of the pavilion. Gu Fei's body exuded a dazzling five-colored aura that protected his whole body. The flying bricks and stones and the surging waves from the lake could not get close to him. It was as if the end of the world had arrived within a radius of dozens of miles. Freeze! The old tortoise pinched his hands and demonic power surged out of his body. At this moment, the old tortoise seemed to have merged with the world and turned into a towering giant. The old tortoise's expression was extremely solemn. He was suppressing the abnormal movements in the inner world with his supreme magic power. At this time, the stone tortoise shell in the magma had stopped moving forward. Gu Fei was shocked in his heart. He could sense the boundless energy fluctuations coming from all directions. These energy fluctuations caused his heart to palpitate. The energy fluctuations did not come from the old tortoise's inner world. It seemed to be coming from the outside. It was hard to imagine how much spiritual energy of fire was condensed in the earth-fire vein. The spiritual energy of fire was so powerful that it could penetrate the old tortoise's inner world. After a while, the inner world finally stabilized and the old tortoise's expression looked better. We can't go any further. I didn't expect the spiritual energy of fire to be so huge. The old tortoise said and sat on the ground with his legs crossed. What are you doing? Gu Fei asked in puzzlement when he saw the old tortoise's behavior. The old tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said grumpily, "Why did we take the risk to enter the fire vein? Are we here to play?" After the old tortoise finished speaking, it ignored Gu Fei and remained motionless, as if it had turned into a stone statue. After a while, Gu Fei felt something strange. The passage in front of Old Tortoise that connected to the outside world gradually expanded. Then traces of fire energy began to flow into Old Tortoise's inner world, turning into the most primitive spiritual energy. Gu Fei felt that the surrounding temperature had risen significantly. The old turtle's mind was fused with this world. He was guiding the extremely dense spiritual energy of fire from the outside world to refine his inner world. The spiritual energy of fire that had been devoured by the inner world turned into the most primitive spiritual energy. It dispersed in the old turtle's inner world and then integrated into it. This old tortoise. After understanding the old tortoise's intentions, Gu Fei could not help but curse. This guy only cared about himself and did not care about others. Gu Fei also sat down cross-legged and activated his divine sense. Using his divine sense as a guide, he guided out the power of heaven and earth in his inner body. After a while, a vertical purple mark appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The magma outside the stone tortoise shell was almost vaporized. The stone tortoise shell seemed to have entered a boundless sea of fire, and the stone tortoise shell was the only island in this sea of fire. The endless pressure of the power of fire made it difficult for the stone tortoise shell to move forward. The reason why the stone tortoise shell shook violently just now was that the earth escape technique had been broken by the power of fire. The stone tortoise shell was directly exposed to the sea of fire, and was directly impacted by the power of fire that was squeezing and surging in from all directions. Gradually, the stone tortoise shell in the sea of fire seemed to have become a bottomless black hole, devouring the extremely dense power of fire around it. Gu Fei guided the power of heaven and earth out. Then the void around him shattered, and he entered his own inner world. An ancient cauldron guarded the center of this inner world, and it was surrounded by a chaotic zone. Gu Fei felt that although he had planted more than a dozen spiritual herbs in his inner world, giving it some vitality, his inner world had not truly nurtured life. His inner world was too small, and could not be compared to the old tortoise's inner world. Gu Fei wasted no time and immediately sat cross-legged in front of the mountain and river cauldron. Then the vertical mark between his eyebrows appeared, and with a swoosh, A dazzling purple divine light shot out from between his eyebrows and pierced forward. The void shattered, and a spark of fire penetrated through the shattered void. The purple divine light that shot out from between his eyebrows opened a passage to the outside world. What Gu Fei needed to do was to strengthen this passage, and then guide the power of fire from the outside world in. Because Gu Fei was in the old tortoise's inner world, he could only enter his own inner world and open up a passage from there to the earth fire vein. In the void in front of Gu Fei, the tiny spark began to expand and formed a fire hole with a diameter of 3 meters. Then endless power of fire surged into Gu Fei's inner world from the fire hole in the void, and was refined into the most primitive spiritual energy. Soon, another black hole formed in the sea of fire above the stone tortoise's shell. An endless power of fire gathered towards that black hole. The old tortoise and Gu Fei were both gathering the power of fire to refine their inner worlds. Rumble! Gu Fei's inner world began to shake, and the chaotic zone began to collapse. As the endless power of fire was gathered by Gu Fei, it turned into the most primitive spiritual energy and integrated into his inner world. Gu Fei's inner world began to expand. The earth fire vein had gathered too much fire elemental essence. The little monk, the old tortoise, and Gu Fei, the 3 cultivators with inner worlds, were all eyeing the earth fire vein and crazily devoured its spiritual energy. The earth fire vein, which had gathered for thousands of years, was continuously devoured and refined by the 3 inner worlds. However, the power of fire in the earth fire vein showed no signs of weakening. Half a month had passed. The cultivators who came from all over the Tonglong continent after hearing the news were still unable to threaten the little monk who had walked out of the tomb of the Lord Buddha. During this period, the demon Lord Huanglong, the demon monarch of 6 paths, and old Taoist Ku Rong attacked the little monk who was sitting cross-legged in his inner world. However, the result was as expected. The demon monarch of 6 paths was pierced by the Buddha's light, and half of his body was shattered. He fled with serious injuries. The demon Lord Huanglong was hit by the purple gold alms bowl thrown by the little monk and retreated while vomiting blood. Old Taoist Ku Rong lost one of his arms, and the middle-aged scholar's sky-blasting hammer was almost taken away by the little monk. The mysterious little monk had consecutively defeated peerless demigod realm cultivators. He had shaken the entire cultivation world of the Tonglong continent and thoroughly intimidated all the cultivators in the world. Although the world was vast, no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with the mysterious little monk. The Buddhism of the West Earth had suppressed all the cultivators in the world, causing the Tao sect and the demon race to feel ashamed. 1 month later, the huge pillar of fire that shot out from the fire eye was finally suppressed by the divine palace in the sky. The little monk had refined the endless power of fire. At the center of his illusory inner world, a piece of soil with a circumference of several hundred zhang appeared. The little monk's inner world had changed. The illusory inner world began to materialize. However, this process required a large amount of spiritual qi. The little monk's inner world continued to devour the spiritual qi of the earth fire vein. The illusory inner world with a circumference of 100 li was still far from being completely materialized. Since there was such a seemingly inexhaustible source of spiritual qi, the little monk would certainly not let it go. The incomparably huge ball of fire, which had been condensed for thousands of years, began to shrink. As the little monk, the old turtle, and Gu Fei continued to devour it day and night, the spiritual energy of fire in the earth fire vein was rapidly depleting. In the beginning it was not obvious. However, as time went by, the spiritual energy of fire in the earth fire vein began to weaken. The spiritual qi in the earth fire vein was not infinite. There was a limit to it. The loss of a large amount of spiritual qi would cause the earth fire vein to gradually dry up and eventually disappear. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in his inner world. After a month of continuous refinement, his inner world had expanded to a circumference of several hundred zhang. Gu Fei was very satisfied with the result of frantically devouring the spiritual qi of the outside world. During this month, apart from the slow expansion of his inner world, there were slight changes every moment. The number of flowers and grasses on the ground gradually increased. The signs of life in this inner world became more and more obvious, which made Gu Fei extremely happy. To Gu Fei's surprise, as his inner world slowly expanded, the power of heaven and earth began to seep out of the mud pill palace between his eyebrows and nourish his body. The power of heaven and earth was the foundation of all cultivators' cultivation. Therefore, anyone who stepped into the cultivation world and became a cultivator would know about the power of heaven and earth. The chaos gave birth to yin and yang, and yin and yang transformed into the 5 elements, and the 5 elements transformed into all things. The power of heaven and earth was nothing more than the power of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the various forces derived from the 5 elements, such as wind, thunder, lightning, rain, snow, frost, and so on. The same was true for the power of heaven and earth in Gu Fei's inner world. The heaven and earth were derived from the chaos. For Gu Fei, the power of heaven and earth in his inner world was undoubtedly a source of spiritual energy. His power came from his body, while the power of a cultivator came from the Tao core, Tao nascent soul, and primordial spirit. There was only one source of power in a cultivator's body. However, Gu Fei was different. After cultivating the inner world, he had an additional source of power compared to other cultivators, and that was the inner world. The power of heaven and earth nourished his body, and the benefits that Gu Fei obtained were undoubtedly enormous. This caused his body to feel as if it was being infused with an infinite amount of essence qi, and also caused his body to have a connection with the power of heaven and earth. With the expansion of the inner world, the power of heaven and earth that overflowed from the Niwen Palace was endless. His limbs and bones were thus nourished, and his body became extremely powerful. Compared to before, it was much more powerful. Under the nourishment of the power of heaven and earth, Gu Fei's body began to establish a faint connection with the inner world. This connection was not on the spiritual level. Gu Fei vaguely guessed that since the power of heaven and earth tempered his body, it would be much easier for his body to enter the inner world. The power of heaven and earth could be transformed into the power of the 5 elements, because in the inner world, Gu Fei was an omnipotent god who controlled this part of the heaven and earth. His whole body was already surrounded by a 5-colored glow. The power of heaven and earth in the inner world had transformed into the power of the 5 elements, and gradually merged perfectly with the power of the 5 elements in his body. This was the fusion of the power of heaven and earth, which made Gu Fei feel as if his body had become a part of the heaven and earth. His connection with the inner world had deepened to another level. Chapter 381. Gu Fei's inner heaven and earth energy guided the boundless fire elemental energy from the outside to refine his inner heaven and earth. The entire heaven and earth trembled and the chaotic zone started to crumble as his inner heaven and earth expanded. Gu Fei's mind was immersed in a very subtle state. It was like a dream yet not a dream. He seemed to be awake yet not awake. His mind seemed to be wandering in front of the 9 heavens palace. However, his entire body emitted a dazzling 5 elemental qi. The 5 elemental qi was so condensed that it was almost tangible, like a 5-colored divine egg. As his inner heaven and earth expanded, the inner heaven and earth energy started to surge out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and spread throughout his body. The inner heaven and earth energy turned into 5 elemental qi. It was as if Gu Fei's body was being filled with endless life energy. His flesh and bones were constantly being refined by the 5 elemental qi. Every muscle was surging with a huge amount of 5 elemental yuan qi. Every bone was glowing with a multicolored light, sparkling like multicolored divine jade. Even his internal organs seemed to be bathed in the multicolored light. Gu Fei's body was undergoing a subtle change. The 5 elemental qi that was being refined into his flesh and bones were like a key that could open the treasures in his body. Under the cleansing of the 5 elemental qi, his body was undergoing a perfect transformation. After an unknown amount of time, a sudden boom sound rang out. The 5-colored divine egg in Gu Fei's inner heaven and earth suddenly exploded. The 5-colored light lit up the entire space. At this moment, a powerful aura exploded out, shaking the entire cave. Gu Fei's body was filled with 5 elemental qi, and the 5-colored divine fire burned brightly outside his body. His eyes shone brightly like 2 bolts of lightning shooting out of them. They were especially bright in his inner world. Gu Fei stood up. At this moment there was a solemn aura around him. The aura he emitted caused the entire inner heaven and earth to tremble violently. Only the mountain and river cauldron behind him was like an ancient divine mountain. It didn't move at all. The vast energy that was emitted from it couldn't move it at all. He broke through to the 6th sky of the ascended realm. It's hard to imagine. Gu Fei felt the surging power in his body. At this moment he felt as if he could punch a hole in the sky with a casual punch. The expansion of his inner world had great benefits to his cultivation. By tempering his body with the power of heaven and earth, the benefits Gu Fei obtained had already exceeded his expectations. The sixth sky of the ascended realm. His cultivation had jumped from the fourth sky of the ascended realm to the sixth sky of the ascended realm. His flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and internal organs had evolved further, becoming stronger. His skin was as translucent as jade, and his entire body was surging with a huge amount of 5 elements essence qi. Looking inside himself, Gu Fei felt that his bones actually had a trace of 5 colors. This kind of 5 colors seemed to be branded on his bones. His body was currently transforming into a treasure body. Boom! Just when Gu Fei wanted to roar towards the sky to vent the joy in his heart, his inner world suddenly shook violently, as if it had been struck by a giant hammer. Cracks appeared on the ground within a few hundred feet. As if he had been struck by lightning, Gu Fei's entire body shook and his vision darkened. He almost fainted. At this moment, he felt an unimaginably terrifying aura coming from the outside world into his inner world. Feeling this aura, Gu Fei couldn't help but tremble. This pressure made him feel extremely uncomfortable, as if there was a huge mountain in his heart. What's going on? Gu Fei was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly closed the passage in front of him that connected to the outside world, but he felt that it was useless. The unimaginably powerful aura actually ignored the barrier of the void, and continued to enter the inner world from the outside. This time around, Gu Fei was astonished. What sort of a horrifying existence was this? Even in the inner world, it would be hard for him to hide. This existence was so strong that he could even locate the position of the inner world in the void. Boom! Another muffled sound like thunder from the 9 heavens was heard. The terrifying sound wave seemed to have some kind of magical power, as if it could ignore the barrier of space and penetrate through the barrier of heaven and earth. Gu Fei's inner world once again shook violently. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Gu Fei's mouth. The ground within a few hundred feet was covered in cracks, as if it could collapse at any time. Just as Gu Fei was feeling inconsolable, the mountain and river cauldron that guarded the center of his inner world suddenly shook. Then the entire inner world immediately calmed down. The dense cracks on the ground that looked like spider webs were also quickly disappearing. The mountain and river cauldron only shook a little. It didn't emit any light, nor did it emit any energy waves. It only shook slightly, but Gu Fei immediately felt his body relax. The terrifying aura from the outside world had unexpectedly disappeared. The mountain and river cauldron is indeed a rare treasure. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. He knew that the terrifying aura from the outside world had been isolated from the outside world. What exactly happened outside? Gu Fei was both shocked and curious. Could it be that there was a terrifying expert outside? Thinking of this, Gu Fei's heart moved. The purple vertical mark between his eyebrows suddenly appeared. Swoosh! With a sound as if a divine eye had opened, a purple divine light shot out and pierced forward. The purple divine light that shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows shattered the void in front of him. The light from the outside world immediately shone in. Then, Gu Fei took a step forward and directly walked out of his inner world. Once he was out of his inner world, Gu Fei immediately felt the terrifying aura again. However, this aura was much weaker than what he felt in his own inner world. As soon as Gu Fei came out, he heard the old turtle's ghostly howl. Ah, it's over. I'm in big trouble. The old turtle stood on the mountain peak beside the lake. He was at a loss and looked anxious and nervous. Old turtle, what happened? Gu Fei appeared in the old turtle's inner world. His position was not far from the old turtle. He took a step and arrived in front of the old turtle in just a few steps. Brat, that god of fire. Ah, that god of fire is really a bastard. The old turtle said in fear. In this world, perhaps only the old turtle would dare to call the ancient god of fire a bastard. Boom! A muffled sound was heard. The old turtle's inner world suddenly shook. Many large rocks fell from the mountain peak and rumbled down. Plop! Plop! Many large rocks fell into the small lake at the foot of the mountain, causing countless splashes. What is that sound? Gu Fei's expression changed when he heard the strange sound and asked in surprise. It was this muffled sound that directly injured him. Even though his physical body was so strong that he could heal such a small injury in the blink of an eye, It was still enough to make him feel a great threat. The old turtle's inner world was much larger than Gu Fei's. The old turtle's inner world had expanded to an area of 50 kilometers by refining the endless earth fire in the earth fire vein. When the sound from the outside world entered the old turtle's inner world, it was greatly weakened by the power of the old turtle's inner world. Even so, it still shook the old turtle's inner world. This made Gu Fei feel incredulous. Even the old turtle's inner world was shaken. The cultivation of the person outside was unimaginable and far beyond his imagination. That's the sound of a heartbeat, the old turtle said. What? Gu Fei was shocked and in disbelief. He muttered to himself, the sound of a heartbeat? How is this possible? The sound of a heartbeat could shake the inner world. What kind of concept was that? If what the old turtle said was true, then the owner of the heart Gu Fei did not dare to imagine. Who could be so terrifying? Could it be that the person outside was the legendary ancient god? Look, we're in big trouble. As the old turtle spoke, he swiped the void in front of him with his right hand. Ripples immediately appeared in the void. Then, with a flash of brilliance, a scene appeared in the void in front of the old turtle. He used the mystic light technique and the image of the outside world appeared in the void in front of him. In the boundless sea of fire, a pitch-black giant was lying in the void. The giant was thousands of meters long, and its huge body was shrouded in a layer of black demonic fire. What made Gu Fei dumbfounded was that there were 9 fire dragons coiled around the giant's body. Each fire dragon was thousands of meters long. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they breathed fire. The fire dragons emitted boundless divine fire that burned the mountain-like giant day and night. Gu Fei's mind had already gone blank when he saw this strange scene. That god of fire actually imprisoned the fire demon of the 5 elements primordial heavenly demon here. No wonder his sacred palace is guarding the fire eye of this earth fire vein. The old turtle's expression was extremely ugly. The giant that was surrounded by the 9 fire dragons seemed to be in a deep sleep, as if it was unaware of the outside world. However, the dull heartbeat could be heard. Dong! The entire void shook and the image on the glare mirror blurred. After a while, the image on the glare mirror became clear again. The fire essence chi in the earth fire vein was too rich. After being blocked by the restriction of the ancient god, it was unable to leak out for hundreds of millions of years. The dragon spirit essence and the original form of the 9 fire dragons were naturally formed. The means of the ancient god is really amazing. It's really unbelievable, Gu Fei said after a long time. The 9 fire dragons were clearly not ordinary. They were creatures that had lived for a long time. Not only did they condense the essence of fire to form the 9 fire dragons that coiled around the primordial fire demon, but they also formed the dragon soul essence and became a spiritual being. Chapter 382. It was hard to estimate how much time it would take to nurture a spiritual creature. The 9 fire dragons on the primordial fire demon's body had already taken shape, but they were still a long way from the time when they would give birth to their consciousness. Even so, it would not be easy for the primordial fire demon to break the restriction and escape with the fire elemental essence that the 9 fire dragons had accumulated over countless years. The ancient god had used his strength and divine sense to seal a giant demon in the earth fire vein, and refined it day and night with the power of the earth fire vein. However, it seemed that the primitive fire demon that had been sealed in the earth fire vein for thousands of years had not been refined. Instead, it seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. The primordial fire demon was hard to destroy, but the ancient god who sealed it had already disappeared, as if he had broken free. In this world, no one was a match for the primordial fire demon. The old tortoise was a powerful figure of the demon clan in ancient times. He was knowledgeable and knew many ancient secrets. When he learned that there was a seal set up by the ancient god in the earth fire vein, he already felt that something was wrong. The old tortoise told Gu Fei the reason. It turned out that Gu Fei had stayed in the inner world for more than 3 months. During this time, many things had happened. The mysterious little monk who had walked out of the Buddhist tomb, the old tortoise, and Gu Fei had absorbed the earth fire chi to refine the inner world. Although the fire essence chi that had been accumulated over hundreds of millions of years was huge, it could not withstand the crazy absorption of the 3 people. The loss of the fire essence chi had caused the seal in the earth fire vein to loosen. After thousands of years of erosion, The power of the seal had weakened to a very dangerous critical point. The power left by the ancient god had been completely worn away. The reason why the ancient seal could still operate was that it absorbed the fire essence chi from the earth fire vein. The rapid loss of the earth fire essence had directly caused the seal to loosen. When the first heartbeat was heard from the seal, it was a dark and windy night. When the sound was heard, the peerless experts who were watching from the sky fell from the sky. The cultivators in the mountains coughed up blood and retreated. The scene at that time could be said to be extremely chaotic. Streaks of light constantly fell from the sky like meteors, and all the cultivators were horrified. Under the control of Master Ku Rong, the ancient altar of the Taishan sect that was hidden in the clouds immediately carried the masters of the Taishan sect and retreated into the distance. The demon lord Huang Long and his mysterious daughter stood on the five-colored divine bird and flew into the sky. The middle-aged scholar turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the sky. The demonic emperor of six paths and the other demons sensed a familiar and terrifying aura. The strange sound that came from under the ground made the demonic ether in their bodies boil. Their strength surged, as if they had been injected with endless power. Demon monarch of six paths sensed a demonic aura that made his heart tremble. It was violent, cruel, and evil, as if it was the source of all evil. Dong! When the strange sound came from the earth fire vein again, the ancient palace above the earth fire shook violently. Then, the entire palace emitted a dazzling light that suddenly shook the Elysium above the palace into the air. The little monk, who was sitting cross-legged in the Elysium, opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His expression immediately became weary. The little monk seemed to have suffered a great shock. The little monk put away his inner world, turned into a beam of light, and retreated to the west. The ancient palace that was like a mountain floating above the earth fire seemed to have come to life, emitting an unimaginable energy fluctuation. Rumble! The world shook and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared around the palace. The big world and the big void were torn apart. The void of a perfect world was not like the inner world that was created by the cultivators who used their great strength to evolve the chaos. The void of a great world was very stable. It was very difficult to break the void. Only the legendary immortals who had passed the heavenly tribulation and were about to ascend to the heaven realm could break the void and enter the legendary heaven realm. The energy fluctuation emitted by the palace could tear the void, and it was really terrifying. No cultivator dared to approach the palace, not even the demigods. The spatial cracks that appeared were like black lightning, and they were strong enough to tear apart any living creature. The destructive power of the spatial cracks could tear apart anything tangible or intangible. Dong! Rumble! The divine palace floating above the fire shook violently as the sound echoed. It seemed that the divine palace had been struck by some kind of power that came from beneath the earth. At this time, everyone felt a terrifying aura that made their hearts palpitate. This aura made them feel fear, and that fear came from the depths of their hearts. It was as if a peerless demon was hiding in the boiling magma beneath the earth. The strange sound came from the earth, and even the demigods were sent flying. All the cultivators retreated. Those with weak cultivations vomited blood. The peerless experts in the sky, except for the old monsters that were only a step away from the demigod realm, all fell from the sky. Only the demon monarch of six paths and the other demons looked as if they had eaten a heavenly treasure. Demonic energy surged from their bodies. In the northern sky, demonic clouds surged, and terrifying demonic roars came from them. Dong! The strange sound seemed to come from the ground rhythmically. The ancient divine palace, which was shining with thousands of rays of light, shook violently. Then in the largest main hall in the center, 9 flames suddenly rushed out. The 9 beams of fiery light were 3,000 meters long and exuded a terrifying fire elemental energy. As the fiery chi lingered, 9 dragon shadows soared into the sky and roared. Fire dragon? Demon Lord Huang Long, who had retreated 1,000 miles away, felt the majestic dragon aura in front of him. He was extremely shocked. He looked in disbelief at the 9 dragon shadows that were roaring at the moon. No one expected 9 fire dragons to rush out of the ancient fire god's fire cloud palace. And the 9 fire dragons appeared to be dragon souls without a body of flesh and blood. The dragon roars shook the sky. All the creatures in the endless snowy mountains felt the aura of the true dragons, and they trembled in fear. After the 9 dragon shadows roared, they rushed down to the boiling magma. Under everyone's shocked gazes, they broke through the magma and rushed into the earth's fire vein. This was the origin of the 9 dragons that coiled around the primordial fire demon. The ancient fire god's fire cloud palace suppressed the earth's fire vein, absorbing the earth's fire essence energy day and night. Gradually, the fire cloud palace gave birth to 9 fire dragon soul essences. They were fire essences, spiritual creatures created by the heavens. To the primordial fire demon, fire elemental energy was the nemesis of his fiendish fire. After listening to Old Turtle's recount, Gu Fei was speechless for a long time. The primordial fire demon's origins were just too great. It was actually sealed under the earth's fire vein by the ancient fire god. It could be assumed that this fire demon was the god fiend of ancient times. It was probably the first fire demon born from the heavens and earth. It was a natural god fiend. At the beginning of the chaos, righteous energy gave birth to immortals and evil energy gave birth to fiends. The powers of the 5 elements were also divided into righteous and evil. Righteous energy was divine, evil energy was fiend. The ancient fire god was a khanate god, while the primordial fire demon was a khanate demon. From the day they were born, these 2 gods and devils had been mortal enemies who would not rest until one of them died. Before Old Turtle was captured by some crazy expert, he had heard that the fire god had perished in a battle with the demons. From the looks of it, the fire god's death was likely related to the primordial fire demon that was sealed in the earth's fire vein. In ancient times, those big shots used the heavens and earth as a chessboard and played games with each other. Some died in the game, while others temporarily withdrew. However, there was no doubt that as long as immortals, gods, demons, ghosts, and fiends existed in the world, the game would not stop. Those who temporarily withdrew might reappear in the world one day. As soon as the old tortoise sensed that something was wrong, it immediately rushed out of the earth fire vein and retreated. Gu Fei had entered his own inner world from the old tortoise's inner world, so he was also brought out by the old tortoise. Inner worlds were special existences that could escape into the void, beyond the 3 realms and the 5 elements. However, the position of an inner world in the void was fixed. At this moment, Old Turtle opened up his inner world and walked out with Gu Fei. They appeared on a snow-capped peak covered in ice and snow. Old Turtle looked in the direction of the earth's fire vein and said with a solemn expression, "That fiend hasn't woken up from its slumber yet." Gu Fei felt that there was not a single cultivator in the thousands of miles around the earth's fire vein, except for the turbulent demonic clouds in the north. High up in the sky thousands of miles away, there was a faint flash of light. The figures of the 4 demigods had long disappeared. Instead, there was a flash of auspicious Buddhist light in the western sky. There was a Buddhist Vedanta spying on them. Why can a demonic cultivator get close to the earth's fire vein? A strange expression flashed across Gu Fei's face as he asked Old Turtle, "You really don't know, or are you playing dumb? The ancestors of the demon dwellers are imprisoned under the earth fire vein. The aura of the true demon is equivalent to a great tonic for the demon dwellers." Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said, Another big shot has come?" Old Turtle was suddenly startled and turned to look south. At this moment, Gu Fei felt a gloomy and terrifying aura coming from the south. Then, a mass of dark clouds appeared under the night sky and surged from afar. In the dark clouds, ghostly shadows collided. Vaguely, there seemed to be countless heart-palpitating ghost howls coming from the dark clouds and drifting between heaven and earth. Chapter 383. The demonic aura under the earth fire vein spread between heaven and earth. Not only did it spread to the endless snowy mountains in the north, but it could also be sensed in the entire northern region. The cultivators in the mountains retreated thousands of miles away before they dared to stop and watch. Countless cultivators were inexplicably shocked. That powerful aura filled with demonic nature made them feel a sense of danger, causing everyone to feel waves of fear from the depths of their hearts, causing them to be extremely terrified. It was as if there was a peerless demon staring at them from between heaven and earth, giving them a feeling of trepidation. Some cultivators directly turned around and left, fleeing this place of great danger. Some cultivators chose to stay. True experts were not afraid of danger. Endless demonic aura began to gather in the sky above the earth fire vein. and the overwhelming demonic clouds soon shrouded the sky and the earth, blocking the starlight and moonlight from the sky, making it even darker in the night. The fiendish demonic aura exuded from the demonic clouds made all the cultivators within 1,000 miles feel incomparably oppressed. Vaguely, one could see the demonic Tao cultivators transforming into streaks of light that shot towards the earth fire pulse from all directions, sinking into the demonic clouds in the sky. Only demonic cultivators were not afraid of the demonic aura, because it was the source of their power. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would definitely be affected by the irresistible demonic aura, which would cause their cultivation to be damaged, and in serious cases they would lose their minds and die. The demonic aura of the peerless demon in the earth fire vein had an unpredictable power that could turn cultivators into demons. It was difficult for other cultivators to resist it, so they all avoided it, but the demonic cultivators were not affected at all. The cultivators of the righteous path and the demons were all watching, and no one was willing to make a move. Whoosh! A figure stepped on the demonic clouds and rushed toward the earth fire vein. It was a young man in a black robe, and his blood was dancing wildly. He was the demon emperor of 6 paths, who had dominated the Tunglong continent and was almost invincible. Thousands of miles up in the sky, Master Ku Rong stood on the ancient altar. His half-withered and half-healthy face showed an extremely serious expression. Behind Master Ku Rong stood a group of old Taoists. Taishan sect leader Taoist Xiantian, Shaoyang Peak Taoist Chaoyang, and other experts of the Taishan sect were all inside. This is actually the place where the ancient gods sealed the ancient devil. If the nameless divine devil underground comes out, the world will be in chaos. Ku Rong mumbled to himself as he looked at the devil cloud that was gradually expanding above the earth fire vein. Swoosh! Another terrifying energy fluctuation came from the northern horizon. An evil aura filled the air above the mountain. Another tall figure shrouded in demonic energy charged towards the demonic clouds above the earth fire vein. The great demon sovereign is here as well. In the dark, someone recognized the origin of the great demon sovereign. The Grand Devil Sovereign was a peerless half-devil that could rival Devil Monarch Hextao in the extreme northern devil region. He was one of the few Grand Devils in the extreme northern devil region. His arrival caused all the righteous experts to tense up. 1,000 li away, in another direction, demonic energy rushed into the heavens, demonic clouds surging. Human cultivators all stayed far away, not willing to approach that region. Demon Lord Huanglong stood on the 5-colored divine bird and hid within the demonic clouds, coldly watching this scene. Behind Demon Lord Huanglong stood a purple-clothed girl. The girl's face no longer seemed to be covered by a thin veil, giving off a surreal feeling. Her skin was smooth, her eyes were clear, her nose was straight, her lips were moist, and her teeth were as white as jade. She had a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating, as if she was a fairy from the 9 heavens that had descended to the mortal world. The demons are gathering. Could it be that those demons want to release the peerless great demon underground? Demon Lord Huanglong's gaze pierced through the void as he closely observed the situation in front of him. He frowned. Demons are the greatest enemies of the world, the root of the calamity of the common people. If the ferocious demon is released, our demon race will not be spared. The purple-clothed girl revealed a worried expression. Demons killed the common people, using the blood and souls of the common people to strengthen themselves. They absorbed the power of the common people, condensed the devil soul, and refined the devil body. They were the common enemy of all cultivators in the world. Demon Lord Huanglong suddenly sensed something. He lowered his head and looked at a mountain 100 li to the right. On a snow-capped mountain 100 li away. Swoosh! A crack appeared in the void. Then 2 figures walked out from the crack. 6-inch father, it's the senior of my clan. When the purple-robed young lady saw the 2 people walking out of the void, she exclaimed, "The young man beside my clan's senior seems a little familiar." The 2 figures on the snow-capped mountain were Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. "Let's go down," Demon Lord Huanglong said. He was about to step on the 5-colored divine bird and fly down. He wanted to pay a visit to the great Demon Lord. However, at this moment, a terrifying and eerie aura came from the southern sky. Then a black cloud rushed towards them like a galloping horse. "Another great demon is coming?" The purple-clothed girl exclaimed. No, that's not Devil Chi. Demon Lord Huang Long stopped and turned to look at the south. His expression became a little strange. He said indifferently, that's profound in Ghost Chi. The only ghost cultivator with such cultivation is the Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City. The legendary Ghost Emperor? The purple-clothed girl was surprised again. The Plentiful City Ghost Palace had always been very mysterious. No one knew where the Plentiful City Ghost Palace was. Even the ghost cultivators didn't know where it was. In the cultivation world of the Tunglong continent, the Plentiful City Ghost Palace was a mysterious place. The Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City was even more mysterious. Someone once captured a ghost cultivator who came out of the Plentiful City Ghost Palace. He wanted to know the exact location of the Plentiful City Ghost Palace from him. However, no matter how hard the person tried, even torturing the ghost cultivator with the soul refining technique. Even so, the person didn't get any information about the Plentiful City Ghost Palace from the ghost cultivator. He only knew that the ghost cultivators entered and exited the Plentiful City Ghost Palace using teleportation techniques. There was no way to find them. No one knew what the Ghost Emperor's cultivation was. In the cultivation world, no one had ever seen the Ghost Emperor make a move. No one knew what the Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City looked like. Rumble. The profounding ghost chi condensed into a black cloud and rushed toward the earth fire vein. The heaven and earth trembled. An eerie, terrifying, and powerful aura filled the sky above the endless snowy mountain. The cultivators who felt this aura all changed their expressions. Soon, the black cloud that shrouded the sky came close and stopped in the southern sky. The sound of ghosts chirped and the black cloud surged. It was as if there were thousands of ghosts howling in the black cloud, causing people's scalps to go numb. It's the aura of the fire demon. A dignified voice came from the black cloud. The mysterious Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City didn't appear in front of everyone. The black cloud covered the sky. All the cultivators in the mountain felt a heavy pressure, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their hearts. The old ghost in the black cloud actually knows about the fierce demon in the earth fire vein. It's really strange. On the mountain peak, the old turtle looked up at the black cloud and ghost chi in the southern sky. There was a trace of surprise on his face. Humph! A cold snort was heard from within the black cloud. Then, a surging force surged out from within the black cloud. Following that, the black cloud surged and condensed into a giant hand the size of a mountain, grabbing at the mountain peak where Old Tortoise and Gu Fei were. This old ghost's temper is really big. I spoke so softly but he heard me. The old turtle acted as if nothing had happened. He then stretched out his right hand and pressed upward. Bang! A loud bang shook the mountains. The giant hand that had stretched out from the black clouds in the sky actually collapsed and turned back into Xianyin Ghost Chi. Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City is really powerful. Gu Fei, who was standing next to the old turtle, was secretly surprised. In the past 3 months, the old turtle had been refining his inner world with the endless power of fire in the earth fire vein. His cultivation level had long broken through the demigod realm. The old turtle's current cultivation level could be regarded as a quasi-immortal, but that Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City could fight with the old turtle and not be at a disadvantage. How could Gu Fei not be surprised? The old turtle's situation was very special. His cultivation level was cut down to the demigod realm by the absolute formation in the virtual sky world. His realm was still there, but he lacked power. In the past 3 months, the old turtle crazily devoured the spiritual essence of fire. The power that was cut down was replenished, and his cultivation level also rose along with it. He reached the realm that countless cultivators dreamed of. Eh! A surprised voice came from the black cloud. Then the profound Ghost Chi retreated like a tide. Soon a figure appeared in the sky. The arrival of Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City alarmed all the cultivators in the mountain. The legendary Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City was about to appear in front of everyone. Everyone was a little nervous. Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City was a supreme expert of the ghost path. Moreover, he was mysterious and unfathomable. Compared to those great figures of the demigod realm, he was even more mysterious. According to legend, there was originally no ghost cultivation in the Tunglong continent. Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City, with his own strength, created the ghost cultivation in the cultivation world of the Tunglong continent. He was indeed an unprecedented great figure. However, everyone was disappointed. Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City didn't seem to want to show his true face. The profound ghost chi entered his body, but his body was still surrounded by a layer of black light. Even the old turtle could only see a tall figure in the black light. With his eyesight, it was difficult for him to see the true face of Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City. The old turtle looked up at the tall figure in the black light and said disdainfully, "A guy who hides his head but shows his tail." Upon hearing this, Gu Fei, who was standing next to him, was shocked. This old turtle was really fearless. He even dared to be so presumptuous in front of the legendary Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City. "You!" After Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City saw the old turtle, two blue lights suddenly shot out from the black light. Those were the lights condensed from the Ghost Emperor's eyes. "The dragon has 9 sons. You are Boss Long." Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City seemed to recognize the old turtle, and said the origin of the old turtle in one sentence. Chapter 384. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's words shocked all the great characters watching from the sidelines. The dragon gave birth to 9 sons. This was one of the most ancient legends in the Tunglong continent. Could it be that the demon race almighty with a dragon head on the mountain peak that could not completely transform into a human form was one of the 9 sons of the dragon? How was this possible? No one believed Ghost Emperor Fengdu's words because if what he said was true, then the origin of this almighty demon race was too great, so great that it could be traced back to the great desolate world after the beginning of the world. The dragon gave birth to 9 sons, the legendary dragon. Not a divine dragon, not a demon dragon, not a flood dragon, but the first dragon born in the world. He was the ancestor of all dragons in the world, the dragon ancestor. In other words, this old turtle was the son of the supreme dragon ancestor. The dragon gave birth to 9 sons. Each son is different, am I wrong? Ghost Emperor Fengdu's blue eyes pierced through the black mist and shot down from the sky. He coldly stared at the old turtle on the mountain peak. "You!" The old turtle couldn't help but be startled. The other party actually knew his origin. This was his biggest secret. Who was this guy? He knew all the great characters in the Antiquity era, but none of them cultivated the Ghost Tao. Moreover, in ancient times, among all the cultivation systems, there wasn't a single cultivation system that focused on cultivating the Yin spirit and the ghost body. The cultivators of the Antiquity era pursued the corporeal body to become a saint or to cultivate the primordial spirit Dharma body, to achieve the supreme immortal Tao. No one would destroy the corporeal body and abandon the foundation of the Tao to cultivate the Yin spirit ghost body. In the eyes of all cultivators, the corporeal body was the foundation of the Tao. In the eyes of ghost cultivators, the first step was to leave the corporeal body and condense the Yin spirit. This kind of cultivation was the opposite of all the cultivation in the Tunglong continent. It could be said that this was a different path and created a different cultivation system. "Old turtle, are you really the son of the dragon?" Gu Fei, who was standing next to the old turtle, asked in shock. He knew a bit about the old turtle. This cynical guy was a character from the Antiquity era, a super antique. "Dragon my ass," Old Tortoise said snappily, then directly rushed into the sky towards Ghost Emperor Fengdu in the sky. Swoosh! The old turtle directly opened up his inner world and enveloped Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The power of heaven and earth surged out and sealed the surroundings. He wanted to take Ghost Emperor Fengdu into his inner world. Heaven and earth trembled. In the midst of the haze, one could see a part of the world appear. Within it were tall mountains and flowing rivers. It was illusory and illusory, as if it was a projection of the real world. It would be a big mistake to think that it was an illusion. In fact, it was a small world with form and substance. It was Old Tortoise's inner world. "You and I are not enemies." Ghost Emperor Fengdu stood high up in the sky and said indifferently without any intention of dodging. Facing the enveloping inner world, he still acted as if nothing had happened. "Humph! Then let me see who you really are," the old tortoise said coldly. He stood in his inner world and controlled it to rush towards Ghost Emperor Fengdu. "As you wish," Ghost Emperor Fengdu said calmly. Then the whole world suddenly trembled. The void within 100 miles seemed to collapse all of a sudden. It was as if 100 miles of the void had turned into a huge mouth and swallowed Ghost Emperor Fengdu and Old Tortoise. A black light flashed. Ghost Emperor Fengdu and Old Tortoise's figures seemed to have escaped into the void and disappeared into thin air. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme, especially Gu Fei. He was very clear about Old Tortoise's strength. However, Ghost Emperor Fengdu seemed to be stronger than Old Tortoise. What kind of concept was someone stronger than Old Tortoise? Just thinking about it was frightening. No one would have thought that the Old Tortoise and Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do would actually disappear together. Only the peerless demigod existences could vaguely guess that the Old Tortoise and Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do seemed to have entered the inner world. Of course, it was not Old Tortoise's inner world. At this time, a few demonic shadows with terrifying energy fluctuations rushed into the demonic clouds above the earth fire vein. Their demonic auras were getting stronger and stronger. The demonic path experts seemed to have temporarily put aside their prejudices and joined forces. Their goal was very clear, and that was to release the peerless demon sealed in the earth fire vein. Thump! Under the earth, the sound of a heartbeat never stopped. Every time it beat, the divine palace above the earth fire I would shake violently. The demonic clouds above the earth fire I covered 1,000 miles of the sky. Inside the demonic clouds, a group of great demons seemed to be preparing for something. From time to time, demonic shadows could be seen faintly in the demonic clouds. Suddenly, a demonic roar resounded in the sky. Rolling sound waves came out from the demonic clouds and spread out. Even from 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei could feel the blood in his body churning. So powerful. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Then he saw a scene that made him inexplicably shocked. Black demonic energy gushed out from the demonic clouds like a geyser. The majestic power fiercely hit the ancient divine palace that was several square kilometers in size. Boom! The ancient divine palace shook violently, bursting with thousands of rays of light. Although it was slowly falling, the monstrous demonic energy was blocked outside. Under the external attack, the great formation of the ancient divine palace had already been activated. However, because of the lack of a large source of spiritual qi, the ancient divine palace was in danger of being blasted down from the sky. Boom! Boom! Rays of destructive black demonic energy constantly bombarded from the demonic clouds. The ancient divine palace shook violently, and the ground below that had already turned into magma also began to boil. Several nearby mountains were affected by the mighty destructive power and instantly collapsed. The majestic ancient divine palace floating above the earth fire vein finally tilted under the continuous impact of the terrifying power. The old turtle's judgment was completely correct. The essence of the earth fire vein was rapidly draining, and the seal was loosening. There was no longer a large source of spiritual qi for the ancient divine palace to float in the sky. Boom! There was another loud bang. In the midst of the rumbling, the ancient divine palace fell from the sky and smashed a mountain. With the protection of the Great Formation, the ancient divine palace was still intact and undamaged. At this moment the world was shaking. The magma was lifted high into the sky, and the endless snow-capped mountains were undulating like waves. One by one, the mountains continued to collapse, as if doomsday had arrived. The violent turbulence caused all the cultivators to turn pale. The ominous demons cannot come out. Quick, stop them. The demons will cause chaos in the world. We can't let them succeed. Some people were shouting, some people were exclaiming, and some people were taking action. Rumble! An ancient altar flew over from the distance. It was like an ancient divine mountain, emitting monstrous energy fluctuations. It directly collided with the demonic clouds above the earth fire vein. Roar! A dragon roar sounded from another direction. The demonic energy soared into the sky. In the midst of the demonic energy, the shadow of 100 Zhonglong dragon loomed, emitting a supreme dragon might, and rushed into the demonic clouds. Rumble! Thunder shook the sky. In the sky above the demonic clouds there was suddenly lightning. It was purple divine lightning. A divine hammer directly appeared in the sky above the demonic clouds. It grew to the size of a mountain and emitted thousands of purple lightning bolts, bombarding the demonic clouds below. The peerless demigod-level figures took action. There was the demon lord Huang Long, who shook the world, the nameless cultivator who guarded the north and did not let the demons take a step into the central plains. There was also the unknown old Taoist Ku Rong of the Taishan sect. The world seemed to be about to shatter. The demigod-level cultivators attacked with all their strength. The demonic clouds that covered 1,000 miles were directly shattered. Countless demonic shadows were destroyed, and the air exploded into a mist of blood. Demonic blood sprinkled down from the sky. In the demonic clouds, the demonic cultivators who had not reached the demigod level were all killed. Roar! A roar came from the demonic clouds. Then a bloody light rushed out of the demonic clouds. It suddenly grew to thousands of feet and smashed towards the purple golden hammer in the sky. A pitch-black giant hand emerged from the demonic clouds and blocked the ancient altar that was crashing towards it. 1,000 feet tall demonic figure walked out from the demonic clouds and threw a punch at the demon lord Huanglong. The gigantic fist was like a small mountain, and under this punch, the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Humph! The demon lord Huanglong released a towering demonic energy. His body also suddenly grew to thousands of feet, like a giant that could support the heavens. He also punched out. Boom! 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 3 earth-shattering explosions sounded out almost at the same time. A terrifying force burst out, shattering the space in the area, and terrifying cracks appeared in the space. A destructive energy storm spread out, instantly shattering a dozen mountains in the surrounding area, turning them into dust and completely disappearing from the ground. The purplish-golden sky-blasting hammer that was crashing down was sent flying by the 10,000 feet long blood-red saber light, and the saber light was instantly shattered. The pitch-black hand was dispersed by the ancient sacrificial altar controlled by Ku Rong, but the ancient sacrificial altar that was crashing down like a primordial divine mountain also paused in the air for a moment. The demon lord Yellow Dragon and the 10,000 feet long devil shadow clashed head-on, and both of them were sent flying back at the same time. The great demons that attacked were half-demons that could compete with demigods. They blocked the attacks of the demon lord Huanglong and the others, and bought themselves some time. At this moment, the demonic clouds that were not scattered seemed to be burning. They emitted an endless black light, and like a demonic fire that could burn the sky, it burned and distorted the void. All the demonic clouds gathered towards the center, and a demonic formation was revealed. The power of the demonic formation seemed to have reached its limit. The burning demonic clouds were compressed by the demonic formation, and condensed into an incomparably huge profound demonic lightning. Boom! The demonic formation suddenly collapsed, and a terrifying demonic power spread out in all directions. Ku Rong controlled the altar and rushed out of the energy storm. The demon lord Huanglong and the middle-aged scholar were also forced back by the terrifying power when the demonic formation collapsed. The profound demonic lightning in the center of the demonic formation, which had a diameter of several hundred zhang, was like a meteorite that bombarded the earth's fire vein below. Chapter 385. The profound demon thunder, which was hundreds of meters in diameter, contained an enormous amount of energy. Everyone who saw this scene was scared out of their wits. Those devils were really going all out. Did they really want to destroy all of the endless snow mountains in the northern lands? Swish! 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 Demon Lord Huanglong, the middle-aged scholar, and old Taoist Ku Rong, who was standing on the ancient altar, all turned into dazzling rays of light and escaped into the distance like divine rainbows. No one tried to stop them. The energy contained in the profound demon thunder was too great. Even a demigod would be shocked by the energy fluctuation it emitted. All the cultivators who witnessed this scene from thousands of miles away immediately turned around and fled. In the sky, rays of light flew into the distance like meteors. Good heavens! Gu Fei directly turned around and ran down the mountain. He used the 8 desolate steps with all his strength and used the 8 desolate steps to the extreme. One step was hundreds of meters, as if he was teleporting. Rumble! A part of heaven and earth collapsed, and 2 figures rushed out from the collapsed void. Behind the 2 of them was an eerie and terrifying void. Damn it! The tall figure shrouded in black mist seemed to be infuriated by this scene. After that, a black palm the size of a mountain appeared in the sky, and it grabbed towards the demon lightning of darkness that was descending from the sky. Ghost Emperor Fengdu made his move. The huge palm directly knocked away the demonic shadows above the earth fire vein and shrouded downwards in an attempt to stop the profound demon thunder. However, Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the old turtle came out of the void a little too late. The black palm that was like a mountain and emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation did not succeed in stopping the profounding demon thunder that was bombarding downwards. The profounding demon thunder, which contained endless demonic power, directly broke through the boiling magma on the ground and blasted into the earth fire vein. A true demon has appeared. This is troublesome. The old turtle's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. Then, he directly turned into a divine rainbow and flew backward. Boom! Beneath the ground, there was a heaven-shaking explosion. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking apart. The terrifying fluctuations made everyone feel as if their souls were about to fly out of their bodies. Ghost Emperor Fengdu turned pale with fright. He didn't expect such an outcome. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. He roared, "You devils, even if I kill you 1,000,000 times, it will be difficult to make up for this calamity." The earth's fire vein exploded, and endless fire energy surged out from the ground. The land within a 10,000-mile radius seemed to violently shake and undulate like waves. Cracks appeared on the ground, and scarlet flames rushed out from the cracks, illuminating the entire night. Then, a monstrous demonic aura surged out from the ground. At this moment the wind and clouds changed, and the world lost its color. The endless snowy mountains were trembling, and the mountains were shaking violently. Demonic clouds rolled in the sky, and a baleful aura rushed into the sky. Endless ink covered the world. The birth of a true demon shook the heavens and earth. Even the fire cloud palace, which was left behind by the ancient fire god, sank into the ground amidst the violent tremors. It was surrounded by endless earth fire and disappeared in an instant. All the important figures present turned pale with fright. Many people already understood what had happened. Their faces were ashen, as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment the demonic clouds surged, and a monstrous baleful aura rushed up from the ground. A sonorous and powerful voice that sounded like metal spread throughout the world. "The true demon has returned. Where is the fire god?" Gu Fei was extremely surprised. He felt as if he was running on a turbulent sea. The ground beneath his feet was violently undulating. Behind him, a terrifying aura surged, making him tremble in fear. At this moment the world was covered in darkness. Endless demonic clouds shrouded the mountains, and on the ground magma flowed and earth fire spewed. This was simply a horrifying doomsday scene. The earth was surging like waves. There were constantly mountain peaks collapsing. The endless snowy mountains were shattered by the mighty power. Countless living beings were instantly buried in the sea of fire. The area within thousands of miles became a dead zone. "Where is the fire god?" Another demonic voice came from the earth. The true demon had yet to appear, but the baleful aura and demonic aura kept surging up from the earth. Waves of demonic howls shook the world. It was absolutely horrifying, absolutely terrifying. Everyone retreated. Only Ghost Emperor Fengdu was still standing in the void. A ghost domain appeared around him. Within the haze, one could vaguely see countless mountain peaks and palaces in the ghost domain. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps. His body emitted a 5-colored aura. Like a 5-colored divine rainbow, he moved quickly on the ground. Very quickly, he escaped more than 200 to 300 miles away. Right at this moment, a mountain peak in front of Gu Fei suddenly crumbled. Boundless rocks and dirt covered the sky as they smashed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei immediately turned pale with fright. Even with his current cultivation, he would be in danger if he was crushed by the rocks and soil. Just when Gu Fei thought he was going to be buried by the rocks and soil, swoosh! A figure appeared next to Gu Fei. Gu Fei only felt his shoulder tighten. Then his body soared into the sky, avoiding the endless rocks and soil that came crashing down. "Haha! Old turtle, you came at the right time." Gu Fei was calm in the face of danger. When he flew into the sky, he already knew that it was the old turtle who caught him. The old turtle let go of Gu Fei and used a force to shroud Gu Fei, fixing him in the void. The true demon has appeared. The world is in chaos. This world is going to change. Old Tortoise ignored Gu Fei. He no longer had his usual frivolous and playful attitude. He stared at the surging demonic chi in front of him and said gravely, "What is going on? Are you friends with Ghost Emperor Fengdu?" Gu Fei asked. He had already vaguely guessed that the old turtle and Ghost Emperor Fengdu had entered the Ghost Emperor's inner world. Those who could cultivate an inner world were all amazing people. Ghost Emperor Fingdu was not simple. Moreover, he seemed to know the origin of the old turtle. He was afraid that he was also a super antique. Ghost Emperor Fingdu, I didn't expect it to be him. I thought he had already fallen in a catastrophe of the world that year. The old turtle muttered to himself. Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Is he really a character from the ancient times? Gu Fei was very surprised. The origin of Ghost Emperor Fengdu seemed to be unimaginable. At this moment, the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles had collapsed. Even the nearby mountains had collapsed. Countless peerless experts were watching from afar. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Demon Lord Huanglong, the middle-aged scholar, Ku Rong, and other peerless figures of the demigod realm also retreated far away. The true devil's aura that seeped out from the ground made their hearts palpitate. A demonic roar resounded through the world. A ball of demonic clouds that emitted an indescribably terrifying aura slowly rose from the ground. A majestic pressure that was like the ocean surged out mightily and surged in this world, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble violently. Even thousands of miles away, many peerless experts were directly roared down from the sky by this demonic roar. This was a power that made everyone tremble in fear. Many cultivators with slightly weaker cultivations felt this great pressure and almost collapsed. Gu Fei, who was standing beside the old turtle, was also shocked. In the rolling demonic clouds, a huge demonic shadow that was thousands of feet tall was faintly discernible. The sky-burning demonic fire that came from the demonic clouds burned and distorted the void. The ferocious demon in the demonic clouds shouted, "Ants, where is that kid fire god?" The middle-aged scholar was in charge of the northern land. This was his territory. If he didn't show up, it would be unreasonable. Therefore, he took a step forward and shouted, "The ancient fire god has disappeared for countless years. You demon king, if you know what's good for you, you should obediently retreat or else." "Or else what?" The thousands of feet tall demonic shadow in the demonic clouds said disdainfully. Then with a cold snort, a black light flashed like a black lightning. The middle-aged scholar was suddenly alarmed. In an instant, the exploding sky hammer in his hand emitted endless purple lightning and blocked the attack. Bang! The middle-aged scholar was violently hit. The exploding sky hammer flew out of his hand and he was sent flying back while vomiting blood. Everyone turned pale with fright. The middle-aged scholar was a peerless demigod. In the Tonglong continent, those who could aspire to become demigods were all extremely talented. However, in just one face-to-face encounter, the middle-aged scholar was sent flying by the peerless demon in the demonic clouds. Even his weapon was shaken and flew out of his hand. No one could clearly see the appearance of the peerless demon in the demonic clouds. They could only hear the cold words. "Even the kid fire god doesn't dare to speak to me like this. You are just a little stronger than an ant. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me?" At this time the entire snowy mountain was gloomy and gloomy. The peerless demon broke out from the ground and came out to find the ancient fire god. What did this mean? The seal of the earth fire vein was obviously created by the ancient fire god. This peerless demon was sealed in the earth fire vein, and used the power of the earth fire to wear down his demonic power day and night. All of this was closely related to the ancient fire god. Now that it had appeared, the fiendish devil would definitely seek revenge on the ancient fire god. However, the ancient fire god had disappeared for countless years. Perhaps he had already fallen. Who in the world could deal with this fiendish devil? "Humph! Fire demon, what do you want?" Ghost Emperor Fingdu sneered and said. A ghost domain appeared around him. It was as if he was standing in the 9 serenities of hell. "Only the kid fire god is worthy of me taking action. You bunch of ants are not worthy of me taking action." The peerless demon sneered and said. "Not even you." After saying that, 2 terrifying destructive black lights came out from the demonic clouds. Wherever the black lights passed, the void collapsed. The barrier of the world couldn't withstand the power of the peerless demon.